Good morning, everybody. It is day 3 of SewCreative Live Spring Social. I hope everybody is having a blast so far. I know that we are. We are going to do a little warm-up period, talk about some of the things that we have gone over already before we officially get started, because I know Grace is going to be joining us first thing this morning to talk about some Truecut products. So that's going to be a wonderful segment. But over the last couple of days, we have had some wonderful guests showing different machines, different furniture, different projects. And first off, I just want to thank everybody for joining us, both all of our guests as well as all the viewers. We've had so much fun reading your comments and just saying hi. So I have starred a couple of our favorites here. We've got some returning viewers. So I know we had shown Rebecca yesterday, but Rebecca, thank you again for joining us. We so appreciate you tuning in every day. That is awesome. This one made me so happy. Amy Lee, day 3, so excited to see what I'll learn today. Isn't it great learning? I've been getting some feedback where people are just like, this is so informative. I'm learning so much. So it's a wonderful, wonderful event. If you are wondering what in the world is SewCreative Live Spring Social, you're just tuning in, you've not been with us before, this is a virtual sewing event where we invite some amazing guests on, and whether they do sewing or embroidery or serging or just little projects in general, they're sharing their knowledge, their time, and it's just a whole lot of fun. So we have been having a wonderful time. On day 1, Karen Miller, she joined us with free motion sewing, and she showed us how to do free motion sewing with a lot of great tips and tricks. Another thing is she has a subtle sampler. It's an Aurifil thread. This is a fantastic sampler of thread. And I just wanted to remind everybody that it is retired or discontinued, but we have a few left over. This is a nice variety to get you used to different weights of thread, plus they're beautiful. This is Aurifil thread, and it falls under our 20% off all Aurifil products right now. So you can get this beautiful sampler. It comes with a 50 weight, a 40 weight, I believe, and I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget, 28, 12, and monofilament. So you can practice with all different weights of thread. And again, they're absolutely beautiful. So just a few left, so make sure that you grab that. And then also, we had a few guests that had provided some wonderful information for us, some free PDFs. So Chris Marchini did My First Quilt. He wrote a whole instruction manual. You can get that for free on our Facebook community. That is Sewing Parts Online, Sewing Community. That's our group. And it's pinned right at the top, so it's easy to find. Same thing with Tricia Camacho. She's on Creative Costume Academy. She did Patterns 101, Pattern Making 101 yesterday. So much good information. But she provided a free half-scale pattern that you can use when you go back and watch her segment. And then you can practice moving those darts. Like she said, it's all about the dart. And we also have a great PDF from Karen Miller about the weights of thread. So if you're looking at, what's the difference between the weights of thread? It's a great resource that is available to you for free. The other thing that I wanted to mention is we are running a coupon on our website. So we are doing great SewCreative Live special event pricing for a lot of different products. However, we obviously cannot show you everything, but we do have a coupon code running on our website right now that is eligible for to be used with about 34,000 eligible items. So you would just use coupon code SCLSS, which is SewCreative Live Spring Social. And that will give you the 15% off. Also, super excited because I was just informed that in addition to the special event pricing that we have on all the machines that we're showing you during this event, our owner decided that we are going to open up special event pricing for all machines. So if you've been looking at a different model and you're like, dang it, I haven't seen it on this event, I really wish I could get a good deal on it, give our customer service a call and they are going to hook you up. So just give us a call at that 888-824-1192 and we'll help you out. we wanted to go over a couple more people that I just want to say hi to. Oh, I love this one. Kathy, she says, good morning. Ready with my coffee here in Long Island, New York. Got to have the coffee, right? I actually forgot to grab mine, so I'm going to get it after Grace starts. I need my coffee this morning. All right, and I want to just say hi to a couple more people. Let's see who we have in the list. Donna, thank you, Donna. Welcome back. She was here yesterday as well, so we appreciate you joining. Oh, I love that Karen is already starting with the hashtag SewCreative Live. If you see that ticker on the bottom, we have announced that we want to start the day off really fun, right? So we're going to do a giveaway right before we get started this morning. So if you haven't already, comment hashtag SewCreative Live, and we're going to be giving away this wonderful prize. It is an ABC pocket guide from Schmetz. Gives you a bunch of information about needles, what type of needles, what size, how they're color coded. You also get this fantastic little luggage tag, and then 5 different types of needles that are ideal for quilting, but you can use them for many other things as well. Now, I know Brian and I had talked about pulling up the schedule so we can tell you a little bit about what's going on today. That way you know when we're going to be showing everything. And I've got my little list here too. I'm a note person. If you can tell, I've got my notebook here. But today we have the Grace Company. They're going to be showing Truecut products. I'm excited to see who's joining us today. It's going to be a surprise for me. So we'll see who's joining us and we can have them introduce themselves. After that, we're going to have Avery Vaughn. She is a BabyLock educator. She is coming back to show us the Soprano and the Flare, both fabulous machines. The Flare is an embroidery only machine, and the Soprano is a computerized machine that has some fancy features that you're going to want to see. When I say fancy, it doesn't mean complicated. Super awesome machine. The other one that's going to be joining us after Anna is Kelsey Smith. She's going to be doing beeswax wraps as well as some kitchen sponges. These are fabulous, fabulous projects that are easy, great for scrap busters. They're great for gifts. Like, they're just a lot of fun and they're not intimidating whatsoever. So anybody can make this project. We also have Amanda Mateo with Uniquely Mateo. She is the jelly roll rug queen. She's going to come back and show us some tips and tricks on what to avoid, really, because there's some little idiosyncrasies about doing a jelly roll rug, and she's going to solve those problems for us. And then after her, we have Harley is going to be joining us again. He's from Arrow, and Sarah is also going to be joining him today. I know Valerie was with him yesterday. We've got some amazing furniture to show you. Some repeats from yesterday, but we're also going to be showing you the Wallaby cabinet, which is awesome. So again, back to items that aren't being shown on this event. If you see a cabinet or, like I said, a machine, anything like that that is not being displayed, please give us a call, and we are still going to offer you the special event pricing. We want to get you hooked up, right? We're very excited about that. And our customer service is standing by for you. We have Kayla Nau, and she is from Kayla Quilts on TikTok. She does English paper piecing. I had mentioned this yesterday. I've not done this myself, so I'm super excited to get more information about that and get inspired on another craft. I really like doing all sorts of different crafts. Brian and I were talking this morning, and I'm like, he told me my earrings look nice. I'm like, thank you. I made those. So I like jewelry and painting and photography and, just different outlets to create, right? We also have Miriam Coffey coming back. She joined us showing us Janome machines yesterday. Today, she is going to show us some Elma machines. So lots and lots of fun. We are also going to be doing giveaways on or after every single segment. Right, Brian? We're giving away all the fun stuff and things.
That's right, all the stuff and things.
All the stuff and things. So at the beginning of every segment, I'm going to show you what the giveaway is going to be. And then throughout the segment, we are going to display a surprise spring word. So it can pop up at any point. And then when you see that surprise spring word up in the corner, it'll be a hashtag and then a flower. You just put that in the comments, and then at the end, we'll gather all those comments for that word, and we will select the winner. After we select the winner, it'll reset, and you have the opportunity to do the whole thing over again. So then you can win multiple times. So make sure that you stay tuned, watch out for that word, and we're going to give away some prizes. Now, do we want to talk about some of the prizes that we're going to be doing today, Brian?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's see. So, we're going to be doing another BabyLock Joy. We love giving away sewing machines. That's a $400 value. We also have another Janome machine. This one values at $499. That's the DC1050. Great little computerized machine. We've got a fun jelly roll bundle. So if you tune into Amanda's segment, you're going to be hooked up. You're going to get a $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. You're going to get the jelly roll rug pattern, and you will get the oval jelly roll rug class from Amanda. So that's going to be a whole lot of fun. You'll be set. You'll be able to take that gift card and get everything you need for her class. We also have a fantastic giveaway with some of the mesh fabric and a gift card that you would be able to get stuff if you wanted to make some of the kitchen sponges, as Kelsey's going to show. Super, super excited about this item. You guys, we're going to give away an Aero hydraulic chair. If you tuned in yesterday, this thing's awesome. It has great lumbar support. It's nice and firm, but yet comfortable on your tush. You can also open the seat and there's storage area. You've got a nice wide base, so you're not going to flip over or anything. It is a wonderful, wonderful chair. And if you didn't tune in yesterday, Aero is going to be back in a little while. What time are they coming? I think this afternoon. Yeah, they look like they're going to be this afternoon. So they'll be tuning in and showing that chair again. But we're going to be giving one away. Also, this is super exciting. Thank you, Aero. They donated a Bandicoot sewing cabinet. This is a $1,400 value. So this is going to be our final prize for today. What we're doing is we're doing a giveaway every single segment, but then we have a big prize for the day. And then obviously we all know and love day 4 because we do our grand prize, which I'll show you what that is in just a second. But the Bandicoot cabinet is fantastic. It has storage on the side for both thread as well as some little notions because you've got the drawers, and it opens up and you can also pair it with an acrylic table, or excuse me, an acrylic insert. If you're not familiar with what those are, I actually grabbed one because on Friday, the days are flying by. So tomorrow, So Steady is going to tune in. It's kind of hard to see, isn't it? Acrylic see-through. But you can pair it with an acrylic table and be able to have a flat sewing surface, which is really cool. This is very, very nice. All right. Well, last but not least, on day 4 for the grand prize, we are going to be giving away a BabyLock Triumph. This machine is fabulous. It is such a wonderful machine. It values at $7,500. Imagine. We gave this away at Christmas time, and oh my goodness, it was so much fun to call the winner. We were so excited. She was hilarious. She's like, I never win anything. So I was kind of half listening when you guys were announcing the winner, and I was like, wait, what? That's my name? So anywho, it's going to be fun to give that away as well as all of the other prizes. As you can see there, we are going to be doing a couple of $150 Sewing Parts Online gift cards. So that'll be fun tomorrow. But we love doing giveaways. Does everybody love doing giveaways? I hope you are enjoying this. All right. The other thing, speaking of giveaways, do we want to start and go ahead and give away this bundle here, Brian?
Let's do it. Let me get the giveaway.
All right. Going to get that pulled up.
All right.
See who our first winner of the day. And we were talking about it yesterday where we're going to get drum rolls moving forward. We need some sound effects here. Woo! Brenda. Yay, Brenda. You are our first winner for day 3. So I'm just going to go over quickly how you claim your prize. If you are just tuning in, simple to do. Just go to our link tree. That is linktree/Sewing Parts Online. Click claim your prize, fill out that form, and we'll have all your information in order to send that to you. We will be announcing all of the winners on Monday or Tuesday, and then we'll maybe do some follow-ups with some of the winners that have the bigger prize, just to verify all the information. But I do also want to mention a fun side giveaway. with the Grace Company, they donated some fabulous, fabulous items for this event. And one, we decided to hold the 5-foot luminous light station. And anybody that purchases a Grace machine, software, frame, you are automatically going to be entered into that side giveaway that we're going to announce the winner next week. And believe me, the machines, the frames, the software, it is a super, super good price right now. So if you've been considering any of those, now's the time to do it. And before I actually pull up Grace, I am going to show you what our next giveaway is going to be. So let's just take a peek at this. And they're going to be doing Truecut here in just a moment, but the lucky winner is going to get the Quilters combo, and they're going to show more of what this is. But the Quilters combo, as well as an 8-pack of the Finesse thread. This is a high quality quilting thread. So I think we are just about ready to get started. Brian, did I miss anything, or we needing to do anything in particular before we get started for the day?
I think you covered it all, and I think Melinda and Allegra are ready for us.
Sweet. And it's going to be Melinda and Allegra. That's what I said. It's going to be a surprise. So I'm excited to bring them on and they can introduce themselves.
All right, let me bring them up.
Perfect.
Good morning. How are you, Tricia and Brian?
Good morning. I love that it's kind of a surprise that I'm not sure who's going to be joining us. So welcome.
Thank you for having us, as always.
Well, we are glad that you're here. How's the weather in your area? We have some rain and humidity here.
You know, the sun's shining, bright and beautiful, but it's cold. I think my car said it was 27 degrees. It's cold.
On my way home yesterday,
yes,
did you? I was like, I turn my AC on.
So it was cold.
Oh, yeah, I got out of the car this morning and I'm like trying to hold my umbrella down. This girl has naturally curly hair, and rain and humidity does not like me when I curl my hair. So I'm like,
oh, I feel you on that one.
Yes.
All right, ladies. Well, I'm excited for you to show Truecut products. They are an amazing cutting system. So we'll let you take it away, and I'll be in the background if you need me.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Well, again, I'm Melinda Romero, account executive here at Grace. And
I'm Allegra Erznosnik, another account executive here.
And we're super excited. We love our Truecut system. It's kind of the basis of quilting. You have to piece your fabric, and to begin piecing, you have to cut your fabric. I don't know about you guys. I think that's like the worst part about the whole project, cutting fabric. What do you think?
I think so. It's so tedious sometimes, and your shoulders hurt, and then your fingers hurt.
Yes.
And then you're just like, oh, am I done yet? And then you've cut like 3 pieces.
Yes, and it's, depending on your project, you can have a little bit of fabric or you can have a ton of fabric. So it can be very time consuming. But Allegra, let's ask a question of our audience to get us going.
All right, so who of you have Truecut? How many of you have used it? And if you have, I want to know what item from the Truecut line you would gift to someone else.
That's a great question.
I think so too.
Great question.
Personally, mine is the 360 circle cutter. That's my favorite Truecut item.
I love the Quilters combo because you get 3 items in one bundle, and it's kind of the basis to get you going, get you rocking and rolling. Start with the cutter, start with the ruler. You get the true grips. It's kind of the basis of what Truecut offers. In the Truecut or in the Quilters combo, you get the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. You get a 45 millimeter My Comfort cutter, and you get a package of true grips. So it's the basis to get you going, and then we have so much you can build after that. Different size rulers, different cutters. It's really phenomenal what the product line offers. So let's see.
Oh, there we have a Quilters combo.
Tammy Schmear, you and me, great minds think alike. So yes, I love the Quilters combo. Yes. Vicki Wagner, she loves the cutter. I love our cutters too. Now, I am seeing a few comments, I haven't heard of Truecut or I haven't used it. Well, you're in the right place to learn all about Truecut.
You are in for a morning treat for sure.
Yes, yes. All right, so Allegra, as we're beginning our cutting process, there's kind of, again, that foundation. We have our cutting mat. It's a self-healing 3-ply mat. It has all of your measurements and markings on both sides. But below that...
Hold on, I'm gonna scoot in. Aren't they 5-ply?
Oh, yes, you are
okay.
right, 5-ply.
I was like, hold on.
So a 5-ply self-healing mat. Again, non-slick, very easy to use. It'll always lay flat. But below the cutting mat, let's take just a quick peek. So we do have our non-slip pad. So really this is going to be the foundation of our cutting projects. Again, you can see it's not moving anywhere. When we lay our mat on top of it, again, the mat isn't moving anywhere. So it's holding the mat and everything secure in place so you don't have any slip ups. So again, Allegra, now that we've talked about the foundation, let's just, I don't know, should we go into the cutters?
Let's go into the cutters. I could talk about the cutters for a long time.
Yes, you and me both. So we have the two different types of cutters. We have our straight cutters and we have our comfort cutters. Tell me what your thoughts are between, about the difference between the two.
Yeah. So personally, I prefer our comfort cutters over our straight cutters. That's because, yes, if anyone's used one of the straight cutters before, whether it's our brand, a different brand, you get a lot of white knuckling, you're bending your fingers back too far, maybe your wrist is like all bent funny because you're trying to get this cutter with the right pressure in the right position you need it to be. Some people prefer them, I do not.
I always tend to, I'll get a death grip on my handle and I'll start feeling a pain in the top of my thumb and it goes into my wrist. If I'm cutting a lot of fabric, I just feel that pain and pressure up my arm.
Then my lower back starts to hurt and I'm just like, oh.
Yes, so I love the straight cutters for some things, but like you, I also prefer the comfort cutters.
Yeah, I like the straight cutters if I'm doing cutting where I'm going one direction and then like triangles, for example, because they're easy to flip around if you need to when you're using the rulers. These ones, kind of right or left hand specific, depending on if you're right or left-handed. But if you're like me, or maybe you have joint problems, or maybe, you're just getting a little older. For example, my fingers go back so far. And so when I death grip straight cutters, it just instantly hurts.
Yes.
It's like, why did I pick this up? Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is the 45mm My Comfort cutter. Fun thing about these ones is they're customizable. These little clear pieces pop out. And then that gives you the ability to customize it. You can leave it with the Truecut. You can put your name on it, put a picture of your cat in there, whatever.
I love that. I love being able to, in a sense, make it yours.
Yeah.
So, love it.
So
now you did mention one thing. So you very quickly said right or left-handed.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna switch one of these around because they're both right-handed. Super easy to do. Kind of get some stuff out of the way here. There is a clip on the back or a little lever, whatever you want to call it. There we go, right there. You're gonna pull it back and it's gonna drop everything, which is nice. It keeps it all consolidated, easy for you to do. You're gonna pull this out by tucking it in and pulling it out. And then on the back, we're just gonna push this out and swap it to the other side. And so we're just gonna put everything back the exact way that it was, but opposite of the way that we pulled it out. There we go. And we're gonna leave the blade guard out just for safety purposes. And then we'll click it back. And now we have a left-handed cutter.
That is amazing. You made it look so simple.
Because it is so simple.
And I imagine when we're changing our blades, we're going to go through that very similar process as well.
Yes.
And I would say, going to shows, talking to customers, that's probably one of the most common questions.
Yeah.
I'm left-handed, or I know somebody who's left-handed, will it work for them? And the answer is absolutely yes. Yes.
And I think that's just so exciting. I feel like I'm not left-handed, but I know some left-handed people, and I feel like they feel left out sometimes.
No pun intended, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, again, we talked about the straight cutters changing the blade or making it right or left-handed. Another common question I'll get with the straight cutter, well, can I make it right or left-handed?
Technically, it is already right or left-handed.
It is. So really, it's just a matter if you're right-handed, if you're going to hold it left-handed, just swap hands, kind of flip it over, and again, you are good to go. Now, I know recently with our straight cutters, we added a new element to help make the cutter a little bit safer.
Love this element. So, look at that.
Where did the blade? Oh, there it goes. Wait,
okay, maybe
it
don't
picked
swing
it back
around.
up?
Yeah, isn't that great? You don't have to touch your blade at all when you're changing our straight cutters, because there's magnetic there, and it'll just stay.
That is awesome. I'm always so afraid when I'm afraid when I'm handling my blades. I don't want to cut my fingers. I always seem to do something, that I do cut my fingers. So adding that safety element really just makes it awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, and it's nice because then you don't have to, try and pick it up, and it's scary that way.
Yes. All right. Now, so we've talked about our blades. What about kind of the longevity of our blades? How do we keep our blades going for us?
That's a great question, and I see someone else ask that question if they can be sharpened. And so we do have 2 blade sharpeners. We have an electric one and we have a manual one. Melinda, which one do you kind of want to maybe demonstrate, talk about? We'll move this stuff over a little bit.
All right. I love both of the sharpeners for different reasons. I love having the linear sharpener just on my sewing table, my cutting table, just because it's always going to be out, easily accessible. If I need to run my blade through the sharpener a few times while I'm cutting, I can certainly do that right there very easily.
So what I'm hearing is you don't have to take the blade off of your cutter to use this one.
No.
That's game changing.
It is. Now, a lot of people will ask, well, how does it sharpen the blades? And with both of our sharpeners, we use a diamond grit stone to sharpen the blades. The diamond grit stones, they will never dull. So there's longevity with the sharpener right there. Again, helping you keep the longevity in your blades. So we're not going to run our blades or our cutter through the sharpener because our blades are already sharp. But again, once your blades are dull, really the trick is take the guard, the blade guard.
Let's see, we do have a 60 millimeter right here that doesn't have a ruler guide on it.
Okay. So again, we're just going to run the blade through the sharpener.
Yes.
I recommend...
And let's see. I don't know if they can see it, but there is some writing here.
Yes.
And it says sharpening stone side. So their stones are only on one side of the cutter of the sharpener.
Yes. So with that being said, you will run your blade through the cutter. And I would say, maybe 15, 20 times or so.
Yeah.
Run the cutter through, and then you'll pick the sharpener up, rotate it, and then you'll run it through again about that 10 to 15 to 20 times on the other side. So just like our kitchen knives, we want to make sure that we're sharpening both sides of the blade.
Yes. Now let's say, actually, you know what? Who of you have a mason jar or a box or a stack of used blades that you're holding on to and you're thinking maybe we'll get them sharpened?
My mom always had a little tin.
A little tin.
A little tin that had blades.
Was it the sugar cookie tins or the shortbread cookie tins?
It was either a cookie or a coffee, and it very well could have been both. So let's see, where do you store all of your old dull
I see a mason
blades?
jar. Too many of them are paying attention to that special spring word we just saw.
Yes.
All right, I'll let you get your spring word in, but I do want to know how many of you are hoarding some used rotary cutting blades.
And you know, I always, my mom always said she always felt guilty. She didn't want to just throw them out.
Well, they're metal, so you know, it's like, oh.
Right. And you know, just like a kitchen knife again, a dull blade is going to be the most dangerous blade,
Oh, yeah.
even though it's dull. So I see in an Altoids
A
tin.
medicine bottle. I use a coffee can.
There's a comment, are we supposed to save them? Blades can be expensive.
They can be expensive.
They can
yeah.
be. You know, so I always had kind of that guilt, you know, I'm spending, you know, $20, $30 or more on blades at the minimum, and use them. And then what am I going to do? Just toss them?
I know.
That doesn't make sense. I want to use them more.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what one of our sharpeners is definitely going to help you out with. But this one, if you have used blades that you're holding on to, or you have a minute to take your blade off of your rotary cutter, this is the one for you. It's not battery operated, so you can see here it does have a plug, so it is cord operated. It does have a nice little safety feature on it, so let's say you're sharpening it. It's not going to pop open on you. You do have to want to open it
Yes.
to get it open.
So with the electric cutter, again, we can kind of see there's our diamond grit stone on the bottom, but we also have one on top. Now, even though technically there's two stones, as you're sharpening the blade, it will only sharpen one side at a time. And really that second stone, it's designed to kind of help position the blade and keep the perfect kind of pressure as the blade spins once the
Yes.
sharpener is
So-
turned on.
It's not plugged in, so we're not going to be sharpening a new blade, but we're going to be able to slide this in here. This specific sharpener can accommodate 28, 45, and 60 millimeter blades.
Yes.
So you're going to put it in there and you're going to close it. You want to make sure it's locked safely, and then there is a button on the back. You're going to hold it, what, like 20, 30 seconds
30
if necessary.
seconds.
Yep. So we'll let it go, we'll pretend it's running, then you're going to open it back up. Super easy peasy. You will get these nice little safety tweezers, so you're not having to try and get these out with your hands. There is a nice little lever here as well that will help pop the blade up for you, and then you can sneak those tweezers under there and get it out.
Yes. And then you do want to rotate the blade and do the same thing, close the lid, lock it, and run it again for about 20, 30 seconds.
Yep. And then with this magnetic cutter, I can just pick it back up. I don't have to use the tweezers or use my hands.
You made it look so easy.
Because it is so easy.
You know, not just with Truecut products, but with all Grace Company products. I'm amazed at how easy everything is to use.
Yeah.
So I love it. I love it.
It was.
Yes.
It's great. It's easy to use. Takes a little bit to get used to. Melinda, tell us about the first time you tried to use the comfort cutter.
You know what? I always held my cutter with my thumb forward. I would feel the pain and the pressure eventually in the top of my thumb going up into my wrist and then again traveling all the way up my arm. And when I started with Grace, you know, I saw everybody using the comfort cutter with their index finger. Let's kind of flip that over, with their index finger forward, going over kind of that curve in the handle. And I just wondered, like, why are they holding their cutter that way? How do they have control? You know, how is that going to work for them? You know, I continued the way, you know, I had always done it with my thumb going forward. And eventually, you know, throughout the day, it's like, okay, my hand is tired, my wrist is tired, I'm tired. But eventually, you know, I tried with my index finger going on that forward arch. I tried it. I wanted to be consistent with it, you know, so it was kind of a mental note of don't pick up the cutter the old way, pick it up with my index finger forward, use it that way. And I'll tell you, it was a game changer. I don't get the pain and the pressure in my thumb. It doesn't go into my wrist. It doesn't travel up my arm into my shoulders and my neck. It's so easy. Now, anytime I pick up a cutter, you know, it's just natural. I pick it up, put my index finger forward, put my thumb. There's kind of a little groove and a non-slip kind of area to help you hold it. But it's just natural to hold it in this way.
It is, yeah.
Again, no more pain. I can very easily and quickly get through all of my whatever cuts I need to make, whether it's a small stack of fabric or a large stack of fabric, very easily get through this.
Yeah, so let's put one of these bad boys to use so you can see how it works. Not just us telling you how it works.
Let's talk a little bit first, though.
Do we want to talk about
the rulers? Yes, because they technically they work hand in hand together. Now, with that being said, you can use our cutters with any other ruler that you may have. You can also use our rulers with any other cutter that you may have.
Yes.
But let's talk about how special or why our rulers are so special.
So our rulers have this lovely little lip on them. Let me angle it correctly for you. If you can see right there, see how they lip up at the top a little bit. This is part of what's called our track and guide system. Now, here we have what's called a ruler guide on our cutters. Can be switched out, so if, like Melinda said, if you don't have any of our Truecut rulers, but you're really jonesing for this comfort cutter, that's fine. It will come with a separate pin that holds the blade in. One will be a ruler guide, one will be for not a ruler guide, so you're good to go. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use one of our rulers with the cutting guide on our cutters, and it locks in so nicely. Look at that. There's no pulling away, there's no tucking under, there's no going over, there's no hurting yourself, which is really nice. So I'm going to demonstrate this for you. Like Melinda said, I am going to put my index finger up in that little groove up there, and I'm going to rest the rest of my fingers around the cutter. Your other fingers are there for support, but not to do the work for you. And when I say that, don't do this at home, please. I mean that I can put the cutter down, lift all my fingers up, and still get a nice precise cut.
Again, you made that look so easy.
And that is the wonderful thing about Truecut, is it is so easy.
You know, I stood here and watched you. It didn't look like, yes, you applied pressure, but you weren't like
putting my body weight into it,
you know, trying to get the blade to cut through that fabric. Now, granted, this is one layer of fabric, so again, pretty simple. But what about when you have multiple layers of fabric?
If I remember correctly, you can go up to 6 layers of fabric, correct?
Okay.
I think so.
Now, I will say, going to shows, cutting demo fabric, just to get through it, fast-paced, you know, during our setup, I've probably cut through more layers than 6 layers of fabric just to get all our little squares cut, so. Yes.
So let's see this again with me holding it correctly, the safe way, and using our tracking guide system. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock that onto there, and then I'm going to hold it just like the way I was before. My fingers are just resting for the support, and then I'm going to cut. And there we go.
That is amazing. Truly, truly amazing. I know, again, you know, just going back to when I first started with Grace and, you know, holding the cutter the way I'd always held it before. And then seeing and watching everybody else hold it differently, I was like, why are they doing that? Why am I holding it this way? Why, you know, why does my wrist hurt? You know, just, there has to be a better way. And Truecut truly gives you that better way.
I am seeing someone saying they're left-handed and they don't think they can use it. You can. So here we have this cutter set up in the left-handed configuration. I'm not left-handed, but I can do some things left-handed. So if you're a lefty, take a watch. So not perfect because I'm not left-handed, but even not being left-handed, didn't that look pretty simple?
It did. It did. And really, you know, we watched you change the blade from a right to a left-handed side. It really is that easy. Now, I did see a question, probably a couple of questions pop up going back to the sharpeners. Can the sharpeners sharpen any blade? Technically, yes. If you have a titanium or any otherwise coated blade, you will need to sharpen, you know, run it through the sharpener a few more times or a little bit longer than 30 seconds in the electric, but it will sharpen those blades.
Yes. It doesn't take all kinds of blades though. It's not just our brand specifically, but it does matter what the hole in the middle of the blade looks like. Some of them are just a regular circle, nothing special about it. Our blades have this tri-wing design in the middle, and that is what's necessary. If you have blades and they don't have a tri-wing design, they're not gonna work in our electric sharpener. Right. Or in our cutters. You don't have to use our brand of blades for the cutters if you're buying new ones, but they do need to have that tri-wing design in the middle so it can work properly.
Yes, yes. All right. So again, I know cutting, especially with my long cuts, Allegra, I always tend to veer and go inwards as I'm extending and getting kind of the length of my cut. I'm either nicking my rulers. I've had a few close calls with my fingers. Thankfully, I've never, you know, butchered them too bad. But I know some people will veer outwards onto their fabric. And I know the frustration of either or. You don't want to veer outwards because you're wasting fabric. Fabric is expensive.
So expensive.
You know, so with that lovely track and guide system, again, the cutter will just marry right on that track. And again, you're locked on there, only going forwards or backwards. Again, no more veering, no more nicking your rulers or your fingers, no more wasting fabric.
Someone is asking for a close-up of our tri-wing design. So Bryant, thank you. There we go. You kind of see has a notch here, a notch down there, and a notch over here. That's what's called the tri-wing design. So that's what it looks like. There you go.
Oh no, Kim N, she says, don't ask me, but I cut my forearm and had stitches.
Your forearm?
You're right, we won't ask, but you know, our blades, they can be very dangerous. And you know, with the Truecut system, easy, accurate, and safe.
So safe.
You know, that's really what you want from your cutting system. So we've talked about our cutters. We've talked a little bit, just a tad bit about our rulers. We've talked about our sharpeners, but I do kind of want to go in a little bit more with our rulers.
I would love to as well. That comment about our small ruler that's available in our Truecut travel kit and our Quilt Perfect ruler kit. No, that's what it's called? Yeah, yes. Quilt Perfect ruler kit. My brain was like,
no coffee yet this morning, right?
I know, I like two sips.
We're right along the same lines as Tricia. It's that's like, right. Okay, it's early, we need coffee.
Oh yeah, but that ruler is not available by itself, only in those two kits.
Yes. Yes. Now with our rulers, so yes, we talked about the guide system. all of our rulers across the board have the track and guide system. And we have tons of different sizes.
We have so many, and I think you and I remember them all. We could honestly just run through them.
Yes.
So our largest ruler is our 24.5 by 6.5 ruler. And then we have a 6.5 by 12.5 and a 6.5 by 9.5.
Yes.
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 And then we have a 12.5 square, a 9.5 square, and a 6.5 square. We have also our 3 by 18. And then we have 3 triangle rulers, which I think are super fun because they give you like all the triangle angles that you could need. We have an equilateral, a right angle, and what we call our kite ruler to give you those 180 degree, 90 degree angles, all of those.
And you know, I would say like way back when I would help my mom and my aunties and grandma quilt, that's where I started cutting. That was always kind of, Melinda, you know, help cut fabric and, you know, just be careful, don't cut yourself. But I remember, you know, just the patterns that they would quilt, you know, and I struggled so much anytime I had to, you know, create the points. And we're talking, you know, well before I knew anything about Grace Company or in Truecut, you know, many, many years ago. But the tools, you know, they've come a long way, but at the same time, you know, they're still kind of true to the roots. But you know, they're game changers. Our rulers, so many different options to help you be more creative. But again, you know, taking it a step further and adding the element of easy, accurate, and safe.
Yes.
So.
Yes. Now, what's something? What is on the bottom of this ruler, Melinda? I don't think they can see it, but.
You know, we missed talking about our true grips. So yes, we have our true grips. If we didn't have true grips on our rulers, look how easy, you know, that ruler is sliding on our mat. When all of our rulers up here today do have our true grips.
Yes.
When we place the true grips, different areas across the backside of the ruler, it helps stabilize that ruler. So you're not going to get the slippage, you know, that can easily happen as we're positioning our rulers with our fabric and, you know, just trying to get through the lot of fabric that we need to cut. You know, so just that security, working with the mat to help hold that ruler in place.
And I don't know about you, but one of my biggest frustrations when cutting is getting it perfectly lined up and then I move.
Yes.
And it's just like, oh, I just spent so much time doing that. Look at this. The fabric is coming with the ruler. So even if you move the ruler, you're still going to be lined up where you need to be, and you don't have to go through that frustration of having to reset it again.
Yes.
And you don't have to put as much pressure on there because the true grips are also holding on to the fabric. Whereas sometimes I know people who use like 5-pound weights or something to hold them down, or they have those suction cups and they like put them on the ruler and then they're like really holding them down. You don't need to do that because it's just some light pressure, and look at that.
Yep. So, and again, yes, you can see that it can move. But again, you know, working with the mat, with your fabric, there's going to be less chance of slippage, which is going to give you less chance of cutting yourself, nicking your rulers, cutting into your excess fabric. You don't want to do those things. So definitely all of the products that Truecut offers really truly works hand in hand together.
Yeah, they do, and it's great.
Or separately. Again, we've mentioned before, if you are interested in one of our cutters or interested in a ruler, but you don't quite yet want to switch everything out at your cutting station, we totally get that. Start with one, start with the other, continue, you know, use what you have, but eventually, you know, give yourself the chance, you know, marry the two items together, again, the cutter with the ruler, and really just see how they're going to work.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I love them. I did see a question about the size cutters that we have.
Yes.
So in straight cutters and comfort cutters, we have a 28, a 45, and a 60 millimeter. So Those are all available in the straight and the comfort cutters.
Yes, yes. And you know, I love how easy, again, changing our blades, sharpening our blades. But if at any time, if we decide we need a new blade, yes, we sell replacement blades as well. And those are everything that we've talked about is available with Sewing Parts Online, not just for SewCreative, but all the time. So.
Yes,
we
and
love
now
it.
I would like to talk about my favorite Truecut product that we have. Or I guess one of my favorites, but this is the 360 circle cutter. Melinda, what does this do?
It cuts perfect circles.
Perfect circles.
Perfect. I've, again, you know, growing up helping my mom and aunties and grandma, I don't want to say circles were a big thing with what we wanted to do because they were always so hard. If you're using scissors, you'd get the little notches around, you know, the curve of the circle, and they were just hard. It's like, why would we want to do that? So I know growing up, circles were never, I will say never in any of the projects we ever did.
Yeah, and now they are an easy possibility for you with the 360 circle cutter. It can make circles up from 2 up to 12 inches. Right now, we're gonna do it, I think we're gonna do a 6-inch circle. And you'll notice that I twisted this to unlock it so I could move it, and then I'm gonna twist it again just to lock it into place. Now, I do want to show you some special features about that one. So this has what's called just like a pin in there. What it does is it holds, make sure that it keeps this cutter center on your fabric when you put it down. Nothing's worse than making a circle and then it's not a circle.
Yes. Yes.
So here's this pin I'm talking about. You can see it pop up when I press that down. Look at that. So nice. Okay. And just while we're in here, sorry, Bryant. You can kind of see it, but look at that really small blade that we have in there.
Yes, so
that
right
is what's going to cut the
here.
fabric. Perfect. So I have it set for a 6-inch circle. I'm going to place it down, and I'm going to hold that pin down that goes into the fabric with my non-dominant hand. So I am right-handed, so that's why I'm going to hold it down with my left hand. And then I'm just going to back this up just a little bit just so I can get my full range of motion here. You'll notice that this knob twists and this knob twists. That is to help you get this perfect circle without having to do much acrobatics with your arms.
Yes. And I will say, if you can complete in a single rotation, your circles will come out a lot better.
They will come out a lot better, which is why you see I'm kind of starting a little bit back here so that I can get this all the way around. So I'm going to put my right hand, which is my dominant hand, over my left arm, and I'm going to I'm going to push really hard on this. And then we're just going to twist it.
Again, you made that look so easy.
I could cut circles for hours if you'd let me.
So I saw a question, what range size circles can be cut. And again, with the circle cutter, that range will be between 2 inches up to 12 inches.
Yes, so you get a lot of versatility with it.
Yes. Another question, can you get replacement blades for the circle cutter? And the answer is yes. So the circle cutter...
That one wasn't as successful, but...
The circle cutter technically will use our 28 millimeter blade, but it comes in a cartridge.
Yes.
So you don't ever have to, try to willy-nilly mess with the blade and trying to get it into a perfect position because the cartridge already has the blade in that perfect position for you.
I think I can get a 2-inch circle out of this, so we're going to show you guys the small circles because I like them. They're cute.
I think small circles are a little bit harder.
They are harder, as you noticed. Oh, and look, I'm grabbing the fabric. Melinda, will you help me out here?
Yes.
Probably shouldn't have done it in an already used piece of fabric, but okay, we did it. There we go. There's a little tail because I grabbed the fabric, but look at that. Look how tiny and cute that circle is.
It's amazing. I can think of so many fun things that we can use the circles for. So Halloween, we can do pumpkins.
Yes.
Christmas. We can do the balls, ornaments, berries, for different things. So much fun.
The circle cutter can cut more than just cotton fabric. Really, it just depends on the thickness of the fabric. Because the blade is that 28mm blade, you don't get a lot of depth in there. So just as long as it's not some seriously thick fabric, you're going to be able to use these just fine.
Yes, I wouldn't recommend, like leather. That's going to be a bit thick. But again, you can still cut a few layers of fabric. I'd say maybe 3, 4 if you're pushing it.
Probably,
I'll say between 2 and 4 to be safe. But again, just be mindful of the thickness of the fabric.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, my other favorite product is right next to Melinda.
Yes, this is our travel kit. I love the travel kit. I love the bag of the travel kit, but like Allegra, I love everything that's inside the travel kit. So let's, looking at the travel kit, we have a very durable, well-designed handle. The travel kit also comes with a shoulder strap. The casing, it's not like super hard, but it's hard enough to add protection for all of the contents that are inside.
And just look how nice that bag looks. It's so sleek, it's so clean,
Yes.
it's so fun.
Yes. So without further ado, let's take a look
Let me get the stuff
inside.
out of your way.
All right. Move my little block that was holding it up.
I love these so much, I asked for one for Christmas.
Yes. All right. So we
Oh my
open it up and there's goodies inside.
There's so many goodies. First one I want to start with is this cutting mat. It's an 8x10, only available in Truecut travel kit. But look how cute that is. It's so small, and look at that thickness as well.
So it's just like our regular cutting mats. So again, it's still the 5-ply, it's still a self-healing mat. You have all of your measurements, all of your markings, all of your numbers. And again, it's just a perfect travel size.
It's so cute.
I don't know if you have ever had, tried to take your cutting mats, I don't know, to Quilt Guild or, anywhere else that you might be taking them. They're big, they're bulky, they're kind of heavy. They don't always fit in the places
or
that you
like
want them to fit.
You pick them up and you make them do that wobble noise. Like wobble, wobble, wobble.
Yes. So again, perfect size, to be able to take with you anywhere. So again, we're starting kind of with the foundation, with the cutting mat inside. You do have a package of True Grips.
They might be in here.
Back in there. Did I miss them?
They get tucked in here sometimes. I don't know. Maybe they're not in here anymore. This has gone through a lot of use, guys.
Yes, yes. So, but the kit comes with the mat, a package of True Grips, and then look at this. We had a couple of comments about this ruler already, but it's
correct. I think it is a 3x6.
I would say a 3. I would agree.
Or a 3x8 maybe. Sorry, it's a 3x8.
Yes. Yes, so again, very cute ruler, again, easily perfect size to be able to manage whether, you're, I don't know, maybe in a car, maybe you're taking a train. I probably wouldn't recommend taking all of the contents of the travel kit through TSA at the airport.
They'll probably take your seam ripper. They'll probably take your scissors.
Yes, they will take your cutter.
Take your comfort cutter.
But again, perfect travel size to be on the go.
Now what are some of the stuff in here? I love these. We have a pencil pack. You will get, here we go. So you get some marking pencils, blue, white, and then a regular pencil. Super helpful. This is probably one of my favorite things from this kit. What does that look like to everyone? Everyone remember slap bracelets? I hope so.
I do.
Yeah, so what this is this holds your pins. Look at that, slaps on your wrist. You don't have to slap it, but it's not a slap bracelet if you don't, right?
Right. Gotta make it fun.
You will get pins. It'll come in a pack of 50, and look at that.
That's just, I don't know about you guys, not even, you know, in a car, but just in my sewing room, I lose pins left and right.
Oh my gosh.
I'm all, where did that pin go? Where did my pin cushion go?
Yes, they get lost so easily. My mom's a knitter, and if after she finishes, she usually blocks something. And so every once in a while, I will find a pin, like either in the edge of the carpet or something. I've never stepped on one before.
Thank good. That
But
would
they
hurt.
get lost. They do.
Yes, yes. I would equate it to ponytail holders.
Oh my gosh, yes.
I always find, you know, just a random
I
ponytail
lose
holder
them,
in my
but
house.
I never find them.
Yeah. So again, I love the bracelet with the magnetic pin holder. In the kit, you have this awesome seam ripper. So I used to always think, well, isn't a seam ripper and a seam ripper? It doesn't matter, you know, who made it or whatnot. They're all still the same. I'm gonna say yes and no. You know, not every product is made equally, but I love our seam ripper. It has the awesome little cap, so you know, so you don't poke yourself, and you know, you can store it easily. But it has, you know, just
Kind of like an eraser
you
end.
can't. I know it's hard to see, and you can't obviously feel it through the camera.
Pretend you can feel it.
But it makes it so you can easily kind of move your fabric if you need to. It'll grab it, but
Or
not
if you've ripped
cinch
the
it.
seams and they're just not coming out.
Yes.
That's what that is for too, is to help you kind of erase those stitches that you have ripped.
Yes. So again, and I love kind of just the size of the seam ripper. I've
Yes.
used skinny little seam rippers.
And they are hard to hold.
They are, but really, again, you have to hold it, you have to feel it to really appreciate just the size of it. Again, it's not too big, it's not too small, has a perfect weight, so it's easy to hold and manage. I love this seam ripper.
I do too, yeah.
So, and who would have ever thought I'd be so excited about a seam ripper? But
I mean, who would have thought we'd be so excited about rotary cutting?
true, that is very true.
Yes.
So, what else do we have in this awesome package,
We're gonna
Allegra?
turn this around. So you do get a sharpener for your marking pencils, which is fun, you know, because you got to be able to sharpen your pencils somehow,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I'm gonna tuck those back in there. Okay, we also get scissors. Oh my gosh, where's the camera? Okay, there we go. Some scissors. I have used these and I think they are wonderful.
Yes.
I really enjoy them.
You know, when I took my travel kit home and
Oh my
I
gosh, you
saw
have one too?
Yes, I have one too. Why wouldn't I?
don't know.
It has everything you need and want. Why wouldn't I? But when I took my travel kit home, I came home one day and my husband had these scissors. And I was like, babe, what are you using those scissors
You said you're not using
for?
those on paper, right?
Put those back. Put those back. Don't ever touch them again. And
You're banned from the travel kit.
yes, don't use them. So love the scissors, great quality. They stay sharp, and
do, yeah.
you know, they're kind of the perfect size.
They are.
Yeah, so I love
Yes.
them.
You also get the 28mm straight cutter. Look at that, so nice. Of all the straight cutters, I think the 28mm is my favorite.
I would agree as
Yes.
well.
I don't feel like I'm fighting it as much when I fight with straight cutters.
No.
And it's just so cute and small and compact. It's really easy to use and maneuver as well.
Yes, yes.
You also get a cute little pattern as well. So if you want to make a block or a pin cushion, this is a postage stamp pin cushion. And I think that's so cute.
It is super cute. You know, we had a plan to demo kind of cutting and making this pin, at least not sewing it because we don't have a sewing machine here with us, but at least piecing it together.
Yes.
But we're running a little shorter on time than we anticipated, so maybe next time
Yes, you
we'll
don't
be able to
realize
kind of go through.
how long you can talk about Truecut.
Yes. Well, there's so many awesome,
Yes,
awesome products.
There is one more nice little feature here in this Truecut travel kit. We did plan
Yep. So
to, and it's paper, so it's not going to hold as well, but we did plan to put this together a little bit with you, but look how nice that is. We put it in there last night, and even though it was paper, it held pretty much exactly where we need it to
yes. Now, this isn't just a brown nothing. It's a gritty paper, so kind of like a sandpaper.
Yes.
So think about it. If you're traveling and you are cutting fabric and you are, getting ready to piece some fabric.
Yes, look at that.
That sandpaper, that grittiness really just kind of holds that fabric in place. Then you have your handy dandy pins to be able to start pinning your project together. So again, it just makes it super, super simple.
All right, and what is the back of this, Melinda?
So here it's if we need to have just that solid flat surface, if we need to pin anything directly to it, I don't want to say it's super soft, but it's not super hard either. But again, it's just like, I don't want to say a cork board, but just somewhere where you can easily, if you need to pin something so it doesn't, fall between the car seat or wherever you may happen to be, it can hold it into place right on that board.
Which is so nice and fun because it's just super easy. And then you could close it up if you wanted to.
Yes.
I think
and
it's just
everything's going to stay right in place. So Morgan Horton looks like something that would be great out at camp. I totally agree.
I agree. Yeah.
I agree. And I did see a question, would a tablet fit inside? I would probably say yes.
Yeah. It's a little bigger than 8 by 10, so yeah.
Yeah. So as long as you don't have a super huge tablet, by all means, yes, a tablet would fit.
Yes.
Now, thinking about all of the questions, all of the products we've talked about, there was one question. Somebody wanted to see kind of the lines that are on the rulers. So let's take a peek. We'll just look at these two. So yes, all of our rulers are marked. You have your inch increments, your half inch, your quarter inch. Again, you can see all of the measurements. One question that comes up often is, why do our rulers have holes? So when you think about it, if you're cutting fabric, if you're measuring fabric, most rulers you can't mark inside, you can't mark your fabric from inside the ruler, you have to do it from the outside. With the holes, you can easily make markings on your fabric and then make all your markings, have the ability to line up your markings and then of course make a cut.
Yes, and it's also nice because it makes it a little bit easier to see your fabric, and if ever needed, it gives you the ability to hold your fabric as well.
Yes. Yes. So I know we talked about a ton of different projects or products to help you with your projects. Yes. But it just boils down to there's so much awesomeness with Truecut. And again, we are providing the tools to help with your creativity. So bring your creativity out to the forefront. If you haven't used Truecut before, I highly encourage trying it.
Oh, me too.
So.
It is a literal game changer.
Yes. And if you haven't tried Truecut, I would guarantee you have a friend or a family member, somebody out there that that has used Truecut and they love it. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yes.
My grandma still has one of our original comfort cutters. That's how
Wow,
much she loved it.
That has to be ancient.
Yes.
I know our cutters, I don't even know how long our cutters have been around, but it's funny, people will take phone calls and somebody will need something for a cutter, and it's like, okay, well, which cutter do you have?
What do you have?
How old is it? How long
Yeah.
have you had it?
And a really fun thing is that all of our cutters have a lifetime warranty.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, what more can you ask for?
I don't know.
Awesome products, awesome warranty. Sewing Parts Online will have our full array of products, not just now, but always.
You just called my grandma ancient, Melinda.
Oh, I did not. I'm sorry. So, all right. Well, Tricia, let's go ahead and bring you back in.
Yes, we love
Yes.
Truecut products.
Yes. All right. So I know there were tons of comments going through, and I'm sure we probably didn't get all of the questions. Did you happen to see any questions that maybe we didn't answer?
There were a couple that you did answer, but they were shown a little late to the party. So I just want to touch on them one more time really quickly. One was, how long does the sharpener last?
Okay, so again, they're diamond grit stones that are inside the sharpener. So we know just from science class, diamonds are going to be the hardest material on earth. So with the diamond grit stone, really they shouldn't ever dull, and really they should last a lifetime. Of either of the sharpeners, I would imagine probably the motor in the electric sharpener may give out before the actual sharpening stones do. But again, that would be, years and years of use.
Yes.
Perfect.
And that goes basically for all of our products. Like we said earlier, our cutting mats are 5-ply double-sided and self-healing. You are going to have these for a long time.
Yes.
Well, we definitely are going to have you back to do more Truecut products and see that block being made. Brian and I were just chit-chatting saying, I think we have to have a solo event. What do you guys think?
Yes, we would love it. So we'll get together after, I don't know, next week we'll be at VDTA, but I'll see Jeremy next week. I don't know who else will be with him, but you and I will have to catch up the following week, and we'll get something planned.
Sounds good. We were also going to say, we are so excited. We got our 16X Elite and the Evolution hoop frame in here. We're like, we should do like a video call or do a live with you and walk through us learning how to use that and you guys showing us what to do. So I think that'd be super
I
fun.
would love it. I would love it. So let's plan it.
Okay, sounds good. Well, do you guys want to stick around while we do the giveaway really quick?
Of course. Well, we'll give you the drum roll like we did yesterday. So we'll supply the music.
Sounds perfect. All right, here we go. Let's see who is it. And all right.
Purple shenanigans.
I love it.
Congratulations. All right, you two. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys again tomorrow for the segment on the cutie tabletop frame.
Yes, we'll see you then. Thanks so much, Tricia.
Bye-bye. All right. I love Truecut products. They are so, so awesome. I was also thinking, if you buy the sharpener and get those blades sharpened, and then you've sharpened them multiple times and they're done for, we also have a really cool product that I know a lot of people love, the Blade Saver. This is when you can't save your blades anymore, but you can still use them to cut. If you piece your fabric, you can just cut in any area on the little Blade Saver. We do have a YouTube tutorial on how to put the blade in the Blade Saver, and it's a great little notion to add to your sewing space. But before we go into the next segment, Alex, do you want to hand me our next prize? Thank you so much. we are giving away another BabyLock Joy. So if you're just tuning in, we are doing a giveaway every single segment. Watch out for our surprise spring word. It'll pop up during the segment at any point. It'll be up in the top left-hand corner. And you just put that particular surprise word in the comments. And then at the end, we will gather all of those comments and select our winner. So I'm going to hand this back to Alex. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I am very, very excited to invite our next guest on. I just want to really quickly touch on the Truecut products. They are 20% off the Truecut combos. So great time to get these particular items. Also, if there's other Truecut products that you're looking at, you can give our customer service a call and see if they are also eligible for special event pricing. And next up, we have Avery Vaughn. She is back. We had her, I believe it was Christmas on our last SewCreative Live, and I'm looking forward to seeing her demonstration on both the Soprano and the Flare. So, Brian, do you want to go ahead and pull up Anna?
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Anna. Welcome back. How are you today?
Great. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. I enjoyed seeing your comment last night about SewCreative Live.
It's so much fun. I love doing this. This is thanks again for having me back, Tricia. And hello, everyone. I'm super excited to get started showing you some really cool things about the Soprano and the Flare. But Tricia, I want to say first, can I start a shopping list with you?
You sure can. I said I'm a note taker. I'm over here doing the exact same thing. I'm like, I need this and this.
I need that circle cutter and that little thing you just showed, the
blade saver.
Blade saver
is wonderful. It is such a great accessory, and doesn't matter where it's nicked on there. You're able to use any part of it and stick it in there and get some more life out of your used blades.
That is so perfect. Who comes up with these things?
Smart people.
Awesome. Yeah. So write me down.
Yep. Well, before I let you take it away, Anna, as I said, I had seen your post on Facebook. Can you let people know where you are on Facebook so they can follow you? You have such great little tutorials and great information.
Absolutely. And before I leave, I'll put it in the comments. My Facebook group, I have a private Facebook group that's all about sewing and embroidery, and it's a long name, so that's why I'll put it in there in a little bit. But it's Forever BB Louise Sewing at the Beehive, and it is a really fun group where we all share our love of sewing, but also I do a lot of work on the BabyLock machines because I am a national BabyLock educator. So if you have one of these machines, you're going to learn a lot about using your machines on that group. I do live right now. I'm doing them every other Sunday, so it's just really fun. I'm a lucky girl.
That's awesome. Well, we'll definitely share it at the end again as well, but I will let you go ahead and take it away. If you need me, just let me know.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Happy Easter weekend. I got my bunny on. I couldn't find my bunny ears. I'm really sad about that, but I hope everyone's doing great today. I'm super excited to be back here at SewCreative and the live spring social because today I'm going to show you some really great machines that I actually really, really love. The little girl behind me, that is the Soprano, and across the room over there, BabyLock Flare. Oh my goodness, they are amazing additions to your sewing room. So the BabyLock Soprano is a sewing only machine, and the BabyLock Flare is an embroidery only machine. So if you're new to embroidery, or you just want to have that second embroidery machine in your room, that's me, then the BabyLock Flare is a great choice. I love combination machines. I have combination machines, but it's nice to have the separate machines because I can be sewing over here while I'm embroidering over there. So it's a great way to utilize your time when you're sewing and embroidering. So we're going to actually start out on the flare. My idea was to start out on the Soprano first, but we're going to start out on the flare because I'm going to show you something really cool that you can do. Now, if you know me, and you may not know me, and that's okay, I am a sucker for in the hoop projects. I love to design them. I love to make them. I love to choose different designers out there, make their in the hoop projects. And if you're not sure what that is, an in the hoop project is basically your start to finish a whole entire project in the embroidery hoop. Where did I put it? So basically, this is a Kimberbell one, but this is a mug rug that was made entirely in the hoop. Now, I have to say I didn't make this one. This one was a gift, but I love it because I'm from Tallahassee, Florida, and this is our football team. But this whole mug rug was made in the hoop. So there's a backing, there's the embroidery designs and everything. I love doing that. It's so much fun to me. So I'm going to show you really quickly how you can make a coaster in the hoop with the flare machine and how quick and easy it is just using the basic shapes and some built-in fill designs. So we're going to jump over there. And of course, if you have any questions, just put them in the chat and we will, I'll check them out in a little bit. But when I'm done with that, I'm going to jump over to my Soprano over here, and you can see her back here. And yes, I have lots of stickers, and I'll talk about those on my BabyLock Soprano and show you how to basically finish it up. You don't have to do this step, but also what the Soprano can do for you. The Soprano, let me tell you, is one of my go-to machines. It stays up in my sewing room at all times. And this little girl goes to classes with me. It can go through anything. It's amazing. So let's jump on over to the BabyLock flare, and we're going to have a little chit chat about that. And excuse me if it takes me a minute to flip it over. I'm not used to this program. So, okay, here we go. There she is. And it's going to be a little blurry at first. I will get that all fixed here for you. And I'm stuck. There we go. This is the joy of live TV. You get stuck on things.
We understand.
Oh my goodness, it's so funny. Okay, there we go. All right, I just want to make sure I can see everything. All right. And I'm going to brighten that up a little bit so you guys can really see what's going on. I say I am, and it still looks really blurry, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's still a little blurry.
Interesting. Well, that's embarrassing.
Oh, it's okay. Do you want to pop off and pop back in?
I think I just saw my problem. So, I think I just saw my problem here. I might, you know what? Let me see if I can change cameras real quick. Because it'll just take me a second.
Sure, no problem. If you don't mind, I'm going to go over some pricing on the Truecut products, and I'll be right back, okay?
That would be fantastic. Thank you.
You're so welcome. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Truecut travel kit. This thing was so cool. I mean, not only does it just aesthetically look nice, it looks like a nice bag, it has that nice hard side on it. It also has all of those goodies. I just love all the goodies in there. It normally is $210.99, and it's on sale for $179.95. And as we had mentioned before, Truecut products, the Truecut combos are 20% off right now. Also, in addition to that, if you are looking at other products on our website, we have another coupon that's going on. You can do SewCreative SewCreative, which is SewCreative Live Spring Social, which will get you 15% off eligible items. And we have over 34,000 eligible items. I also had seen a comment. Let me see if I can find it. It made me happy. So if you were on yesterday, we had Arrow. Harley was joining us, and he had showed us the Arrow chairs. So this one made me super happy. Debbie put, I just placed an order for the Arrow Buttons chair. Great special event pricing on that. So super, super pumped about that. I was thinking I need to show Harley that I am currently missing something in my studio. So if you take a peek here, can anybody see what's missing there? I think it's the Arrow chair. I think I need to talk to him this afternoon and be like, I got to get me one of those chairs. Figure out which kind I like. So we'll take a peek and see if Anna is ready. Anna, are you ready to be pulled back up?
Almost.
All right.
My
Sounds
camera's
good.
upside down.
No problem at all.
I think you know what? I think I can work with it now.
Okay, let's give it a try. If you need to adjust, just let us know.
Like I said, live TV. All right, here we go. So the lighting may not be super great because this is a different camera. Oh, there's my turnaround button. Okay, if you get dizzy, give me a second. I'm going to do something real quick. This is a newer camera. Look at there. You're going to learn online with me. Here we go. Okay, so this is the BabyLock flare. And again, I'm sorry for the lighting situation. This little camera is a little bit different than I'm used to. However, that doesn't take away how fantastic this little machine is. The great thing about the flare is it can do designs all the way up from teensy weensy designs all the way up to a 6 1/4 by 10 1/4 inch hoop. That means you can make big things. How exciting is that? The one I use the most on this machine is, of course, my 5x7, just because I love making things that are a little bit bigger. However, we can do a lot on here. There are 293 built-in designs. You have something that is called design database transfer, because this machine is wirelessly, or you can use it wirelessly to connect to a program called Design Database Transfer and wirelessly send over your embroidery designs to this machine. So can you use a USB? Absolutely. But can you be on your computer and just send a design over? Absolutely. So that's the great thing. One of the great things I think BabyLock has come out for this size machine is we can make it easier. You're able to edit on screen. So I'm going to go home. Here are your built-in designs, and you're able to edit on screen, add designs to a design. You can change the size up to 20% larger, 10% smaller. We can do lettering. We can really do almost anything we want in here. So let me just pop on and show you a couple easy little things. So if I go to Delicate, I can zoom through and find a little design that I like. And here's a cute little rose design. And maybe I want to make a little candle mat out of that. All I have to do is select set. And if I wanted to add initials or a monogram, I can do that. Now I can use the pre-built-in designs, or I can bring in another design from another designer. So all I have to do is select add, and if I wanted to put embroider or a name in there or someone's last name initial, all I have to do is select the letter, hit set, and it's right in the center. Now here's what's really cool about the letters built in here. There's not really a range. Now it will stop you, but it's not the 20%, 10% larger. Basically, we can make it as large as it allows us. So that's much bigger than 20% bigger. And we can make it a lot smaller. And that's a lot smaller than the 10% smaller rule. Now it's with the other designs that we can't bring them in and make them larger, because, and there's a rule about that, is that you need software for that. Because when we make an embroidery design, or when we bring an embroidery design and we try to stretch it out bigger, you're stretching out the same amount of stitches. So when we make it bigger, it's not putting any extra stitches in there. Kind of the reverse for smaller. So when it's smaller, you're stacking stitches on top of each other and there's nothing in there that's taking out stitches. So that's why you see on embroidery machines, you can generally only go up about 20 and 10 and down 10. So it's really easy. I have, it's going to fuss at me right now because I have a different hoop on. But you can see all I have to do is bring in my design and get to stitching. So let me show you real quickly how I'm creating a little coaster. Now I've got most of it already stitched out just for time purposes, but this is how I designed it. Now, if you have any of the BabyLock machines, you will have this little function right here. And let me put my finger right there. I hate that it's so dark. And these are your built-in shapes. And we can do whatever we want. We are the masters of our sewing room, right? And so generally you might grab a shape, and the shapes have a bunch of different designs, different frames, we call them. And I could select one and I could actually turn that into a patch if I wanted to and put a name or another design in there. I could just have a tea towel and just want to put an initial or a monogram in the center and just stitch out a pretty little frame around it. Well, I was digging around. Well, I've been doing this for a long time, but I was digging around one day and I noticed in our shapes we have just a single stitch. That's good for me because I like to make them in the hoop designs. So I said, why can't I make my own in the hoop designs with a flare? Well, I can. So I'm going to grab this square and I'm going to scroll over, and I have some little buttons that you can't see down here. And I'm going to use this shape right here. And all it is a single run. And I'm going to select set. I'm going to change the size by selecting my size button. And this is my proportionally larger button right here. It's a square with 4 arrows facing out. And I'm going to change that to about 3.5. Actually, this is a small coaster. You can do it as large as you want. And then all I'm going to do after that is select OK. At this point, I'm going to save this to my machine. And I have this little button right here that is our memory key. And it's a little pocket with an arrow going in. So I'm going to tap that. And I'm going to save it to the machine. And I can recall that later. Because when we're making an in the hoop project, we kind of need a tack down. And then we need another shape to attach our backing pieces. And if you've never seen this done before, it'll make more sense in a little while. So I'm going to leave that guy right there. He's basically going to be my tack down for my material. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a pretty like quilting fill design. And there are some built-in ones in here. So I'm going to select add. And I'm going to come up to here, this little section right here of these fun built-in designs. And with the flare, there are some new built-in designs that are absolutely stunning. So that's going to be right in here. So basically, if you can see this, this is a full kind of a quilting, kind of a fill design that it fits in the 6 by 10 inch hoop. This beautiful flower. I love these little safari guys, and this fits in the 6 by 10 hoop. I'm going to use the arrow, and I have more. But if you keep, oh, this one's my favorite. The little llama, how adorable. I'm going to keep scrolling though, because towards the end here, I have some quilting designs. So if I put that in there, you can see it fills up the whole hoop. So I know I personally don't want to use that one because I don't want to use my 6 by 10 hoop. However, you can do whatever you want. I'm actually going to scroll over one more page, and I'm going to use this little guy right here. And he is going to stitch outside of that square. For me, that's actually okay. I'm going to leave it like that. I'm going to select set. It's just going to be my quilting design. I am going to change the size of it just a little bit. Actually, I'm going to change it as much as it lets me. It'll let me go down 10%. And that's just going to save me some thread. So I'm going to use the proportionally smaller key, which is a square with 4 arrows going in, and just press and hold, and it'll stop when it's done. So this may not be making a whole lot of sense now, but when we're done with it, it'll make a little bit more sense. Why am I letting that stitch all the way out of my placement line? And it really doesn't matter because a lot of that's going to get trimmed off. But think about this. When you make a quilt, you stitch all the way to the edge. And then the binding encapsulates everything. So it's kind of going to encapsulate those threads so they don't unravel. So that's kind of how I think about it. I'm then going to select OK. And now is where I'm going to add my initial or whatever design you want right here. And this would be a great gift for Easter right now. When we're building in the hoop designs, you want to think of layers. What's going to stitch first, what's going to stitch second, what's going to stitch third. And in this case, we're going to have 4 stitches or 4 color stops. So I need to make sure I put my initial or whatever I'm going to put in there right now. So I'm going to select add. I'm going to come to my fonts, which we have 14 different fonts. We have these beautiful large fonts. Now these are really big. I'm not going to use those, but you can see they're giant. Or I can use my built-in fonts that I can use to make quilt labels or do whatever I want, really. So I'm going to select this one right here and just select the letter A because I'm Anna and select set. And she's right there. Now from this point, I can change the size. I can make her a little bit bigger if I want to. There she is. And I'm just going to leave that in the center. However, I need one more stitch because I wanted to attach a envelope backing. So I've got my 2 pieces of fabric here. I wanted to attach a backing. Now, we're going to think of this as we're going to put the backing pieces on top and then we're going to turn them inside out. So I need that same square because that is my placement. I want a finishing stitch. And remember earlier, I saved that to the machine. So all I have to do is go to add. I can come to my pocket. That's where my designs are saved that I saved to the machine or to a USB stick. You can save it to a USB. You can also save it back wirelessly. What? Absolutely you can. And we're going to select the machine. And here is the design I saved. You can, let's not worry about that. That was me playing. But here it is right here. I just tap on that and hit set, and it's going to go directly on top of that first placement. Now when I'm done, all I have to do is select edit in. Now I have a lot of things to do. I can rotate, I can move, I can put my finger on here and move it. I can use the move keys to move it around. I can flip things around. I can color change each little area if I want to. This A, if I want it to show up in pink, I can change it. It's whatever you want. The next page is basically your tracing page. Let's put it that way. So if you've got something hooped and you've got it marked, there are many different ways with this machine to check if you are hooped correctly. But this one, basically, I'll show you a little trace. Let's come over here. See, I've got most of it already stitched out. Ooh, I already don't. Let's see. So if I select the trace button, it's going to trace exactly where the design is going to stitch, which is super duper helpful. Oh, I love that spring word. Funny story. That's what my mom was going to name me. Okay. I like Anna better, but adorable. Okay. So after checking that out, making sure everything's where it's supposed to be, I can just select OK. And now I can go to embroidery and stitch it out. Now with this design, I'm going to stitch everything out except for the very last stitch directly on a piece of cotton fabric and some batting underneath. Let's tilt this down a little bit. There we go.
Anna,
Uh-huh.
what size hoop are you using right now?
This is the 5x7.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for reminding me to say that.
You're good.
Now that I've stitched out everything, and of course I just did that for, time purposes, I'm going to take 2 pieces of fabric that are folded wrong sides together. I have a nice little crease right here, or little fold. And I'm going to go a little over halfway and lay the folded edge towards the center. Then come back with my other fabric. I love this fabric, so cute. And I'm going to overlap about 1.5 inches. And then I'm going to take some embroidery tape. There's many, many out there. And I'm going to go all the way across and lay that across those openings. Now, this is where you want to be careful. You never want to leave any openings open because the foot can get caught up in there. Another trick I use is I'll take a piece of, let's say, wash away topper, and you can lay it down on top as well, and that helps. But it is a little wasteful. I'm actually going to, give me just a second. I'm going to go home and pull up my original design so I know it's going to fit in there perfectly. And another cool thing about this is you can jump through stitches, which means if, let's say, your bobbin runs out or whatever, you can always back up 10 or 20 stitches. And I can show you that here in just a moment. Now, this is my last stitch. Oh, I forgot to mention. Let's see that awesome advanced needle threader. What? So, BabyLock is known for its needle threaders. They are amazing. They're, to me, never miss. Like, it's my fault if it doesn't get in there. Like, I didn't have the slack on the thread correctly, or I'm using too small of a needle. And I will tell you that probably the smallest needle for the needle threader is a 75 because it has a little wire that's got to go through the hole. Now I'm going to drop the foot. I have guided my thread, let me show you, through a little series of holders. And there's a little lever. You can't really see me pushing it down, but you can see this part. There's a little lever that comes down, and watch this. Ta-da! Threader is, the needle is threaded. All right. So now what I'm going to do is push start, and we're going to watch it finish up. And it's just, it's going to go around once, but if you want to be really secure, you can have it go around twice. I would just back it up a stitch. Look at this. It goes through so many layers. It's so amazing. I love it. Love this machine. I was lucky enough, BabyLock asked me to do a series of classes on this machine last year, and I hope they asked me to do it again because it was so much fun. We have made so many great projects. Now, let me show you about how easy it is to back up. If you need to, let's say, your bobbin runs out or your thread snaps or whatever, on the embroidery screen, there's a really very user-friendly, by the way. There's a little minus and plus sign right here. And all I have to do is go back. I do 20 stitches before I restart my embroidery. It covers up where the thread stopped. So that way you're kind of locking your threads in. So we can always go back one, or you go 1, 2. I can advance through colors. So that means that I can go to step 2, and I can see step 2 right here. right here. So it's really easy. Now, if you're doing quilting in the hoop, can you turn off the locking system so you don't have little knots? Absolutely. I have this little guy right here. I just end color trim off. Now, does it cut all your jump stitches? Heck yeah, it does. Oh my gosh, our favorite thing in embroidery is to trim that jump stitch, right? We don't want all those strings every which way. So BabyLock, again, is known for that. It's amazing. I can change the tension mostly, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it out to the world, that a lot of times when there are tension problems, there's 3 things we're going to tell you to do first before you mess with any of the tensions. Well, let's say 4. The first one is rethread your top thread. Just cut it, pull it out its natural progression, and then rethread it. Pop the bobbin case or pop the bobbin out and rethread it, and change your needle and see if that helps. If that doesn't help, you can mess with the top tension, or you can mess with the bobbin case tension a little bit. I wouldn't go too crazy. If you're still having problems, go to your dealer. That is going to be your best bet, because there may be some thread caught somewhere or something like that, and that's hard to get to for you. But this is such a great machine. Now let's see what we've got over here. All right, I've got my little guy. And all I'm going to do now, in just a couple minutes, we're going to switch over to the Soprano, and we're going to do a top stitch, and we're going to trim it and then do a top stitch just to clean it up a little bit. However, this is what it looks like right now, and you're like, what? If you've never done in the hoop, you're probably like, what? So again, it's super easy and a lot of fun. Now here is a actual mug rug that I made using that same technique. I even made my own applique using those shapes. So there's so much you can do. So again, I just made this in my 5x7 hoop. I could have made it a lot larger. I could make with the 6x10, I could make trivets on my own. So there's so much you can do. I think I have the other one over there. And I'm also going to show you another cute project that you can do. It is in multiple parts. It's not my design, but the whole thing was done on a 5x7 hoop. So I am going to now, so you don't get dizzy, because I get dizzy very easily, switch back over to me. Hi. It's back to me, and you're going to see me moving that camera over to the Soprano. So here it goes. Once again, I'm tangled.
This gives us the perfect opportunity to see all your wonderful projects in the background. So we're enjoying looking at them.
I love to sew, obviously, and I love to embroider. I have so much fun. Like I said, I am a lucky girl. I get to do everything that I love to do, and I think sewing is such a great therapy. So it's, when I come home from work, all I want to do is come in my sewing room, and much to my husband's chagrin, I'm like, hi, bye. All right, so we're going to pop her out of the hoop right now, okay? She's popped. And I'm going to grab a pair of scissors. Now, you could use a pair of I'm making noises. A pair of pinking shears, whatever you like to use. It's really not necessary, but it's really up to you. Rebecca, I agree. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and I don't know if you guys can, you can see the line. I'm going to trim away about 1/4 inch away from that line. And I'm just going to use a pair of scissors. Normally with this, I would just use my rotary cutter, but time purposes, I'm just going to trim around. And I'm going to say, no matter, Now I am a BabyLock girl, but no matter what machine you have, you can always come up with some great ideas and use your machine for different things. That's what I love to do, is figure out different ways to use my machine. All right, so now I have this little guy, and you're like, what is that? Well, I'm going to remove that tape that we placed down. Looking at our time here, making sure I got some time. Perfect. And now all I'm going to do is take and flip this inside out. Now this is the tiniest coaster. This is like a baby coaster. I should have made it bigger, but it's cute. And I'm just going to flip it inside out. So that envelope backing is kind of like an envelope backing on a pillow. So there. And I'm going to grab a turning tool and just smooth out those edges. How fun is that? Oh yeah, the little sewing machine. Isn't that cute? I love that too. One of my favorite projects, and you can see it directly behind me. Well, there's two of my favorite projects. Directly behind me is the paper piece hummingbird. That was all quilted. You can see those are 1-inch crosshatch quilting. That was all done on the Soprano. So I absolutely love to sew. It's one of my favorite things. Okay, so here we go. This way. There we go. Now, generally, I would go and give this a good press. You always want to press from the back on embroidery. Try not, if you can, put a pressing cloth or something like that over the embroidery if you need to press from the front. We don't want to scorch those threads. But look how cute that is. Is that not adorable? Oh my gosh, I love this. I know what people are getting for Easter this year. Not this small. But, so I would press this. Thanks, Marcia. I love that jellyfish too. That one's the other favorite. And, of course, the BabyLock design back here. So now what I'm going to do is take this to the Soprano and put a little baby top stitch around the edge. Now I can take some steam-a-seam or something like that and fuse this close, or you can hand stitch it closed or leave it open. I always leave mine open. You can hide treasures in there, right? All right, well, let's jump over to the Soprano and talk about her for a minute. This one's Sophie, the Soprano. So I've had her for a long time, and I just absolutely love her. She's one of my best friends. I don't know if that's sad or not, but she is one of my best friends. So let's switch over and take a look at her. And again, I will look through for questions here in a little bit. Let's see here. There we go. Oh, and it's upside down again. Great. Let's see if I can get it. There we go. All right. Nothing like flying by the seat of your pants, right? Okay, so let's take a look at her real quick. And again, I'm sorry for the lighting. My other camera would have done great with this. But look how cute she is. Now, first off, I always get questions about my stickers. So I'll go ahead and mention that. BabyLock does have stickers for your sewing machine. I'm sure Tricia could get them for you guys. I am a bee girl. I love bees. My group is the logo is a bee. So they had these bee stickers, and I absolutely love them. So I covered my whole machine with them. So it's not very professional looking, but if you can't have fun in your sewing room, where can you have fun? All right, so the great thing about the Soprano is you do have 8 inches here. So you've got a great big room right here to work on quilts or any sewing projects that you have. It is all touch screen. And this is an LCD, am I correct? Yeah, LCD screen. You've also got LCD lights. So you see my fingers touching this? I'm not getting burned. How awesome is that? All my stitches, now there are 300 different stitches in there, and I know we're always like, what am I going to do with those stitches? However, you have garment stitches, you have 10 buttonhole stitches, you have button sew-on stitches, you have satin stitches, decorative stitches. You've got every stitch known to man in there in case you want to do anything. I'm going to just lift this up because if you look right up here, and I'm not going to get a close up of that, but all my stitches are up here. So I know if I want a cute little floral stitch, I can just select number 41 over here. So they're always at my fingertips. Now I can use my book. However, I don't have to go digging for my book. So they're right here for me. Easy, super easy threading system. And again, that advanced, never missed needle threading. And one of my can't live without buttons, the scissors. I have to have scissors on my, that is my, I will not buy a machine if it does not have the scissors on it. I love that feature. So let's take a look at this little area right here. Okay, so this is where the magic happens. So I can tell it what stitch to use. I can adjust my stitches and do all that. However, there are some features I'm going to show you that are my absolute favorite. The first one is the advanced pivoting system. I turn this on every time I turn on my machine, and it has this little button right here. It's a foot with a needle going down. It also has some tie-off features and some cutting features that I'll show you. So basically, this all right here is like a traditional sewing machine, except for it's all computerized, which makes everything really easy. So if I want to use a zigzag stitch, it's going to show me that zigzag stitch, which is really nice. Let's go back to that little flower I was talking about. So I just have to push one extra button, and then I type in the number I want, and look, there's my design right there. So I can see what I'm doing. Now, the majority of the designs, I can change the size. There are some that I'm not going to be able to. And that's just because you're limited with, I shouldn't say limited, because you have a 7, is it 9 or 7? Oh, a 7-inch, or 7-inch, excuse me, 7 millimeter width in your sewing area. So that's pretty huge. That's really big. So those stitches are going to come out really, really big. Let's see what else. Buttonholes. Buttonholes are super easy. Because I have, and I'll show you this in just a minute, this easy one-step buttonhole system. So I can select number 80, and that's going to be my buttonhole. I even have button sew on, which is super cool. It comes with a ton of feet. So I've got all kind of feet over here. And you can see this table. Well, let me show you this table. It comes with this table. Can you see this? This extra table. So I have a lot more room when I'm sewing. And it can hold up my big, let's say, purse patterns or whatever I'm working on, my quilt. But it also does come with the regular accessory tray. But I love this right here. So this holds your traditional feet. Look at that. That's so cool. And then you have additional feet, like let's say a 1/4-inch foot. You have a walking foot. You can put a guide on it. You have a zipper foot. You have your free motion feet. You have darning feet. You have everything at your disposal. Even that button sew on foot. So cool. Love it. Now, let's go ahead, because I'm getting short on time, and show you how easy it is to use the sewing part of the machine to put a top stitch around this little guy. And once again, what was I going to say? I don't remember, but that's okay. I'm going to put it on a straight stitch. Oh, once again, I would have pressed this really good. However, you know, details. All right, so we're going to zoom down in here so you can see what's happening, and hopefully it'll adjust for me. And I'm just going to put a little bit of an 1/8 of an inch top stitch around the whole entire thing. Now, I told you a minute ago that I'm going to be using the advanced needle pivot system. And what is that? So basically, right now, if I were to, if I were to start sewing, what would happen is the the needle would stay down, but the foot wouldn't raise when I go to turn a corner. So I want to push a special button. So when I start to sew, where's the foot? Y'all got to see me flail today. I love it. Okay. I'm going to drop my needle and I'm going to start sewing. But watch what happens when I take my foot off of the foot pedal. The needle stays down, the foot raises. I turn this on for everything. Chain piecing is so much fun with this feature. It makes life so much easier. But you can see I can turn corners. I don't have to use my knee lift. Now it does come with a knee lift, but I don't have to. So I'm going to start coming around this corner and we're coming at a little bit of a curve. So that means when I stop, I can make little minute movements because that foot is raising and come all the way around. And can you see how thick this material is? It's riding right through it. Now, I'm going to tell you guys a secret. If you're new to sewing, always keep your hands in front. Never put your hands in the back. And why is that? Because we have the tendency to want to help the machine. And that's just natural. But if you've got a good, strong machine like the BabyLock Soprano, you don't need to help the machine. You're just there to guide the fabric, the material. Oops, got a little fast on that one. Almost done. And you can see I'm doing this one-handed because I don't need to help the machine at all. I'm just there to guide the fabric. Now, what I was saying earlier is if we are sewing and we come back here and we pull that fabric back, you're bringing the needle back and you have the possibility of hitting your bobbin case with that needle and causing all kinds of problems. So we want to keep our hands in the front of your project. Just a little side note. All right, and now I'm gonna just tie off just back stitch a little bit and cut it. Let me see how much time I have. I have a little bit more time. And there we go. And I'll just trim that. But look how cute that is. Oh my gosh, adorable. Oh, I love it. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to show you really quickly, I wanted to show you a couple things, but I think I'll show you the buttonhole, how easy it is real quick. Now I'm going to change the color thread so you can see it. We always cut at the top and pull out this way when you're changing threads. And the reason being is you have a lot of little springs and all kind of stuff up in here. When you're pulling it backwards, what happens is you have the possibility of catching a tensioner or something very important to your machine. And we want to keep our machines happy and out of the spa. Now they should go to the spa once or twice, or once a year or once every 2 years, depending on how much you sew. But we don't want any unnecessary spa trips. All right, watch this. Boom, it's threaded. I just love that. Oh my goodness. All right, so I am going to change my foot. Now the feet are snap-on feet, super easy. And what I want to do is take my buttonhole foot. Now I always forget to bring a button, but I have this little guy here. And what you want to do is you have this little opening, and you've probably seen something like this before. And we measure our button by that little opening. So we're going to say that is terrible, but we're going to say our button is about that big. And with a real button, you can actually leave it in there. I'm going to drop my foot. See how easy that was? It's just a little button. And now I have one more thing to do. I need to take this little lever. Let me get in front a little bit more. There we go. That's a tiny bit better. There we go. So I want to take this little lever and I'm going to put it behind this little lever right here where my finger is. That's it. That's all I've got to do. Oh, and I need to tell it I'm doing a buttonhole. That would be nice. And watch. It will measure that button in the back here. Oh, that's what I did that wrong, didn't I? My button's supposed to go in the back. Details. Okay. So what we're going to do is drop the foot and watch this. I'm actually going to unplug my foot, and I'm not going to do anything. I'm letting the machine do all the work. I'm not using my foot pedal or anything. I do have a nice little thread tail there, but that's it. So super easy, so beautiful every time. Miss Dana, I'm not quite sure of that question. We can have Tricia answer that for us because I really don't know. It's a good question. Okay, I'm going to cut my thread, lift my foot, and there's my buttonhole. Oh, wait, you can't see it, but you can now. Perfect. I just got to clean up. That was from me leaving the thread tails. But how easy is that? Now I can go on my shirt and all the buttonholes will be the same exact width. So I can just plop the foot down again. And let's get that tail out of the way. Let's take a prettier one. There we go. Of course I can stop it and trim. But, you know. Now the quilting, the walking foot is awesome. So it's a really great little walking foot. You can slide a little guide on it, and I'll just kind of show that off to the side here. So the guide is really cool because just like in the Hummingbird, and this is what I used in the Hummingbird paper piece up there, is I just set the guide to be, I think that maybe that's 1/2 inch apart. 1/2 inches apart, and I can just sew and have straight, perfect lines every time. Lift the foot. That one looks a lot better. So just got to trim that thread. But you can see they're the same exact length. Ah, so exciting. So let me show you a couple samples just so you can see what I love to do on these machines. Hope we're doing okay on time. Let's see. There I am. Hi. I'm back. Okay. So here's my little girl, my little coaster. That was super quick, super easy. And yes, it does so beautifully. Oh, I love it. It goes through multiple layers, and I just absolutely love that. So okay. So I showed you this guy here. Now, again, this is the type of things you can do. I just grabbed this because someone made it for me, but just adding embellishments to anything you can use. Now, this one was off of the flare. So take a beautiful napkin and put initials on them. Now, those 2 little flourishes are built into the machine. So there are tons of things you can do with the built-in designs. Again, this was another in the hoop little mug rug that I made in the flare with the quiltings built in. The shapes are built in. I built the applique in there. You could totally do that. And this was the project I was talking about a little while ago. This is a Kimberbell project it's a charity project. But all the parts and pieces of this were made in the 5x7 hoop. So if you have this machine, you can put this little guy together. Now, it was multiple hoopings, but it was super easy to make. But see, this is another in the hoop project. Hi. And this is Shannon fabric. Isn't he cute? And then this guy, I still have to finish the binding, But I took a class, took my Soprano, and made this guy all in the hoop. This is a Bianni project. So all the quilting, it's sewed through vinyl, it sews through zippers, a little bit of everything. So this is multiple layers of that foam there. So there's so much you can do. You can do quilting in the hoop. So here we go. Quilting in the hoop. See those beautiful flowers? Isn't that fun? So you're just going to follow the directions of the designer for quilting in the hoop. There you go. This just has another little fun design with it that I added on. Oh, I guess this is separate. So do you recognize that? That design's in the flare. So you could do something like this. Make a little patch. Make a little applique. So there's so much to do with these machines. And I was just trying to see if there's anything else. Again, the quilting on this guy is, you can see it from far away. And I love when you can see quilting from far away. It's awesome. So, Tricia, I think I'm done. And oh, I'm so excited you're giving away a BabyLock Joy. Oh my gosh, that's a great machine. I love that little machine. I can't.
I'm so sorry about that. There's a little bit of echo when we're both on. So Brian said he's trying to play whack-a-mole with the audio. So if you hear me hesitate for a second, that's why. Don't mind. I will go ahead and do the giveaway after we say our goodbyes. But correct me if I am wrong. Does the Soprano come with the extension table?
Yes, it does. And I love that because I don't have to buy it separately. It comes right with it and I just place it on and I leave it on all the time. I don't change it at all. When I carry it from area to area, I carry it with it.
All right. And I do want you to share where everybody can find you because you have such awesome tips.
I will pull that up right now. All right, so I'm just copying it right now, and I will put that in the chat. Can I put it in the chat?
Go ahead and put it in the comments, and we'll share it. And we'll also share it on our Facebook group, too.
I think I can only get it in the private chat for myself, so yeah, it'll be in the private chat.
Perfect. Brian said he'll go ahead and share it.
So much. Thank you so much.
Sorry about the audio issues, but thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you, Anna. And I'm going to go over some special pricing on these wonderful machines. So thank you for demonstrating them. Have a wonderful day. We're working through the technical difficulties, right? So before we do our giveaway, I want to go over that special event pricing. I should say the pricing, and then you have to call for the special event pricing. That's what I'm trying to say. So the first one that I want to show you is the Flare. The Flare is such a great embroidery machine that normally has an MSRP of $3,999 on sale for $1,999. This is a special event pricing. You can call in, get an even better price on this machine. Just keep in mind, like I said, this is an embroidery only. So you can have your Flare set up and then you can have your Soprano set up over on the right-hand side, right? That has a 6x10 embroiderable field and it does have color sort, which is the thread color sorting. So less thread changes. That's always nice. And you can transfer designs via Wi-Fi with this machine as well. So the Soprano, we're going to look at that machine. That is marketed as a quilting machine, but it really is an all-over great machine. You could do it for quilting, piecing, sewing, garment sewing, all sorts of good stuff. The MSRP on that particular machine is $2,924.99, on sale for $2,499.99. But that is not the special event pricing. Make sure that you do give us a call and we can get you an even better price than that. As we mentioned, the extension table is included. And I do believe I had seen a question regarding how many feet come with that machine. Product specialist, ladies, if you don't mind putting that in the chat, if it's not in there already, that would be awesome. But I think it's about 15 presser feet, including a walking foot. So you get a ton of presser feet. And a couple features on this machine that I just have to say again is that pivot function. That pivot function is amazing. When you take your foot off the foot control, the presser foot's going to lift for you and your needle stays down. So this is great for chain piecing and all sorts of other applications. Excuse me. Also, the automatic fabric sensor system. How cool is that? The machine is going to sense the material and adjust accordingly. I just think that is so, so cool. Good job, BabyLock. I just want to back up really quick and talk about the flare. So in addition to calling in for the special event pricing, right now you can also get the free bonus accessories. And I believe, yeah, it's about a $215 value. You get 6 months of SewEd online classes. And believe me, BabyLock does an amazing job with their education. So you can go on and get tutorials, a lot of tips, and it's wonderful. So, so worth it. Also, you're going to get the free 6x6 embroidery hoop. So that is an added value. And then 8 spools of the Madeira rayon thread. So in addition to special event pricing, you get a whole lot more goodies as well. And Brian, speaking of specials, do you want to go ahead and show everybody where they can go on our website to see what these specials are?
Definitely.
Thank you.
So if we're not able to answer your questions in the chat, if the educator has to go off before they get you all the information you need, you can go to our website, which is www.sewingpartsonline.com. And right here on the homepage, you can click See Specials. Every product that's being demonstrated during SewCreative Live is right here on this page. So you can see the flares right here. If you have questions about the Soprano, I think it's down towards the bottom a little bit. So you can go click on the product page and there's a full product description, tells you all of the specifications, what accessories come with it, what optional accessories are available. And if you still have questions, you can call us at 888-824-1192 and our CSRs are ready to answer all your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, who's ready to win a BabyLock Joy? I think we should do a giveaway. All right. Let's see who the winner is. This is a wonderful machine. It's a mechanical machine. It is great for taking to classes or maybe a beginner one, or you could also teach somebody to sew on it. But somebody that sews frequently can also benefit from a great little mechanical machine as well. We ready? Oh, I'm a talking. Sorry, guys. We would just want to see who the winner is, right? All right. So let's go ahead and pick. Yay, Mitzi Davis. Congratulations. You are the winner of the BabyLock Joy. Alex, may I have you come grab this for me? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. And before we go into our next segment, I just want to talk about what the next giveaway is going to be. We are going to be doing a mesh fabric along with a Sewing Parts Online gift card of $30. And you'll see why both of these are going to come in handy after we bring Kelsey up and she shows you what she's making today. So is Kelsey ready to come up today?
I believe she is, but I just want to remind you that also part of the giveaway is that what Kelsey makes live during the stream is going to be included, which is pretty special.
So that's pretty special. If you didn't hear Brian, he had mentioned that in addition to the gift card and the mesh fabric, you're also going to be getting what Kelsey is making today. So that's extra fun. All right. Well, let's go ahead and bring Kelsey up as soon as she is ready. Hello, Kelsey. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing very well. It feels like it's been forever since I've seen you. I've been off TikTok.
Oh, I have too, actually. I've been busy with other things, so I haven't posted very much lately, but.
Aw. Well, how are things in your world? Are you doing lots of projects or just what's keeping you busy?
My cat got hurt, so he had to have his leg amputated.
That would do it. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, he's okay. But it kind of
Glad
threw
to
a
hear
wrench
he's okay.
into all of my crafting. But
That makes sense. Well, I am sorry to hear that, but hopefully making some projects today will bring a little joy, right?
yeah, I hope so.
All right. Well, do you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what you're going to be making first?
Yes. Okay. So I am Kelsey. I do videos on TikTok and I just started a YouTube page. It's Kelsey Crafts. And I do lots of different crafts. My little bio says I'm a craftaholic who dabbles in lots of different things because it's pretty true. So today I am going to teach you how to make beeswax food wraps, which is an alternative to plastic wrap. And then I'm going to teach you how to make a reusable kitchen sponge. So cuts down on, single use or disposable sponges. So
sounds good. All right. Well, I'll let you get into your first project. If you need me to pop on or anything, just let me know when you need to switch things around.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what a beeswax food wrap does first. These are some that I have made previously, and it's just a piece of fabric, 100% cotton, mixed with pine rosin, beeswax, and jojoba oil. And you coat it in it, and then you warm it up in your hand. This one is very sticky. And then once you warm it up, it kind of melts just a little bit and gets sticky. You can kind of hear the stickiness. And one of my favorite things to do with these when I demonstrate them is to take a glass with water, and then you warm this up and you put it over the top. It kind of reminds me of like press and seal from like saran wrap. And you just push it on, and then it doesn't leak at all. There's no water on the edge there, and it keeps it nice and sealed. So if I have something like, especially in a mason jar and I don't have a lid, this is great for that. I also put my kids' sandwiches in them for lunch, or like apple slices, because you can fold this into a little bit of a bag. I'll show you that really quick, and then I'll show you how to make them. But you do the same thing. You just warm it up in your hands, and then how I do it, there's lots of different ways you can do it, but I fold it in half. And then I take the one side and I fold it over once like that, and then twice again to seal it off. And then you just pinch it closed, and then do the same thing to this other side. And then you have a little bag. And then when you fill it, you can do the same thing, just fold it over and pinch it to create a seal. And it makes, like, I sent apple slices with my kids, and I didn't do anything to them to keep them from going brown or anything. I just put them in here, and my kids said they were great at lunch. They ate them all. So I didn't see what they looked like when they got home, but it keeps stuff fresh. I've put it on my cheese to keep it fresh in the fridge. And it works really well for that kind of thing. And then to clean them, you just use cold water and dish soap. Don't use hot water because it can melt the stuff off. But that is what a beeswax wrap is. Now let's make one. So I take 100% cotton fabric. You don't want to use anything with synthetics in it because it can melt, and that would not be fun. So I have these two fabrics from Moda Fabrics, and I am in love with them. And I cut these, you can cut them any size you want. I like 9x9 for just kind of everyday things. So I cut mine 9 inches by 9 inches, and let me show you. I cut it so that it has kind of a wavy edge with my pinking blade rotary cutter. That just helps it not fray, because as we all know, cotton fabric really likes to do that. So I pre-washed this and ironed it, and then cut it with the pinking rotary cutter. And then for the mixture, let me kind of bring you over here a little bit. The mixture is beeswax, pine rosin, and jojoba oil. You need 1 cup of beeswax, and I'll show you the one that I have been using. It is organic white beeswax. Got all of these on Amazon. It's really not that expensive. So beeswax, and then pine rosin. This is the one that I use, and you want it to be ground up because otherwise you're going to have a mess on your hands. And then jojoba oil. There we go. You need 1 cup of beeswax and a 1/2 cup of pine rosin and 2 tablespoons of jojoba oil. Now, something I have found is you don't want to dump the whole 1/2 cup of pine rosin in at the same time because it just clumps and doesn't melt into the beeswax. So I do it by the tablespoon, and that is 8 tablespoons. So do 1 tablespoon at a time, mix it up really good, make sure it's melted. I have it on a kind of double boiler situation. So this pot right here has water down in the bottom of it, and then I just have my glass bowl on top. And you want to be careful because steam can come out the sides. So be really careful that you don't burn yourself. It's not fun. So you get it all mixed down, and then I use a foam roller, just a paint roller, to spread it onto my fabric. And then I also have, this is my kind of just made it up as I went along. I have my pancake griddle on warm. You don't need it any hotter than that. And then I just bought this pan at the dollar store because it fits in my griddle. And then it keeps the wax contained and not all over my griddle. So I put the pan on there, turn it on warm, let it heat up, and then I just take my fabric and I lay it out, and I grab the roller with stuff on it, and then you just roll it on. And you want it coated but not super heavily. So just spread it out. That's making a fun noise. Spread it out just like that. Make sure it's just evenly coated, and the hot plate under, or the griddle underneath, just helps it stay melted so you can spread it out. And then you just pick it up, and I kind of wave it just a little bit, and then to kind of dry it a little bit. And then I have a cooling rack for like baking that I just set it on to let it cool. So I'm gonna put it over here. So it's just on a cooling rack, and it doesn't take that long to cool. I do like to make sure, like I like to let them sit overnight before I really use them so that stuff can just dry really good and kind of incorporate into the fabric. I found that that makes them work a lot better, but I'll show you that again. Same thing, you just put your fabric on your little hot plate, grab your mixture on your roller, and then just roll it onto the fabric. And it takes a little bit of trial and error to figure out for you which, you know, how the best way to get it fully saturated is, but it's really pretty easy. And then you just pick it up, wave it just a little bit to dry it, and then I put it over here. And now this other one, I can show you, it's dried and stiff. I'm not going to scrunch it yet because it's still warm. But this one is done. You just let it sit overnight and you're ready to use it. Let me do this other one because I just love this fabric. I just thought that was so pretty. So once again, I just make sure that my roller is loaded up and then I kind of tap it on the side so that it doesn't drip all over my counter. And then just roll it on.
Kelsey,
Yes.
Maggie's asking, is that a foam roller?
Yes, it is. It is just, let me, where did I put? I have the package. It's just a foam roller from like Home Depot or Walmart or anywhere that sells foam rollers. Just like for painting.
Perfect. Do you have a recommendation for those that are allergic to the pine rosin?
I have been asked that question and I don't know of any alternatives, but there might be some. I've seen people post about it online, that they're allergic to pine rosin. And I do have a video on my TikTok of how to make these. And there were questions like that. And I think some people have answered. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but you could go check that out, or a Google search might help. Sorry.
Oh, no problem at all. Brian said he's going to do some research and see if he can find anything as well.
Okay.
Joe is asking, does the pine rosin have an odor?
I have not noticed much of one, maybe a little bit, but I haven't noticed it transfer to the food at all that I've covered with them. Let me see. I'll smell it now and
Yeah, give it a sniff.
There's like a little bit of an odor, but it's not bad. It's like pretty minimal. So I hope that answers your question.
It sure does. The other one is, what is your YouTube channel?
My YouTube channel is Kelsey Crafts.
Perfect.
It's all pretty much the same everywhere. At least I try to make it.
It's nice when you can do that. You have to change it up in sometimes. So
yeah.
Michael is asking, how many pieces of fabric will the solution coat?
It depends on how much you put on and how big your fabric is. For these ones, I have found it makes, I want to say 20-ish 9x9
Oh, that's awesome.
wraps, give or take. But around 20 is about what I have found.
Very cool. And I have to just give Michael a shout out. He is a follower of ours on Facebook, and he's always commenting. So thank you, Michael. And thanks for joining us. Let's see. I think we've got another question here, if you are fine with answering a few more. We've got, are you rolling it onto the wrong side of the fabric, not the pretty side? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter because it's going to soak all the way through. So you can roll it onto either side. And I've done it with a couple of pieces on at the same time. I think I've done, not on this pan, but I had a bigger pan that I could do, I think just 2, maybe 3 on. And you just kind of stagger them a little bit and roll it on, and it melts all the way down through it. And I didn't have any issues with it not coating enough. So you can do it in faster batches than just one at a time if you want to as well.
Very cool. I see one more. You did touch on this, but just in case anybody's just hopping on, does the beeswax wraps absorb the odor of the product that you're wrapping it in?
Not that I have noticed. I've wrapped different kinds of cheeses. I've wrapped sandwiches. I put it over a can that I wasn't finished with, and I didn't notice any odors from those foods after I washed them. Obviously, just get a scrubby brush and some dish soap and some cold water, and then I didn't have any odors after that.
Speaking of washing, do you wash the fabric before making these?
Yes. You don't have to, but I like to, just so that I know that it's clean and any manufacturing starches or gunk is out of it before I put my food into it.
Perfect. All right. Well, I think that's all the questions for now. I'll let you keep going.
Awesome. Okay. So I think that's it for beeswax wraps. If anyone has any other questions, I can answer them at the end, or you can hurry and write them now. But
I actually just, I was able to, hold on. Got to turn on the mic. So I was able to find some information on Google about pine rosin. So you can actually make them without it. They just don't hold their shape as well. So you would have to use like rubber bands or something. But if somebody has an allergy or something, I feel like that's not a bad compromise.
Yeah, that's a good alternative.
yeah, the pine rosin helps make it sticky. And then the jojoba oil helps it stay flexible so that the pine rosin doesn't just harden up to a brick. So that's why we put all those things in there. I should have said that before. Sorry. But this is still my favorite way to display these, is to put water in and shake it and nothing comes out.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. When you did it right away, I was like, whoa, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a magic trick.
It is a magic trick.
I am magic. Just kidding. But yeah, so that is that. I'm going to get transferred over to my machine so that I can do the sponges. So if you have something you want to fill the time with.
I sure can.
Okay.
All right. Well, we will let her get all set up. We actually still have a couple of questions from the last segment, or this one was a statement. I love the BabyLock Verve. However, I would love to make larger designs. So the Verve is a great little machine. It is actually now discontinued, but the Aurora is the replacement, I believe. But the Flare is an awesome option if you're looking to make larger designs, I believe. Let me make sure I'm telling you correctly. Yeah, it has the 6x10 embroiderable area, so you get a much larger space. So that is awesome. The other comment we had was, I love my BabyLock Soprano machine. Had it for 3 years, a workhorse. You probably heard me say a couple of times now that Brian and I just got back from some BabyLock training, and we were looking at the Soprano there. And the general consensus about the Soprano is it's an awesome machine. Plus the fact that it comes with the extension table and all those presser feet and has that pivot function and the fabric sensor. It's just a really, really awesome machine. So just a reminder, guys, we are offering special event pricing on other machines as well. So if you have not seen a machine that you've been looking at and you're just really, really wanting to get some good pricing on it, give our customer service a call and they will get you hooked up. We are going to extend the special event pricing to all machines. We just have no way to show them all during this event. Same thing goes for the furniture. If you're looking at a specific piece of furniture and it just hasn't been displayed, give us a call. We're super happy to help you out there. I'm just going to,
I have something to say really quickly.
Sure.
So I've been asked to remind everybody for the giveaways. So we use an outside giveaway tool that collects all of your comments. And then when I press go, it raffles everybody who's entered the surprise word. You just have to enter the surprise word once and you'll get entered. However, there are a lot of people that enter the giveaways and the tool is only able to show a certain amount of names while it raffles it off. So for example, right now, 119 people have entered the giveaway, but while it's raffling, it might only be able to show 30 to 40 people's names, but all 119 people are in the giveaway raffle. So if you don't see your name while it's going off, it doesn't mean that you're not in it. You're still in it. Just wanted to let everybody know.
thank you, Brian. All right. The other thing that I wanted to remind you of, oh, she's back. We'll remind you later.
Okay.
All right, Kelsey.
So this is what my kitchen sponges look like. This is one that is in the giveaway for today. So if you win the giveaway for my segment, you get two of these. And what you need is cotton fabric, some batting. This is the Wrap and Zap. I 100% natural cotton batting. This is also really good for if you want to make microwavable bowl cozies or like potato cooking bags in the microwave. This is safe to use in the microwave. And then you also need some mesh fabric. I'm using By Annie's lightweight mesh fabric, and this one is the color Pewter. So you need 5 inches or 5 by 5 inches of fabric, 2 pieces of cotton fabric cut 5 by 5 inches. So let's cut that right now. I'm just going to square this up a little bit. Okay, here we go. And both of the projects that I've done today are from one fat quarter, and I can probably get 2 sets of sponges, 2 sets of sponges from this, and I cut out 2 beeswax wraps from one fat quarter, just to give you an idea of how far it goes. That. Okay. So here is the fabric, 2 pieces. And then you need 3 layers of the cotton batting, cut 5 by 5 as well. So I am just going to fold that one over a little bit. And if it's not perfect, that's okay, because you are going to trim it up a little bit anyway.
While you're doing that, Kelsey, I'm just going to answer this question. Brenda is asking, oh, that's the wrong one. We'll do that too.
You can use that one.
Yeah, she just said
that
that.
Discontinued because somebody bought it.
Yeah, she said, love the fabric that you're using. Unfortunately, it is now discontinued. We sold out of it. So Brenda, I'm sorry, we can't help you with that, but we have a lot of different options for you.
We still have plenty of Moda fat quarter bundles.
Yeah, there are lots of Moda fat quarter bundles. We have a lot of fun fabric. The other one that I was trying to click on is, does SPO sell the batting? We sure do. See, Lombard, we have a lot of different options. And also, I was explaining yesterday that in a future SewCreative Live event, we are going to have Hobbs Batting join us. So that's going to be a really, really fun segment. But sorry, Kelsey, I'll let you get back to it.
Oh, you're good. So once you get your 3 layers of batting cut, you need 1 layer of mesh. Now, I find it way easier when I'm turning it right side out to cut the mesh bigger than the other pieces. So I cut mine 6 inches by 6 inches. It just gives you a little bit more to hang on to when you are turning it right side out and sewing it down. So that's why I do that. Okay, so you have your mesh, your batting, and your 2 pieces of fabric. So let's move. Well, actually right here, I'm going to show you how we put it together first. So you're going to take your 3 pieces of batting and set them down. You're going to take 1 layer of your fabric, lay it down right side up, take your mesh and lay that over it, and then take your other layer of fabric and lay it right side down. And then I'm going to pin it down, and I usually just do 1 on every side. And then when you sew it down, you want to leave an opening on one of the sides. It doesn't matter which side, but leave an opening maybe like this big so that you can turn it right side out. So let's come over to the machine. Hopefully you guys can see this okay. Okay. Let me know if that is not working very well for you guys.
Looks good.
Okay. So I use a 1/2 inch seam allowance around the edges just so that I know that it's getting a really good, it's getting all the fabric and making sure everything is nice and sewn down. So and I also back stitch on in the opening so that when I turn it, those stitches don't come out. Okay. So now you should have something that looks like this with an opening in the top. You're going to take some scissors and we're going to trim the sides here. We're going to leave this part long, but trim the sides and clip the corners so that when you turn it right side out, those corners don't get too bulky. And this is where it doesn't really matter if your batting is a little bit bigger than the rest of your fabric, if that ends up happening, because you can just trim it right here like this. And then I just trim there and there. So now it looks like that. And then I have this, I can't remember what this is called. I know Tricia knows. But this works really well to turn out the corners of a project that you're working on. So when I turn it right side out, and I like to turn it, so when I hang on to it, instead of hanging on to it just with the one piece of fabric and then everything else on the other side, I like to put the mesh on the one side with the fabric just so that it's a little bit stronger when I'm turning it, because it can get kind of tight. Oh, and I made the opening a little too small, but
that's why we love our seam ripper, right?
Yes.
Look at you, you go. You've got that. Also, that white little tool is called a point turner.
Point turner. Awesome. I know they have them on their website. So you're just going to take it and push out the corners. Make sure everything is nice and crisp. I don't know if that's really the right word to use, but that's the one I always end up thinking of to describe it. So
sounds good to me.
Okay, so now you have it. This is what your sponge is looking like so far with this opening. And I am going to now make sure that these parts are folded in, and then I'm going to sew that down. You can sew it on your machine. I prefer the hand sewn look because it then matches the rest of the seams around, but you do whatever you want to do. I am going to hand sew mine down.
I would love to see a close-up of you hand sewing because this is something I need to practice on.
Awesome.
I can't
Let's
wait
do
to see
it.
what you're doing.
Okay. Okay, so I take my thread and my needle and I thread it through so that I have 2 strands on the needle, and then I tie a knot in the bottom. There we go. So that it's just a little bit stronger. Trim off the excess just a little bit. Okay. Is there, Brian, do you know if there's a way to turn my camera around? Nope, that's not it. So that I'm using the front facing camera.
Yeah, if you go to settings, there's a camera button and you can select which camera you're wanting.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
They're handy
There
dandy.
we go. Okay. This is going to be so much better. Okay. I can see it a little better. Okay. Sorry, guys. Make you all seasick. Okay. So I take, well, let me clip it down first so that everything stays where it needs to be. I like to use these little sewing clips for thicker things like this. I think it just keeps things in place a little bit nicer. So I usually put like 3 clips on there, but you can do whatever you want.
Fans of blender clips.
Yep, they are awesome. Okay, let me move this stuff out of the way so it's not so distracting. Okay, so I take my needle and I just grab a little bit here on the end. If you can see that. I just stick it through a little bit and then pull it through, but not all the way. I stick my needle back through the loop there to create kind of a slip knot to keep it knotted down and so it doesn't come out. And then it's really easy. I just take a little bit from this side and a little bit from that side and a little bit from this side and just pull it tight. And you want to make sure that you are getting both sides of the fabric. So this side and this side. Go ahead.
Do you know what that stitch is called?
I have heard it called I believe it's a mattress stitch or an invisible stitch or a ladder stitch. I think it has a lot of different names. I think the most common one I've heard is invisible stitch or ladder stitch.
Okay. Yeah. I've got to up my hand sewing game.
This is all the hand sewing I do. I like to just use my machine if I can, but for this type of thing, I like to have it hand sewn, but that's just my personal preference. So see if I can get a little bit closer for you guys. Just grab a little bit here and then come and grab a little bit there. And I don't go all the way through here. I try and keep it up on the top fold so that it's nice and hidden. And I pull it tight and then I pull it out just a little bit so that I know it's tight in there, but it's not scrunching it up. And if you want to, you can go back through again. If you don't feel like it got super tight, you can go back in and like fill in. I do that sometimes. It just depends on how it's looking. This is looking okay, so I'm just going to tie it off. And I just grab a little bit of fabric here on this side and pull, not all the way through, but then I have a little loop there and I stick my needle through it. And then I like to do it 2 times just to kind of double knot it, and I pull it tight. And then to hide that thread, I just poke it down in and then push my needle out and then I pull it tight and trim it. And then it will hide that thread, other than this one. Trim that one off. Hide that thread from your hand sewing down inside of it. So this is what it looks like now. This is the hand sewn part. And then we are just going to top stitch around the edge here. And you can do as wide as you want, as close to the edge as you want. I like to move my needle all the way over to the left position, and then line this edge of my fabric up with my presser foot edge so that I get whatever seam allowance that would be. I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's just the look I like. So let's do that. This is so much better. I'm so glad you guys told me about the camera options. Okay, so I move my needle over, and if you want the number, I just move it to the 0.0, and it just moves it all the way over to this side, and then I line the edge of my fabric up with this side of my presser foot. So okay. And I like to start kind of in the middle rather than at an edge, but that's just me. And then I back stitch, oh, gotta put the presser foot down. Then I back stitch, just go forward and back. And then I just go to the corner, and I don't go all the way off. I leave it about right there, and then I lift my needle up with my presser foot still down, and I pivot. Oh, that's a little, do another stitch or two. There we go. Okay, that lines up a little better. And then just keep going. Same thing, lift up your presser foot, but leave your needle down, and it's not quite as close, but and then once I get to where I started, I just back stitch again a little bit to kind of secure it. And there you go. Just trim off the little threads. And there you have it. And these are really great. I love the little bit of scrubby. I use these every day in my own kitchen because they just work so well. And then when they get stinky or dirty, I just throw them in the washer with the rest of my clothes and laundry and wash it with light colors. And then I just throw it in the dryer and tumble dry it just like normal. I'm not fancy, so I don't do anything special to them. I just throw them in the washer and they are good to go and ready to be used again. So let me turn my camera back around, and if anyone has any questions, we can answer them.
Wonderful. I love that project. That is such a fun. Uh-oh, I need more coffee. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's grab you some questions. How about that?
Sounds good.
All right, we've got, why do you use the Wrap and Zap batting and not just regular batting?
You can do either. One thing that I was thinking what is really nice about the Wrap and Zap is if you wanted to put it in the microwave to like kill any bacteria, it's safe to do that as well. Because I did get questions before, because I have used both and both work just as well. But this is good if you wanted to try and like disinfect it a little bit in the microwave.
Nice. We also have, can we get the mesh from SPO?
Yes. They have lots
Yeah,
of different
and
colors. Like this,
yes.
I don't know if you can see that well. This is just a list of all the colors for this light mesh fabric from by
And
Annie's.
giveaway. Somebody's going to get some mesh, so they'll be able to make their own.
Yes.
Awesome. I had a couple of questions here for you. Are you
Mhm.
still doing craft fairs?
I am. I was doing them twice a year, but April just got to be too much. So I do them in October now, and I just do it once a year and mostly just for fun. But
So what do you usually bring to your craft fairs? I know you've done the kitchen sponges. What else do you like to make?
I took my beeswax wraps last October, and those did pretty good. I take my key fob wristlets. I take hand warmers. I make rope coasters and like hot pads or trivets. And I've taken those. What else? My mom and I made a bunch of baby bibs a couple years ago. And so I just take those because they've been sitting in the drawer, and those sell pretty good too.
Fun. So your mom sews as well?
Yeah, she's who I learned from.
Oh, that's awesome. And that was my other question. Are you still teaching?
Yes, I am. I teach. I'm going to have 4 students this summer. So,
Oh, that's so cool. How did you
Yeah.
get into doing that?
I had a couple of friends who said, "Hey, I want you to teach my kids sewing lessons. I want you to teach them how to sew." And I was like, I don't know if I'm like good enough to teach them how to sew. And then I kept getting asked by a bunch of other people, and I was like, okay, this is my sign. I will do it. And so it's been really fun.
That's awesome. I love
Yeah.
that you took that on. I had a lady from our homeschool group. She taught me how to make a table runner. And it was the first thing I had ever quilted. And I'm like, can you please teach me how to quilt? Because I had a couple other people teach me how to do some garment sewing, but I'd never quilted. So she's like, okay. So I still have my rotary mat and my rotary cutter from the first time I made my table runner. So it's just cool when somebody will take that on and teach their skills to somebody else. So that's very, very awesome. But
Yeah.
can you remind everybody where they can find you, Kelsey?
Yes, I am on TikTok and I am on YouTube, and I also have an Instagram. I am the best at posting on TikTok because that's just where my mind thinks to post. But it is Kelsey Crafts on all of them. So
Perfect. And we're also happy to announce that Kelsey is a Sewing Parts Online ambassador. So you're going to be seeing more of her.
yes,
That's pretty exciting. Do we want to go ahead and pick the winner of the mesh fabric, the $30 gift card, and your fun beeswax wraps and your kitchen sponges? So lucky winner, let's go ahead and do our drawing. All right. Here we go. We keep saying we're going to get sound effects. We need to get them. Got to figure out how to do that. All right, Karen, congratulations.
Yay.
Awesome. All right. Well, do we have any more questions that I can get for you here? Let's take a peek. Well, I think we've got them all answered. So the last time you had joined us, it was the wristlet, the key fob. That's what I'm trying to say. There we go. That's a fun project as well.
Yeah, that's a really good scrap buster too. And those sew up so fast, but you have to be careful because it's kind of addicting to make. So you just end up making a whole bunch.
Well, when Brian and I went to BabyLock, we ended up using the embroidery machine to put our name on one of the wristlets or key fobs. And I'm like, oh, I understand that this could be very, very addicting. Lots of great tips. All right, Kelsey. Well, we'll let you get back to your afternoon. And I'm very happy that your cat is doing okay. And hopefully everything else is positive.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks,
Well,
guys.
you have a great day, Kelsey. Thank you so much
You
for
too.
joining us. Oh, that's such a fun project. I love it. And congratulations to the winner. So just a recap on how to claim your prize. Let me pull up that overlay and we will let you know how you can claim those goodies. All you have to do is go to our link tree, which is linktree/sewing parts online. You can click claim your prize and fill out that form, and we'll get you taken care of. We're going to announce all of the winners on our Facebook group, which is Sewing Parts Online, Sewing Community, and also our YouTube community page on Monday or Tuesday. So you can check out all of the winners there. You can also go to our YouTube and watch the replay at the end of the day, because you can just rewind and go to the end of the segment and see who the winners are that way as well. Bless you, Brian. Also, just a reminder that we have a coupon available on our website right now. It is SCLSS. It's 15% off eligible items. That would be about 34,000 items that are eligible for that coupon code. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to have Amanda Mateo from Uniquely Mateo come on and talk about jelly roll rugs and some common mistakes to avoid when you're making your first jelly roll rug. I also want to just remind everybody that Aurifil thread is currently on sale. So it is a 20% off sale. Aurifil is beautiful, beautiful thread. It is high quality. It is just amazing thread. And you can also, on the large spools, pop off the bottom and you're able to start your thread that way. It was a little trick that Karen showed us on day one of the event. So handy dandy trick, but it is 20% off. All you have to do is use coupon code Aurifil20 at checkout. And we are also going to announce what the next giveaway is before we start the segment coming up. So let me just get my overlay pulled up. We are going to be giving away a fun little bundle. It is the $100 Sewing Parts Online gift card. You're also going to get the oval jelly roll rug pattern, and which this is going to also include Amanda's class. So the oval jelly roll rug class, all of these items together total a value of $121. So this is going to be extra, extra fun. I want to mention one other thing, and then I'll double check and see if Amanda might be ready to join us. See. So I mentioned the Aurifil thread. Karen had joined us on the day one of this event, and she has this beautiful collection. Unfortunately, it is discontinued. We only have, I believe, 5 left, and then they're not going to be available anymore. But this is the Subtle Sampler, which has a beautiful name, subtle colors, but it's also a sampler. So you get different weights of thread. So you get 50 weight, a 40 weight, I believe 12 weight monofilament thread. Yeah, so you've got a lot of different options where you'll be able to test weights of different thread. Also, on our Facebook group, we have a couple of resources that are available to you for free. Karen supplied a PDF download of a reference on weights of thread. So that's an awesome resource to add to your sewing room. Also, you can get Chris Marchini's instructional guide on how to sew your first quilt, as well as Tricia Camacho's half-scale pattern. There we go. I'll get the words out yet. And I see Heidi saying, hey, she had joined us before on SewCreative Live. We love Heidi. Hopefully we can have her back. Hope you're having fun, Heidi. Maybe win something. Yeah, she's on TikTok, and you can find her under, it's Hi Couture, right? hi.couture. Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. All right. Well, let's go ahead and double check if we have any comments. I want to take a peek. Oh, here we have one. We have a Facebook user saying, I've purchased from SPO online many times, but I really like shopping in the store. Dixon is not far from Knoxville. Can I shop in the store? I would love to come shop. Now, we do have a storefront, but I will tell you that it doesn't have the same stuff that our online store has. So we could pick an order and bring it to you, but our storefront here in Dixon, we have a lot of wonderful machines that you can come look at, or if maybe you need a vacuum cleaner. So we're sew and vac, but we'd love to say hi. So you're more than welcome to join us. All right, I think I covered everything else. Now we just need to get into talking about some rugs. What do you think? Jelly roll rug? Brian, are we ready to pull up Amanda?
We are. Let's pull her up.
All right.
Hi,
Hello, Amanda.
how are y'all?
How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm surviving. Doing good.
Oh, good. I hear you're kid-free today. Is that right?
Currently, the one's at school and the other one's on her way out right now. So it'll be a little more quiet in here than it normally is.
No, you're totally fine. All right. Well, we are so glad to have you on. Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Amanda and I run a small business called Uniquely Mateo. And for me, I go crazy with all things jelly roll rugs. That's kind of accidentally turned into a really big passion of mine. And so that is what I'm going to be on here today. So I know for jelly roll rugs, for those that don't know what that is, you take strips of fabric and combined it with batting to make a really beautiful rug. And what's wonderful is these rugs are washable. So if you have kiddos like I do, they're definitely machine washable. And I have used these. For example, I have one in my car, and 2 times now I've spilt an entire soda and I've blotted it up with the rug to where that worked out. I have my crazy family on the way out, so I don't know if y'all can hear them or not. Let's
You
see.
are fine.
Okay, guys.
Amanda, I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
Amanda, I just want to let you know there's a little bit of a lag. Would you mind popping off and coming back on, and we'll see if that resolves the issue?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, not a problem. So you want me to pop
Thank you.
off?
If you would, yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oftentimes, the turning it off and turning it on again resolves the issue. So speaking of that, I'm going to share a funny yet embarrassing story. So the other day I was checking into my flight and I went on my little app and I went to check in and it tells me, sorry, 1 or more passengers cannot check in. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to call. That's what it says to do. So that's what I do. I sat on the phone for 2.5 hours and then I get on the phone and explain what's going on. And she's like, well, we found that if you log out and log back into the app, this resolves the issue. And I just started laughing because my husband's in IT and we joke all the time about turning it off and on again. So she said that and I'm like, do you mind waiting while I do this? And she's like, sure. I logged out, logged back in, and everything worked great. And I'm like, please don't tell me that that's what happened. All right. Sorry. That's my fun story. Welcome back. Let's see if that fixes everything.
Okay. Hopefully, am I lagging? Am I good? Kind of, sort of. Not really.
It's still lagging a little bit. We might need, if she could reset her router.
Okay.
That might resolve it.
Okay. Brian said that it's still lagging a little bit. Could you possibly reset your router and hop back on? And I can fill in with some price overlays. Sure. All right. Sounds good. Just let us know when you're ready. Awesome.
You got it.
Perfect. We'll see you in a bit. All right. Well, she is getting that taken care of. We can go over some pricing of the fabulous Unique machines that we were talking about yesterday. Let me get my notes pulled up because I wrote down a few things about the differences between the 16X machines and the 19X and the 21X. So let's first take a peek at the 16X manual machine. This particular machine has a 16-inch throat space and it's 1,700 stitches per minute. If you notice at the front of the machine, it does not have an LCD screen. This particular model, you control the machine. There's no stitch regulation. You're the one that controls the length of the stitches. It's a great mid-arm machine. And as we go up in the series, there will be some different options. But if you notice on the top right, it says with any purchase of a new Unique machine, you get a free accessory pack worth $1,000. So this particular model is normally $3,999 on sale for $3,499, but that is not our special event pricing. That you can go ahead and get that at even a better price right now for SewCreative Live. We also have the 16X. So the first one I showed you is the 16X manual machine. This is the 16X. So this also has the 16 inches of throat space, but this has the LCD screen on the front. If you notice that, you can go ahead and have your different functions on there, and I've got it written down. I'll come back to it so I make sure I give you the correct information. But that particular model, also with the purchase of this machine, you get a free accessory pack worth $1,000. And before I show you what's in that accessory pack, let's take a peek at the 16. Oh, I don't have that one with me. I will have to move it over. But we also have the 16X Elite machine. That is a fantastic model. That has the 7-inch touchscreen on it, and it bumps from the 1,700 stitches per minute to the 2,100 stitches per minute. That's what we currently have in our studio that I'm super excited to play around with. If you were on earlier with Grace, we were talking about getting together with them and having them walk us through how to use that machine.
That would be so
and the
much
new
fun.
hoop. We are super excited to play around with it. We've been pretty busy. I'm going to be honest with you. We've been pretty busy getting ready for SewCreative Live, so we haven't had a lot of time to play on it, but we are ready. And Brian's popping on, so I'm assuming you need to say something.
Amanda's back, so
Cool.
I'm going to put her back up in just a sec. If the quality is still the same, we're going to stay on theme with Amanda's segment, which is rolling with the punches, and we're just going to go with it because what she has to share is super valuable. So I'm going to go ahead and bring her back up, okay?
Awesome. Sounds great. We're going to do fingers crossed.
Okay, fingers crossed. We're going to roll with the punches. Is there still a lag?
It's the same, but it's okay. We're just going to go with it. Okay?
You go for it.
Hopefully it's not too crazy for everybody. So I apologize for that. So I am in the middle of nowhere, Texas, on a ranch, and I know we have a lot of bad weather today. So that might be what's kind of giving us some hiccups at the moment. So fingers crossed it'll get better as we go. But the biggest thing, and what I wanted to share with you guys, is all things Jelly Roll rugs. It is a huge passion of mine. And a lot of people have a love-hate relationship with Jelly Roll rugs, for those that are already familiar with them. But if you're not, I can give you the most common, and the pattern that you are going to be getting in the giveaway is the oval. And let me show you what that looks like real quick. And what is so wonderful about these is because they're made from strips of fabric, you can get as creative as you want with these layouts. Now, the most common is the oval, and most people are familiar with that, which is also why we're doing the oval pattern for the giveaway. But there are so many other things that are wonderful about Jelly Roll rugs that people might not quite realize. So on Sewing Parts Online, you will have, and in this giveaway, there is the standard Jelly Roll rug pattern that most people are familiar with. But there's also the colossal rug, which is your circle. And what I'll also be showing you is the rectangle. And the one I'm missing is actually the Jelly Roll rug tree skirt. So there's a lot of versatility with these rugs that people don't quite realize are available, which are amazing. Now, all these are available on Sewing Parts Online, but let me kind of give you some examples of that. So I showed you the bigger oval, and what's wonderful is you can get creative. Now, the patterns will tell you the strip count and the start to get different sizes, more of your standard sizes. Now, if you get a little addicted like I do, you kind of get a little crazy with this. But let me show you a smaller oval, for example. So this one is another oval that I like to use. Now, this one is the size that I like to use for like a pet bowl mat because they are washable. You know your dogs are going to get crazy and messy, but this is another size you can do. The pattern will also have the placemat for the oval. So a lot of times you can kind of think outside the box and get really fun with it. Now, the biggest I have done when it comes to the circle is I've gone crazy and I have a 6-foot diameter circle. But since that one would be a little hard to hold up and show you guys here, here's another example of the smaller rug that you can do. And other shapes that some people don't quite think of is going to be your rectangle. And the rectangle to me is the only Jelly Roll rug you have 100% control of what you want your rug to look like. Because whenever you're assembling this rug, unlike the other ones, you are going to have this in individual strips laid out. So what's great about that is you can mix and match and get as crazy as you want before you commit to assembling it. when you have your oval, your circle, or your tree skirt, you can get a pretty good idea. You can get a really awesome educated guess, but the only layout you'll know 100% it's exactly what you want is going to give you that rectangle, which is a really good benefit of that shape. Finally, the other shape that I did mention is the tree skirt. Whoop, let me turn that around for you. Here we go. You got your, I'll come in funny for you guys, your jelly roll rug tree skirt. So all of them are a blast and have their advantages. And one thing I did also to mention, all these patterns are by RJ Designs. And the one thing that they did come out with their rectangle is there is a jelly roll rug too. Now, what's great about this pattern is if you flip it over, not only are you going to get that rectangle that I showed you, but you're also going to get some really cool half rugs. Now, the half rug is featured in the rectangle jelly roll rug pattern. What I did recently, though, is I made a circle as a watermelon rug, and I thought that was so fun. And I was inspired by the rectangle pattern to chop that up in half as well to give me a watermelon slice half rug. And you can see here, this one is done with the circle instead of the rectangle. But if you're wanting that pattern, if you're definitely a pattern person, you're going to find that on the rectangle rug. Now, whenever, with any project, the biggest thing is having the items that you need to get this rug done. So I definitely want to go through all the different supplies that you need to make this happen. And I also want to go through why you need them, because fortunately, this is a very beginner-friendly rug. You don't have to go out and get an extensive amount of materials to make it happen. So whenever, first and foremost, you're going to need a sewing machine. Fortunately, you're not going to need this crazy, fancy, expensive machine. As long as your machine can do a good straight stitch, and if it can do a zigzag stitch, it needs at least a width of 5. So if you can do a width of 5 and a width of 5 zigzag and a straight stitch, you're good to go. So I will say, when I first started doing these rugs that I use, I would do a zigzag of 7. I really liked it nice and big, and I'll show you why later. But now I even bring it down to 5.5. I like that tighter zigzag. So if your machine can only do a 5, don't stress, you're still gonna make it happen. The other thing that I would say in regards to your machine is you will need, and I say need lightly, and I'll explain why. You're gonna need a flat surface to make these rugs. A lot of times what people run into is the biggest issue and frustration with making these projects or these rugs is you're gonna make a really beautiful bowl, or you're gonna get waves in your rug. And during this segment, I'm gonna go through lots of tips to help avoid that. But one of the biggest things is having an extension table or having a flat surface for while you're assembling that rug. You're gonna help encourage and train that fabric on where you want it to go. As I mentioned before, one thing that I do is I teach sewing classes specifically for these rugs in a private Facebook group. And during the drawing and the raffle, one of you awesome, lovely people are going to be joining my class. And what I run into a lot whenever some people have these waves, specifically in the waves, more so than the bowls, is one of the things that they underestimate the value of a flat surface. Now, one thing I will say, if you do not have an extension table, if you're new to sewing and you have just your machine itself, that is okay. We can get nice and crafty. What I would do, and what I usually recommend for people to do, is you could even just get a whole bunch of books and stack them up with the plate on your machine. And that can get you a nice flat surface without having to spend a lot of extra money. And I figured I could also take you guys on kind of my little journey of extension tables, because initially I would get crafty, put a whole bunch of books and make it happen. And as I started to fall more and more in love with these, I kind of started upgrading and kept shifting the way I would make my rugs. So after I decided I'm going to do this way more often, I don't want to keep piling up books to make this happen, I went ahead and I bought an extension table. Let me move you all down real quick. And originally, when my journey began, I had the Juki HCL F300. And one thing you might want to look into is a lot of machines have the accessories where you can purchase an extension table specifically for your machine. So even whenever I first started out, I went ahead and just got the extension table that came with my machine itself. And I made a whole bunch of rugs on this just fine. And as my little journey continued, I kind of fell more and more in love with it. And I kept thinking, well, I still want a bigger extension table, because the longer you have that surface flat, the better odds you have of teaching and kind of whipping your rug into shape. Let me pick you up real quick. So let me show you. After I purchased the extension table with my machine, I went ahead and got the Sew Steady. And if you're not familiar with Sew Steadies, what's beautiful about these is, let's say you have an older machine, or if you have a machine that the manufacturer didn't make an extension table for, they make custom cuts to any machine you have. So after that, I went ahead and got a little crazy because I loved it. And this is my Sew Steady that I had. Oh, and this, by the way, where we go? My daughter drew me, so this is me on my Sew Steady. But that is kind of where I went next. And lastly, the other option that you do have, and I know Arrow's been on these lives as well. Let me kind of angle you guys down. I got really nice and wonderful. And I finally upgraded my entire table to one massive extension table. So again, if you already have an awesome big extension table, more power to you. But if you don't, that's okay. You don't have to run out and spend a lot of money to make this happen. There's a lot of varieties of, let me give you all a little tilt there. There's a lot of varieties of extension tables that start with $0 all the way to where you can get much higher. So it really depends on your personal comfort and your budget. But now that we know, hey, our sewing machine can make it happen, and we have a flat surface regardless of how we get there, the next thing you're going to need is your fabric. Now, the whole name of Jelly Roll Rugs stemmed from the beautiful Jelly Roll. So Jelly Rolls are strips of fabric that are all 2.5 inches wide. Now, if you are new to Jelly Rolls, one thing I would be mindful of is your standard roll is 40 strips, but they also sell half strips or half jelly rolls. So if you're making your rug, I would reference your pattern because it does say your strip count for whatever size you want. But in general, typically, your roll is either going to have 20 strips or 40 strips. So that's one thing I would be mindful of whenever you're going out and shopping and getting ready to start your first project. Because whenever I took initially this as a class with my local quilt shop, I didn't know that. And the class was about to start, and I ended up buying a half jelly roll. And I was super excited. And luckily, my cousin caught it. I was missing half of the project that I was going to need. So I'd be mindful of that if you purchase the pre-cut. The other thing that is really wonderfully beginner friendly about Jelly Roll rugs is you could have initially zero prep. So a lot of people do like to, let me get you up real quick. A lot of people like to cut their own fabric, cut their own batting. And if you don't like to do that, like I am not a fan of cutting that, you can get everything pre-cut. So it makes it nice and easy. You don't have to stress. I know whenever I first started sewing, nothing gave me more anxiety than cutting fabric because I hated wasting money. I hated the idea of if I mess this up, that's it. I didn't even have enough money for this in the first place. And I would kind of take myself mentally down not a very productive path. So before you stress about it, you can get it pre-cut. So after you figure out whatever fabric you want, whether you cut it yourself or whether you get it pre-cut, the next thing you're going to be needing is definitely your batting. Now, whenever you go to Sewing Parts Online, you're going to notice one thing. You can get your batting on a roll. Whoop, got you upside down there. Batting on a roll. And there are two different size options. Now, when you're looking, they're both going to be 50 yards, but one is going to be 2.5, and the other one's going to be 2 1/4. Now, technically, both will get the job done. So for whatever reason, if you already have one of these in your shop or in your sewing space, don't stress about getting the opposite size. Both will work. The biggest thing that I would say is whenever I first started, let me grab this real quick to show you. Whenever I first started making these rugs, I actually preferred the 2 1/4. And the reason why I did is because that gave me that extra 1/4 of an inch for whenever I'm combining my fabric with my batting to kind of have some wiggle room. And if, for example, and let me back this up real quick, because what you would be doing is you're going to take your wonderful strip of batting and you're going to combine that with your strip of fabric. And what you would do is you would fold it similar to a bias tape. So whenever you're making your wonderful folds, you're putting them on top of each other and you fold, having it at 2 1/4 is going to give you a little extra room to not have to be so precise. If you have it at 2 1/2 and you like, for example, this one is, that's going to give you the exact width for each one. So whenever you fold over, it might be a little more complicated for you to kind of make your binding. So for example, back when I took that sewing class, I showed up with a 2 1/2, sorry, a 2 1/4, excuse me. I had the more narrow batting. My cousin happened to show up with the 2 1/2. Well, I noticed I was getting through my tubing and kind of prepping my rug much quicker than she was. And we couldn't figure out what was going on. And what ended up happening is she was having a more difficult time folding her batting and her fabric because she didn't have that wiggle room. So initially, I preferred the 2 1/4, and I sewed with that for the longest time. But as I got more comfortable, I thought, you know what, I want to try the 2 1/2 because it would likely make my rug thicker. So for giggles, I tried the 2 1/2, and I actually prefer it now. So I wouldn't even overstress. If they're out of stock in one versus the other, both will 100% get the job done. The last thing I would hate is for you to get excited about a product, go to a website, and then realize, oh no, what if I buy the wrong one? So after you've gotten your wonderful fabric and you've gotten your batting, the next thing you're going to be needing is your sewing needle. Now, the different patterns will tell you, you can use a denim/jeans needle, a top stitch, or a micro text. Now, when I took the sewing class, the instructor gave everybody denim needles, and that is what I used for the longest time. And one of the big reasons why she emphasized a denim needle is because whenever you are assembling these rugs, you're going through a lot of layers of fabric. You're going through 4 layers of fabric plus your batting. So you want a nice strong needle to make it happen. The one thing I would be mindful of is your machine might prefer a different needle than the other. For example, when I initially started, I used the denim needle for all my rugs, but I noticed for some reason my machine started skipping stitches. And I went through the entire list. Okay, I cleaned my machine. I got a new needle. I was running out of ideas and I got really, really mad and I was almost ready to just throw my machine out. Well, fortunately, after going Google crazy, someone had recommended a top stitch needle. And they swear that that ended all of their issues with their machine. And I thought, there's no way after I went through all of this, just buying a different needle can fix it. And sure enough, for my machine, that did the job. So out of what they list on the patterns, what I personally prefer is the top stitch needle. But if you already have any of the other needle types that are listed in the pattern, definitely feel free to try them as well. It just depends. Your machine might like the denim more. So, but nevertheless, I would absolutely make sure you get the right needle and make sure you get a new one because there's going to be a whole lot of stitching going on this rug. Now, the other thing about these rugs, because whenever you assemble them, you're doing a zigzag stitch, it eats up a lot of thread. So you're going to want to make sure to have a lot of thread. So the pattern initially will recommend anywhere from 1,200 to 2,000 yards of thread. So I would prepare yourself and get ready for that. Now, what I personally like to do is I like to match my thread color to my fabric, just because that helps really conceal, for example, that helps really conceal and blend and make it nice. Whoop, there we go. Where it kind of helps conceal that stitching. But if you don't have, if you're new to sewing and you only have, you know, maybe a couple of colors, that's okay. Even when I first started, I would use the same color for a lot of my rugs for quite a while before I ever switched it over. But whether you use the same color thread or whether you switch up the thread colors, just be prepared to go through a lot of it. After your thread, the next thing you want to make sure you have is a good iron. If you happen to have a variety, I always like a small iron and a big iron. And as we get closer, let me move you over here real quick. For the irons, I like a small iron and a big iron because as I am assembling my rug on the machine, I like to iron in closely as I go. So it's nice to have the little one because in the beginning, no matter the shape you're going to do, you're going to want to use your iron a lot, especially as you kick out of the gates. Now, when you are done, I prefer to go ahead and grab my bigger iron just to make sure I really give it a nice press when I am done. But if you only have a smaller iron or a bigger, I wouldn't stress either. You just want to make sure you have an iron either way. Now for me, I ended up upgrading to the Aliso just because my wonderful husband had a horrible habit of leaving it face down. And if you've never, and we have quite a few ironing boards that have a nice burnt spot. So what's wonderful about this particular iron is it has an auto lift. So you can comfortably always leave it face down without worrying about burning anything in the process. But any iron can do. You don't have to do this one. I just call this one Nick Proof, which is my husband's name, which works out really good. But you just definitely will want a hot iron to get the job done. Let me grab this real quick. So those are all the things that you will absolutely need at minimum to make this rug happen. Now, the next couple of items are things that are very beneficial and helpful, but not absolutely required. So if you are making these, what I would really recommend, if you have one, is a walking foot. Because we are going through and having a lot of layers, having a walking foot is really, really, really going to help you work that fabric through. And if you are new to sewing and you don't know what a walking foot is, I didn't either. So a walking foot, when you're sewing, normally there's teeth on the bottom of your machine to help pull that fabric through. What a walking foot does is also put teeth on the top. So you're hugging that fabric from both sides and moving it through. That's another thing that's going to make it much easier to work and maneuver these rugs. Don't be like me. Whenever I first started, for some reason, I thought a walking foot was like a crutch. Like, oh, if you need help, here's your little baby walking foot, which is kind of silly because I was a beginner. So even if that's what it was, that would have been helpful. But for whatever reason, in the beginning, I thought, I don't need it. I don't need a baby crutch. And that's just really naive talking. I wasn't aware of its purpose and why it's beneficial. So it is, I've heard in quite a few videos throughout the Spring Social and the event, a lot of people mentioning a walking foot. So if you don't have one, you don't need it for this project, but it is a really good versatile tool to make it happen. But after your walking foot, one thing you may or may not want, and I'll show you why later, is wonder clips. If you do not have an extension table, what a lot of people like to do, and let me get my little fabric strip back to show you, is as they're assembling and making their wonderful strip of fabric and strip of batting into a tube, they like to go in advance and do their fold and clip and kind of do quite a few feet before they get to their machine and sew, just so that prep work is ready. And I promise I'm going to go through this whole list, and then I'm also going to show you on the machine, just so you can kind of see what I'm referencing. But I personally don't do this because I like to use my extension table. But if you don't happen to have one, wonder clips are a wonderful tool to get that going. And the only thing I don't have to show you, and if you look on Sewing Parts online, There is a binding tool that you can also use to help prep and get this into position. I will say for me personally, I wasn't as big of a fan of it. I ended up giving mine to my aunt, but my aunt loves hers. And I have quite a few people that have taken my class that really enjoy it. Especially, I know I had one person that has a lot of arthritis in her hands. And for her, having that tool was really beneficial. So that is something that may or may not be worth looking into. But which also reminds me, one thing why I love these rugs and what makes them so beginner friendly, it is the same step on repeat. So for the most part, there's 4 main steps. You would take your individual strips into one long strip. You would make your wonderful tubing, and then you would pretty much from there assemble your rug. And that is why I like them. It's more beginner friendly. I can sit for hours and just sew and not stress. There's not a lot of stop and go. There's not a lot of stopping and cutting and measuring. So for me, it is very nice and easy, not very stressful. But for your hands, doing this step on repeat, if that does get tiring for you, that tool may or may not be beneficial to help. The other thing that I would say, if your machine happens to have it, a knee lift is amazing. And if you don't know what a knee lift is, your machine may or may not have it, but it attaches to your machine. And instead of manually picking up your foot with whatever lever or button, this allows you to do it with your knee. And the reason why that is helpful is because in the beginning of all these rugs, you tend to have to maneuver quite a bit in the beginning. So having that knee lift frees your hands to kind of position your material. And again, I'll show you on my machine in just a minute how that is. So for those final items, you don't have to have it, but if you already have it, or if you really start to fall in love with this, I would definitely recommend looking into them, because with any job, having the right tools will always make it that much simpler for you. Because sewing's fun, right? We don't want this to be nice and hectic. But those are all the items that you would need to rock out any of these rugs. Now, I know this segment is called Rolling with the Punches. And as I mentioned before, people usually have a love-hate relationship with these rugs. So the 2 most common things you're going to run into are going to be bowls and waves. And what I want to do is take a minute and kind of go through the most common things that people run into and how we can avoid that. So the first and foremost, some people, let me get this off the floor real quick. Outside of the rectangle rug, the oval and the tree skirt and the circle, you can lay out your fabric and get a fairly good gauge of how you think you want your fabric to look. How do you want your rug to look? Now, it's 100% preference, but for me, I generally like to start off lighter in the middle and work my way out to darker. And the reason why I like to do this, one, I feel like visually it looks better, but that also puts your darkest color around the end of your rug. So one, that helps frame your rug, but then 2, that side's going to have a lot of the dirt. It's going to have a lot of the most love hitting on it. So having the darker on the ends will help kind of conceal that. But even if you kind of get the best gauge, what I always recommend is after you've gotten all of your individual strips into one long strip, the pattern will tell you to go ahead and fan fold your strips just to make it more manageable and get it back to a bundle for you to keep sewing. I personally like to roll my jelly roll all the way back into a ball. Now that is a little more time consuming, but let me show you why. So for example, as I showed you earlier, you do have, this is your standard jelly roll. And I can look and think, okay, I have a pretty good idea of what I want. Now I will say if I use a pre-cut jelly roll, 95% of the time, I'm gonna keep it in the order that this came in. But after you've put them all together, rolling it back up into one strip, what that will do is give you a nice preview of what your rug is going to look like. So for example, this is the exact same roll. So this is what it looks like when it comes in the package. And once I rolled it back up, this is now what it looks like. So what that does is kind of show me, oh, okay, this is, give or take, what my rug is going to look like. And there's been a couple of times that after I've taken it from all of its wonderful individual strips to this, I realize, oh, you know what? I would rather switch this with this, or whatever the case is. So rolling it back up, I call this a cinnamon roll. So I take my individual strips of my jelly roll and I make it into one big cinnamon roll. But your cinnamon roll, what that does is really help kind of give you the peace of mind and confirm, yes, this is what I want. Because as I mentioned in the beginning, the only one you have complete and total utter control over is that rectangle. You can mix and match all you want. For the oval, the tree skirt, and the circle, the moment you make that tubing, you've committed. I mean, nothing's impossible, but it would be a lot of work to go back and try to rearrange that fabric. So taking it from its jelly roll to that cinnamon roll will help give you that preview. Just to make sure, hey, I love it, we're ready to rock and roll. The next thing that will help your rug be as beautiful as possible is when you are folding your fabric. So when you are making your folds, one thing you want to do, and as I mentioned before, we would fold it like a binding strip. You would have your two outer sides meet in the middle. And after they've met in the middle, then you would fold over again. I would be very mindful when you are making these folds to make these two little butterfly sides. You want them to be as even as possible. If you are not paying attention, I've seen a lot of people, including myself, you can have it where they're uneven. That is going to make it significantly harder for you when you are assembling your rug. You want to make sure your two outer sides are meeting in the middle and you're folding over nice and even. Having this part as even as possible while you are assembling is going to set you up for success whenever you're making your rug down the road. So that is the one thing I would be mindful of while you are folding your fabric over. And with anything, what you're going to hear me say a lot is the more consistent you are, the better. So from this point on, once you start folding, the more consistent your wonderful fold is. And let me back it up to show you. This part is already put together. You want to have it as even as possible because that's going to really, really help. You're going to thank yourself down the road. I keep turning because I have a wonderful checklist for you guys. I don't want to miss anything. The other thing too, whenever you're making your fold and how you're going to help yourself later is we are going to be sealing this with a stitch. When you do your fold and they meet in the middle, let me get a little closer for you, you have better odds of catching all those layers. If you are not careful with your fold, let me back up for where it has this. When I open my little butterfly, you want to make sure everybody's nice and tucked in. Let me flip this over. So if you are not careful and you open this butterfly, there are times where I did not catch all of my fabric. So I would make sure when you do your first fold, you have your outsides meet in the middle. You want them to touch, and then you want the outside to be as even as possible. That's going to help make a smoother rug for you when you're looking at it. In regards to that, the next thing, similar to your batting, this next option, there's going to be two different ways you can do it. Neither is wrong. It's just going to be whatever your preference is. After you've gotten your wonderful fold, you want to decide where are you going to put that stitch. Now, there's two different options you have. You can, let me get that over for you. You can stitch right in the middle, which is what I do. And the reason why I stitch in the middle is because this tubing fits right in the center of my walking foot. So I used to stitch on the side, but I wasn't as consistent with my stitch. So I enjoyed putting it right in the middle so I can have a nice consistent stitch as I go. Now, doing your stitch in the middle is going to do a couple of things. One, it's going to give your rug a more textured look. You're definitely going to see that extra lining. And the other thing it's going to do is it's really going to show that thread. So one of the reasons why I really like to match my thread color with my fabric is because I stitch in the middle. And when I do that, let me grab one of these for you. Let's go with the small one so I can show you easier. Because I stitch in the middle, it really shows. And you can see how this rug has a real textured look. That is what I prefer. The other option, which is also amazing, and a lot of people do, is instead of in the middle, you can stitch right here on the side. And there's a couple of advantages to that. If you stitch closer to that side, you're going to be more likely to catch all of these folds. So that's where I've noticed a lot of people in my class that are beginner prefer to sew closer to the end, just because they want to make sure they catch all those layers. Now, if you decide to do your stitch on the side, it is going to give your rug a fluffier look, a good fluffy, and it's also going to really help conceal that stitch. So let me pull back out my small one for you. So for here, if I was to put my stitch on the side, you're more likely to have that zigzag stitch go over it. So it's going to help conceal that stitch for you. So neither is wrong. The only thing I would do is before you start that step, figure out which one you want to do and try your best to commit to it. Because as I said before, the more consistent you are, the better your rug's going to come out. Now, if you're a beginner, or if you notice, I kind of do both, like I'm kind of not doing a very good job at being straight, that's also okay. Just keep in mind, one, the more you sew, the better you're going to get. And also, the more you're able to keep it consistent, the better. But it's not a deal breaker, and we all have to start somewhere, right? So, moving on. Let's see. Now, on to the big one, right? One thing that people have a lot of issues with is they either get a bowl or they get a wave. And what I would tell people is, for the most part, this is going to be for your oval, your circle, or your tree skirt. Whenever you are assembling them, in the beginning, and I have my handy dandy little rainbow here for you. In the beginning, anytime you come across these bends, that's going to be a much tighter curve than it is as you get out. That's why in the beginning of these rugs, it's a little harder, but as you go out, it gets easier and easier, in my opinion. But because we have these tight bends, whether it's the circle or the oval, you're going to need to feed in extra fabric. You're going to need to help put a little extra fabric in there to make that turn. And if you don't know what feeding the fabric is, hopefully I'll have some time I'll hop on the machine to show you. But as a whole, if you are feeding the fabric or giving it some extra fabric to get that turn, if you notice you start getting a wave in your rug, that means you're putting in too much extra fabric when you are assembling this rug. If you are starting to make a beautiful bowl, that means you're being too tight on that incoming tubing when you're making your rug. Now, most people have the opposite. It's one or the other. When they start the middle and they make a bowl, they're going to have an easier time when they spread out. Or if you're on the flip side and you're having a pretty good time, you think, oh, Amanda's crazy. I'm doing fine. But the farther you get out, you realize you're starting to get a wave. It's because you're still putting too much extra fabric into that. Is the most common, biggest struggle that most people run into. But folding your binding or your kind of little bias, making it nice and even is helpful. Having that consistent stitch, and then also finding that balance of feeding the fabric is all tools that will help you with success in making your rug. The last biggest issue that I would say people run into is they don't catch all those layers. And luckily, I have my mistake to show you. I noticed before this, let me get my little guy back out. And if you don't catch all of your layers, where'd he go? Here he is. This is what you'll run into. The top of my rug looks great. Nothing's wrong with it. But whenever I turn, you will see on the flip side, I didn't catch all of those layers. And now I have this little bubble. Now, when you run into that problem, what you can do is you can go ahead and I would rip out this zigzag right here and you can go back and redo it. But that is one of the other reasons why you want your tubing to be as even as possible. That's going to help set you up for success when it comes to assembling this. You will be less likely to miss that extra stitch line. Now, the other two things I will say before I hop on my machine is, one, if you notice you're starting to have issues, if you're starting to get a bowl, if you're starting to get a wave, don't keep going and hope it's going to get better. Normally, it won't. You're going to need to address the issue as it comes. So, for example, with the oval, which is the most common, if you come right out of the gates and you make your first center lining, let me show you what that is. So this middle is where you start. If you notice that that is not straight and it looks kind of like a banana, so the banana means you're already pulling too tight. I would backtrack and start over. And again, with my class, think of it as an addition or an aid to the pattern. My class does not give you the pattern. So what's wonderful about the giveaway that they're doing, you're going to have the pattern. You're good to go. But if you are a visual person like I am, I struggle with that paper pattern. Or if you're getting frustrated and need some help, one perk of my class is I can be there to kind of help you personally troubleshoot your individual rug. The last big troubleshooting tip I have that is new to me is with the tree skirt. So the Jelly Roll Rug tree skirt, for me, when I was working on it, I really struggled making this circle pretty. And I tried everything. I would put like a big 2-liter soda and I would try to make it beautiful and try to troubleshoot. And the pattern does go over how to start it, but I was struggling with still not making it a beautiful circle. So the one tip I would want to give you guys that I recently, for me, works, believe it or not, it started with a CD, like an old school, I mean, hopefully you guys have them still, CD to put that as your starting center. But if you don't, what I've also done is I've cut out on paper plates whatever size I want. Because again, they're very versatile. I made a little tiny tree skirt during the holidays for my miniature Christmas tree, all the way up to a 6-foot diameter tree skirt for my parents. So you're going to want different size circles depending on what you're making. But what I've come to realize is if I take either a CD or I cut out on a paper plate the size I want, what I do is I stuff this in between where my little butterfly fold is. And I usually wonder clips to go around. That is what's really helped me get a nice beginning circle to my tree skirt. And again, that's not in the pattern. That's just a little tip from me to you. That's what I started doing. I would get my little paper plate. I put a whole bunch of little wonder clips all the way around. And that helps me kick off and kickstart the rest of the pattern, just because my circles were always so wonky. But let me go ahead. I will try to be quick because luckily I can show you a couple of things on the machine with the time that we have left. Brian, if you wouldn't mind, it's going to take me just a second to get this switched over. And then I can give you guys another look of what I'm talking about.
Tricia, your camera's off. There you go.
It'll just take a second, sorry. We were doing lunch. You're doing awesome, Amanda. I'm writing down all my little tips here. So I've got questions about your class once you're up and ready. All right, well, while she's switching over. Oh, Brian's
I just wanted
on.
to pop up really quickly. Amanda, I took you from the stream, so whenever you're ready, just let me know in the private chat. But I did want everybody to know that we are powering through a little bit of the choppiness. Amanda's doing a fantastic job. So thank you, Amanda, for rolling with it. We, by chance, accidentally started streaming this morning while also recording locally. We've never done that before, and it was my fault. But it's funny that mistakes end up working out, because that means that we are recording from Amanda's camera. So when she's done with her segment, we're going to have a crystal clear recording of everything she did, and we're going to post it on YouTube for you. So, Amanda, it's still going to get posted in crystal clear. Thank you for rolling with the punches. Tricia, I'm going to let you take it solo again.
Perfect. Yeah, we do appreciate it. I'm so glad that it's working out too. And it did start to get clear down the road a little bit too. So you have so much awesome information. So, all right. Well, while she's doing that, I just want to reiterate that we have a couple of things that you can do. For our website, we have the coupon code, the SewCreative Live Spring Social. So SCLSS coupon code. That's going to get you 15% off 34,000 eligible items. So if you're looking at some additional products that you're wanting, you can still get a savings on those as well. And then we also have the call-in pricing that you can give our customer service a call and they can help you place your order. As Brian had mentioned, you can go to our website and right underneath, so it's sewingpartsonline.com, you can see the schedule, but over to the right, it'll also show the specials that we are doing for this wonderful event. But Brian gave me the thumbs up, so it looks like we are able to get Amanda pulled up and she can show us some sewing techniques.
Okay, so now that, hey, okay, now that we are back on the machine, one thing I will show you is this step is down the road, and this is after I am assembling my tubing with my rug. Now, this is where a lot of people can get stressed. So whether you are doing your circle, which you would have your type bend here, or your oval, this is what I was talking about in regards to feeding your fabric. So let's get down to the corner. So once we get to the bend here, if you start to get a bowl, it's because you are pulling too tight on this string. Or the tube, excuse me. You're not giving it enough cushion. So as I was showing y'all on the rainbow, these first bends are quite tight. It's gonna need that extra fabric to make it all the way around without making that bowl. So here, as you can see, I'll go a little slower. I'm giving it a little extra fabric, which is also called feeding the fabric into this as it assembles. And in the beginning, I will say that's where having that knee lift, here you can see both of my hands are here, and I am able to maneuver this as I need. Now, you don't have to have the knee lift, but it's definitely helpful, especially in those beginnings. So I'm giving that extra tubing as I go around. Now, once you make it around the bend, let me get it going. Whether it is your first initial run or farther down, once it is straight, you no longer have to push in that extra fabric. That is when you're going to start getting your wave. You want to just keep these simply side by side. Since there's no arch here, there's no need to give that extra fabric. So whenever I'm going through, what I like to do is simply place this tubing where it's supposed to be. So I'll just go straight down, and I'll go a little faster on this run. I like to go ahead and just get it in place. And if I need to, stop and reposition and keep going. Now, one thing you will notice, especially in the beginning, it is okay to have a little bit of a bowl. Let me show you. So here you can see, as the unofficial jelly roll expert, I still have a little bit of a bowl here. What we want to do in the beginning is after every bend, we are going to stop and iron that. Now, whenever I took the class, everybody would physically remove their rug, go to the ironing table, and come back. For me, what I like to do, whenever I've had an extension table, you can't do this when you have books. And technically, Arrow might get mad at me. I don't know if they will or not. But I honestly just iron it right here. Because this is so thick and I have the table, I'll just take my little iron and I'll just go right on top of it before I keep sewing. Now, my aunt screams at me because she's convinced I'm going to ruin the table. But fortunately, I haven't had any issues. But if you have maybe a solid wood or something, I would be mindful of whatever material you have on your table. But for me, I just go right on there. And then I just keep on going. It's very helpful. The biggest thing is to stop, address it, and keep moving. If you notice your wave or your bowl and you don't stop and fix it early on, then you're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. But let me also show you in regards to catching all those layers. When I am assembling, I don't even pay attention to this top part. What I do is pay attention to my bottom, because if you run into an issue where you're not catching all your layers, 9.5 times out of 10, it's going to be this bottom one that you miss. So as I am sewing and I am assembling, I am looking for that lower layer. That top layer is going to fall into place. That's also going to help prevent you from having any issues whenever it comes to assembling your rug. So that, I would say, is the couple of things to be mindful of. Let me move you back up. But that is typically the biggest headaches that everybody runs into. Now, let me cut this real quick. In regards to your tubing, let me backstep a couple of, I have my little baby rug that I can show you guys steps on. But let me go to where I am making that tubing. Let me get it into place. So from here, as I mentioned before, I like to put my stitching right in the middle, just because that lines up with my foot. But, and as I mentioned before too, I like to use my table to help do my fold and get things into place. If you do not extensions, or if you're not comfortable doing that, that is where I found a lot of people in my class prefer to make that tubing, do some wonder clips for a while to get it prepped, and then start sewing. So neither is wrong. It's just going to be whatever you are most comfortable with. But again, no matter what, if you sew smack dab in the middle or on the side, you're going to want to make sure that these two folds meet in the middle, and then you have a nice even fold here on the side. That is what's really going to set you up for success when it comes time to assemble your rug. I know we're close to time. I definitely want to leave a moment for questions. So hop back on. I can switch my camera back over, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, if any, before my time runs out, if that works for you guys.
That is perfect. We do have several questions for you.
Wonderful. Let me switch my camera over real quick. Sorry if I'm getting y'all a little dizzy.
You're just fine. Just let me know when you're ready.
You got it.
Perfect.
All right. All right. And I'm sorry. What kind of questions do you have?
All right. Well, Cindy is asking, could you make placemats out of this technique?
100%. So there we go. Placemats is going to be with your oval. So you're going to want, well, I guess you could do circle, but typically most people, if you get the oval pattern will tell you how many strips and what your starting length is to make a placemat. So absolutely, you can do that.
Love it. What type of thread is best?
So it depends. The one thing I would say for me personally, I actually use serger thread because I go and fly through so much thread. I actually use the cheaper thread. I don't get too crazy. For me, I started off with the, I think, Cloaks and Clark's cone thread at Walmart. And then I switched over to the BabyLock just because they have a large variety of different colors. So for me, I care about the color choices a lot.
We do have another question about thread. It's stating what thread weight.
Oh man, I'm not that talented. As far as I'm actually really looking forward to a lot of y'all's thread segments, because that is something I'm not very versed in. Currently, my wonderful sewing journey has been masked for COVID and these wonderful rugs. So the logic behind the weight of the thread, I don't know. I typically just go with your standard serger thread for me.
Awesome. Well, that's great feedback too, because we had I think 2 or 3 thread segments back in September, and we don't have a lot this time. So we'll have to introduce another one moving forward for some of our upcoming events. So,
by the way,
good thought.
MaxiLock
Sure.
serger thread is 50.
Brian said also for that MaxiLock
There we go.
serger or serger thread, it's 50 weight. So we've got that.
And I believe the
also
Coax
we've
and
got a
Clark
Facebook-
one that I would get was 50 also. Go ahead, I'm
That
sorry.
makes sense. Oh, no, you're good. I just wanted to show this one. They want one of those irons. Those irons are
Oh my gosh,
amazing.
I love it. Love it. So I recently had my good old faithful iron that, oh, I can't show you. It's on the other side. My little one's broke. So it was a little like $12 iron and it lasted years. So I finally thought that was my opportunity to upgrade.
Oh, you're going to love this. Arrow's actually waiting in the wings, and they said, not mad at you at all. If you melt your insert, just call us for a new one.
I mean, I've made, close to, at least 100 rugs on it, and my Arrow table has been awesome. Like, shout out to Arrow, just so that they know. The reason why I got that table, one was for the extension table, but second is I had the wrong heights for my sewing machine. I was just using regular tables whenever I was sewing, and they were too high. So I was constantly in this position, and I would have significant shoulder pains. So that table saved me immensely. I don't have any more shoulder pains because I can adjust that height as I need it.
It's so easy to fall in love with the Arrow furniture, seriously. And then you just you're telling the world.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, I do want to ask a couple of questions about your class. So how does that work? Is it like several days, or is it one-time fee and then you can access it forever? If you want to just explain that a little bit.
Absolutely. So my sewing classes are all virtual, self-paced. So I have 2 classes a month. And each month I will always have the oval class because that is the most sought after and the most beginner friendly. But then I will also have a separate specialty class. So for example, for the month of April, I have an oval class and then I have the tree skirt class. And what that is you are able to, at the first of the month, access that at your own leisure, just because everybody typically has nice, hectic lives. You know, you have to work around kids, their schedules or work. So it's there when you're there. And outside of that, if you run into issues, I have a wonderful, crazy life, but I am also always accessible. So if you're at your machine and you're just losing your mind, I am there ready to help you out one-on-one with whatever you're running into.
Well, I think the team here needs to take your class. That's all I'm going to say. What do y'all think?
I think so.
Oh my God.
We're over here going, we're making some jelly roll rugs.
Oh my God. The camaraderie in those groups are awesome. I've had people from Europe and UK and Canada, and seeing everybody come together and sew and watching everybody else's pictures has been amazing.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, we'll definitely be having you back because great news. Amanda is a Sewing Parts Online ambassador, so you're going to be seeing more of her. And yeah, and also if you want to go ahead and let everybody know where they can follow you if they didn't catch it before.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am on TikTok at Uniquely Mateo. I am also on Facebook and Instagram. Now, all the classes I do are going to be in a private Facebook group. But so you will unfortunately have to have Facebook if you're wanting to do the class. But outside of that, you can find me on those 3 platforms.
Perfect. Do you want to stick around while we do the giveaway?
Oh, absolutely.
Wonderful. All right, Brian, let's go ahead and do our giveaway. Awesome. Brian's
I don't have a
joining
table
us.
to make the noise.
Oh, I know. We got to do the drum roll.
We're all just going to do that now every time.
As Sanders, that's their second time winning.
Wonderful.
Ooh,
Congratulations.
congratulations.
The benefit
I gotta get
of
her
tuning
luck.
in and commenting.
Amanda, I have a favor for you. So I don't know if you heard while you were switching over that we are coincidentally recording you locally. So we didn't even know we were going to be doing that. It was an accident. So when I take you off, will you just hang out for a few minutes while it finishes uploading, and I'll let you know when you can go?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome.
Not a
Thank
problem.
you.
So sorry for the issues today. Hopefully it wasn't too crazy.
Oh, no worries at all. We're just glad that we were locally recording. So now we'll be able to share it after the event. So super awesome. All right.
Sounds
well,
great.
thank you so much, Amanda. we'll let you go. You have a wonderful day.
You got it. You too. Thank you.
See ya. All right. Love her. Okay, well, before we get into our next segment with Arrow, we just want to announce what the next giveaway is going to be. So I'm going to pull that up. I'm super excited about this one. Guys, this is going to be great. The hydraulic chair. Yay. So this one's going to be super fun to give away at the end of the Arrow segment. We all love the hydraulic chairs. As you can see, well, I was going to tell you all about it, but Arrow's next, right? They're going to tell you all about it. But it's a wonderful chair. So I think Arrow's just about ready to be pulling up here. Is that correct, Brian?
We are good to go.
We are good to go. All right, let's hear about some Arrow furniture.
Over prepare.
It is suboptimal to be not prepared. Right?
Are you not prepared?
Tricia, we
so
are totally
prepared.
prepared. We're talking about how prepared we are for your show. You know that?
You're always prepared. How
We
are you
are.
guys doing today?
And you know what? You've done all the prep for us because you were talking about it before we even got on the air.
That wasn't even intentional. Go, Amanda. Woohoo.
I mean, that was a great, like
Love
just
Amanda.
toss it to Arrow. Let's go.
Hey.
Hey, we're getting some Arrow chair love already, and chairs are coming up in this segment, Tricia.
We're excited to hear about it.
What do you want to hear about today? I'm here. My name is Harley Thomas. I'm with Arrow Sewing, along with,
I'm Sarah LePage, also clearly with Arrow Sewing.
and we're glad to be back here for another day with our friends at Sewing Parts Online. We've got lots of great things to talk about. So we won't talk about your particular cabinet today. They can watch a rerun from yesterday for your cabinet. We're going to talk about the great offer SPO is offering on the Kangaroo and Joey with a free Kiwi cabinet. We'll get into that. We're going to show you an Eleanor adjustable height sewing and serger table. We're going to show you an entry price point Judy sewing cabinet if you've got a little tiny space. And I think we might talk about 9 chairs. And
I would love to talk about the Wallaby today.
we'll talk about the Wallaby right
Okay.
after Kangaroo
Love
Joey.
the Wallaby.
And we'll
Okay.
explain the differences a little bit so the audience can find the cabinet that's great for them. And
This
see, this is
sounds
why we don't
perfect.
too much. We've only put, and as you know, you have to put hours into prep or the show doesn't go off well.
Oh, we appreciate it. We're going to let you take it away. And as always, I'll be in the background. So let me know if you need me to pop on, okay?
Well, we might need you to show your sewing studio at home at some point, which we will. Yesterday
may
we showed
just do
TikToks, which was great.
Oh, I love it.
So, but I think today what we'll do is we'll start off with the Kangaroo sewing cabinet. And we can tell you a little about Arrow Sewing. Arrow Sewing, and our parent company is Arrow Companies. We've been around for 80 years. We celebrated 80 years in March, I believe. We started 80 years. So here we go. 80 years of building sewing cabinets, helping people do what they love. And we're going to go through a couple of the key cabinets in our Kangaroo sewing furniture line. And I think probably a good way to do that is we can start out with this cabinet. But really, why do you need a sewing cabinet? I sew on my dining room table, which we kind of heard from the last presenter.
Yes.
Here she's up, her shoulders. That's a good view of me on camera, right?
Yeah, a little bit T-Rex.
I got no neck.
That's okay.
So how do we keep you from doing that and being comfortable so you can get straighter stitches and no pulling off the back? Your finished product looks better. We're going to really show you how this beauty can do that. And I'm going to let you go through some of the details.
Okay.
You want to go through details?
I
Should we
would
start
love
with the
to.
sewing opening, kind of machines? And that's a question
Yeah,
we get a
well,
lot.
Harley posed the question, like why a sewing cabinet? You've got a kitchen table, you've got a dining room table. Why do you need a sewing cabinet? Well, last presenter kind of hit on this a bit when she said when she was working at her dining room table, her shoulders were all hunched up. It wasn't ergonomically correct, and it wasn't really an optimal way to spend your time working on a project that you love. So what makes a sewing cabinet special and what makes a sewing cabinet is the lift, where your machine can go up and down. Right now we have this in the flatbed storage position. And we do have one of our acrylic inserts in here. Now on the Kangaroo and Joey, the opening here, this is so that you can know whether your machine is going to fit or not. The lift opening is 23.75 inches wide and 12.5 inches deep. So grab your tape measures, go measure your sewing machine. Remember to include any protruding knobs, cords, etc. If your machine is smaller than 23.75 by 12.5 inches, it'll fit in the Kangaroo and Joey. Now, let's take this insert out so you can see the action of the sewing machine moving up and down.
And it's very important. We're getting all sorts of great questions about chairs. Yes, the Bandicoot is one of our cabinets, has the same lift as this cabinet.
Yep.
Much smaller footprint. This cabinet is really designed for storage, but we're going to talk about the lift.
Right. Okay. So this is the lift portion of the proceedings. Right now we are in flatbed sewing position. I'm going to show you next up. This is our storage position. Hey, my sewing machine is gone. And the Kangaroo and Joey also comes, like, let's say that you want to use this unfurled cabinet as a desk. It comes with this really nice panel that fits right into the desk surface. And now you've got a place to sketch out a pattern, to, I don't know, cut something out, whatever you want to do on this nice big surface. Also, when you close the cabinet up, which we'll show you in a few minutes, your sewing machine is hidden. And that's just, I mean, it's just really nice to be able to pack up and put away without having to put your sewing machine back in a case, trundle it over to a closet, la, la, la.
If you get 20 minutes, half hour, if you have 20 minutes to sew, right? So you've got your sewing cabinet. It might be set up. You might have this leaf extension on the side set up so you have a little extra workspace on the side.
Mm-hmm.
And if your machine was in the closet, you'd go to the closet, reach in, set it on your table, maybe one of those plastic folding tables so your machine will bounce up and down a lot.
Oh, good times.
Yeah, good times. Yeah. Bad idea, bad on your wrist, bad on your back, bad on your neck.
Awful for your stitches, just a terrible plan.
So with this, you're like, oh, I've got time to sew. Sarah, let's set up the sewing machine.
Let's do it. Okay, so when you pop it up, and this thing moves so easy. This is a hydraulic lift. It is smooth like butter. You're going to love this. So you pop up your sewing machine, and now you're in free arm position. You can hem some pants.
A lot of garment sewing.
Lots of garment work for this, or anything that's got a lot of curves that you're going to have to go underneath here. So here you are in free arm position. Push it down until it goes click. And there you are in flatbed position. You can take your insert, slide it right in there. It fits perfectly. And now these inserts are custom made to fit your machine and your cabinet.
You see how close it fits around the sewing machine?
Yeah, like this
is made.
It is
for this
not
machine.
wobbling. It is not wiggling one way or the other. It's in there snug, but not so snug you can't get it out. No, it is just like it's like a glove. It's fantastic.
I'm going to get this out of the way.
Yeah, please get that out of the way.
We used it as a demonstration piece.
Right. So this feature is with the sewing machine lift is really what makes a sewing machine cabinet a sewing machine cabinet. Okay. Another reason why you're probably going to want to buy one of these, we're talking about extra space, right? Harley unfurled, that's my word of the day, guys. He opened up that leaf over to the side, and we also have a leaf on the back, this quilt leaf. So
and this opening, I'm going to cut you off. And
go ahead.
Opening. No, you covered everything.
I did, yeah.
But this cabinet fits 95% of the sewing machines on the market.
That's right. I did fail to mention that it fits 95% of the sewing machines on the market, if not more, and the lift will hold up to 55 pounds of machine.
So most any machine that will fit in that opening is going to be perfect.
I don't know. Like, it seems to me like a machine more than 55 pounds is a beast of a machine.
And the Kangaroo here has storage, lots of storage. As you can see, a good amount of work surface.
Right.
We're going to get to this, but it comes with a free Kiwi.
Hold your Kiwi for a minute. I want to talk about how big this cabinet is. Just hold for just a moment.
$699 value.
Okay.
All right, fine. I'll hold on.
Shush you.
I'll step aside.
Shush. Okay, so when this beautiful cabinet is wide open, just as we have it positioned now, you have 6 feet from side to side of surface. 6 feet. And from where your sewing machine is to the back of your quilt leaf, or does that include this too?
Depends on which measurement, but
3.5.
that would be without that.
Okay, yeah, just from the front of the cabinet to the back of the quilt leaf is 3.5 feet. You also have, but wait, there's more. You also have a drawer up here that's got a cover panel.
Stop it.
Watch, there's stuff in the drawer
Stop
too.
it. There can't be anything in the drawer.
Oh, yeah, there can.
And as Aero cabinets go, the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet comes in 3 finishes. This lovely gray color also comes in teak, which is kind of brown color, and a white with a wood grain. So Ethan's putting a couple other colors up on the screen for you guys to see.
And here we have our drawer. I have a quilting magazine. I got some
We're going to show you how it folds up in a minute too.
I got all sorts of good stuff in here. And I want some extra space here on the side of my cabinet for my laptop, because I am going to take our previous presenter's Facebook course. So I need my laptop right here so I can do a stitch along.
Or you can put it on this side.
I could do whatever I want. I've got so many options with all this space. Okay, so I'm
options and options and options.
Right.
We're going to put it back together, make it big, and then we'll make it small again.
Right.
I can't wait to talk about my kiwi.
I know you're so excited about it.
I'm very excited about the kiwi.
Find that wonderful. Okay, so you've got this huge work surface here. You've got one storage drawer here. You've got more storage drawers with the Joey caddy. So I'm just going to wheel this guy out a little bit. As you can see, it fits right underneath that drawer. And here, let's get him.
Heavy duty casters.
Get it in frame here. Tilt it. There we go.
Oh,
okay.
That's perfect.
We have a lock here. I don't know if your children, husbands, roommates, whatever, significant other, are they always stealing your shears? Because my people are always stealing mine, and I wish I had just a locked room that I could keep them away from my stuff. The Joey has.
You do have a lot of shears, though.
I do. Like I'm a little stabby, maybe. I don't know. So we have this lock here. We can lock our drawers and keep grubby little fingers off of our works in progress, keep them off of our shears, keep them off of, just keep everybody out of here.
Keep your projects locked up in there.
Absolutely.
You've got lots of storage, 3 drawers. The bottom drawer is deeper than the others.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
They are all 3 soft close.
They are all 3 soft close. They're full view soft close drawers. So no more reaching back in and just kind of like feeling around for.
You don't have to
whatever
look very
it is
hard
that you
for
need.
the lint in the back of the cabinet.
Right, you can see it. These are pretty good sized drawers. The bottom one is really nice. It's very deep.
You're so gentle when you close those drawers.
I'm not, though.
Slam that one.
The drawers are
I'm going to come
fantastic.
slam that drawer.
Come on over and slam this
I'm
drawer.
going to slam this drawer. So soft close drawers are great.
There you
Boom.
go. He
Perfect.
slammed that really hard.
See, look, my kiwi has 4 of those drawers. Oh, I got thread.
Oh, see how he just jumped right in there with the kiwi? He's really excited about
Hey, you
this.
know, this is Aurifil thread. I think it's 20% off during the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you can take this out. You can set it up here so you can quickly change your thread as you're sewing. It's great. You get 2 of these, one in each of the 2 top drawers. Soft close drawer. Very nice. So we get another one here. And then we have a large full view drawer down here. We actually have a
There's a serger in
down
there. That's right. It's big enough to hold a serger.
Is big enough to hold a
You
serger.
have a serger in there? I did not know that could hold a serger.
It sure
I have a
can.
serger in there. It's crazy, right?
I'm very excited over here.
So the
I am
kiwi,
too.
the kiwi is a promotion for just a few more days. By the Kangaroo and Joey or the Wallaby that we'll show next. You get a kiwi for free, $699 value. Now, that's just where it starts. Does that thread insert in the chair bottom? I think Noreen was watching yesterday.
Ah.
The answer is yes, and we will show you again. It was such a great demonstration.
You know what? You have a chair right behind you there.
I do.
Let's show Noreen how it fits
Okay, I'll
there.
try to get there.
Okay. I'm
Kiwi.
excited about
All right,
this
so you
too.
take the Kangaroo and Joey. You can turn it this way.
You can
turn it that way.
configure this however you want.
You can take your kiwi. We've shown you all the great stuff, right? I'm going to put the kiwi right here. It's the same height as the Kangaroo and Joey.
Yep.
Then you take your chair. And look, there's secret storage underneath here. And yes, the Aurifil thread will fit in there. I'll show you. I'll demonstrate it now. How's that?
Maybe move the chair a little bit. There you go. Ooh, really want to be able to see this. There we go.
Aurifil thread. I'll put a white sheet of paper in there. Look at that. Done. Perfect. Ta-da! Still standing up. Yay! It's just tall enough to accommodate Aurifil thread. There you go. All right, so now if I sit down, and I will turn my back to the audience in a moment, look at all the work surface I have here. I've got my Joey for storage. Got all this space. I have space over here for my laptop. I've got my thread right here. I can actually cut, press, sew all at one time in a horseshoe shape, because that's what it's all about, right? We can cut, press, sew. There's my iron.
It's so efficient. It's just so efficient.
It's super efficient. Now, there's one thing we haven't shown about this cabinet. It's an add-on feature. You weren't ready for this.
Oh my gosh, I almost forgot about these.
Forgot.
Oh no.
Gosh.
Here,
So-
I'll take one, you take one.
Okay.
Okay.
You put one on your side. I'll put one on my side.
Okay, so what we're putting on, these are quilt blocks. Bring it up here so you can see it. This is called a quilt block. It's got a clamp. It clamps onto the back of your quilt leaf on your cabinet, and it keeps large projects from falling overboard. So no more pulled stitches, no more, my quilt is dirty. You get these quilt
Super
blocks
efficient.
going. I'm going to put this one, and they're ultimately
Ethan, are you able to pull
customizable.
back just a little bit on that camera? Thank you, sir.
So I put my quilt
Oh, you're
blocks.
screwing yours on. I didn't even screw mine in, but I could.
Well, you can screw them right on so they're really nice and snug. So
Great camera shot.
I put
Ethan.
my quilt block over here on the side. Harley put his on the back, and now he's tightening it up because peer
I don't want you to
pressure.
look- I don't want to look bad next to you.
So, and now when I'm working on something, and these come in packs of 2, these quilt blocks. So let's say that you want to just do a guardrail all the way around your cabinet.
Some people buy 4.
Do the thing. It'll work.
And the best part is, as you're sewing, if you're sewing or quilting and you're going through the machine and you go back, it's not going to fall off onto the floor as you go.
Right. It just
And
bunches
you
up
won't
here.
pull.
You're
So-
not getting pulled stitches. You're not getting, like worry. You're not getting fatigue trying to hold your quilt up and sew it at the same time. You don't have to employ your children to catch the quilt as it comes off the back of your table. These things are fantastic.
You know, speaking of children,
Yes.
there's another use for this quilt leaf on the back. I'm going back to the quilt leaf.
Okay.
Anyway, we've got quilt blocks,
Mhm.
Krista's quilt blocks.
Yep.
Krista Watson, a quilter, helped us design them.
Mhm.
And they work wonderful. But you also have this quilt leaf on the back side. You could put another chair back here and have your children, your grandchildren,
Absolutely.
and you can teach them kind of how to sew at the same time. Especially if you're sewing over here, you've got straight eyesight if they're over on this side, or maybe you
Mhm.
put them right here on this side, and you can learn together.
Yeah, that's another really nice feature of these cabinets, is that they do spread out and they make it so that you can kind of make this a team effort.
So again, this is the Kangaroo and Joey, and it's Kangaroo's the brand, Aero Companies is the company, and it comes in white,
Mhm.
teak, and gray. We talked about the opening size. It'll accommodate 95% of the machines, not the large Solaris and Luminaire and M7, M17s, but it will do a lot of those.
Now, we've looked at this table all spread out with all the bells and whistles on it.
We're going to show them the lifetime warranty next.
We're going to show them the lifetime warranty, and then we're going to show them how nicely it folds up and what a small footprint it
I don't have
has.
anything to show for lifetime warranty. All I can tell you is you have no worries because we have awesome customer service.
We do, yes.
And we ship these products out of Wisconsin, just north of Chicago. So they get to both coasts in 2 to 3 days. You order from Sewing Parts online. We will ship it out for them from our warehouse. It will arrive. They're easy to put together because Sarah is, she's too modest to say anything, is the best instruction writer in the world and has rewritten all our instructions and put every cabinet that we have together at least twice.
At least twice.
At least twice.
Yes.
So she makes it really easy. And we've got great customer service and help you take care of things. Does the warranty cover if you iron on it? Christy Gray, that is a great question. And the answer to that one is no.
No, that's why we give you on the Kiwi, you've got your pressing mat right
Pressing
there.
mat. Steam is bad for wood and laminate.
Correct.
So
yes.
this is a quality constructed product with a wood inside and then a laminate outside. So it's great, lifetime warranty. Machines fit. We talked about kind of why you don't want to sew on a table. We saw it firsthand from the previous presenter. Let's talk about how small this gets, because right now we've talked about 20 minutes. We'll take this one down. But I don't want you to forget the price of this cabinet every day is $17.99. Well, when it's on sale, it's $17.99. And now you get it on sale and a free Kiwi, but Tricia has a call-in special. So Sewing Parts Online has a free Kiwi call-in special price for the bundle.
Oh my gosh.
Limited. It's only a couple days.
Do the rest of the show by yourself? Because I think I might call.
You're going to call? Okay.
I might, yeah.
All right. No, we can't do that. Can't do that.
Okay.
No,
so
we can't do that.
We are going to break down our Kangaroo and Joey. Okay, I'm going to
so easy how it goes down.
close
Too.
spacious drawer number 1, again with the soft close. I'm going to slide my sweet little Joey caddy into its little pocket.
Should I close
there.
up the Kiwi?
Yeah, close it on up.
Does anybody want to see more about the Kiwi? No. Okay, good. I'll keep going.
Oops, I forgot to take
Natalie's
my insert
talking
out.
all
There we
about
go.
The stuff.
Okay.
The colors.
Put that away. There's an insert holder on the back side of where your sewing machine chills out. So that can go there. Got those leaves?
I just can't quite get back that far.
Oh.
I just can't fit behind it.
There we go.
The wall's too close to me.
Your gate
Is
leg
it me?
is
Oh,
out.
it's me.
Yeah. This has 2 gate legs on the
It's
back.
not
you,
you, it's
see
me,
it.
Sarah. It's all me.
I know. This cabinet has 2 gate legs on the back for the quilt leaf, so it's super
It's really
sturdy.
sturdy.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
really sturdy and it's really really nicely balanced. So I think you're going to like that a lot.
So we can
What
take.
did you do?
I
With
put it
my-
over there.
Oh,
I know
okay.
you'll be unhappy with me.
I'll probably get over it. Okay, here is. Here we
Ta-da.
go. Ta-da! Ta-da!
We took too long doing that. We probably could do that in half the time.
Okay, and there we go. There's
We can
your
do it in less than
whole sewing studio.
Who had a stopwatch on that? They want to Sewing Parts Online have a stopwatch for us? Is a Kiwi available by itself? Yes,
Yes.
it is.
The Kiwi is available by
So-
itself.
Oh, we heard from the powers that be that we did that in under a minute.
Oh, hey, look at us go.
Yeah.
And so just imagine this for yourself. You drop your kids off at school. You have 30 minutes before you have to hop in the shower and get ready to start your work day yourself. You run home real quick. You've got 30 minutes. You have this whole thing set up in under a minute. Grab your project, get a whole bunch of stitching done in those 30 minutes, and then under
You're
a
happy
minute,
all day.
it's all put away. You don't have to worry about, oh, when I get home, I have to clear off the dining room table. No, you don't. You have a cabinet and everything is all put away.
And you get your dopamine fix too right
Oh, I
away.
love the dopamine
Oh,
fix. Like,
man.
yes, my house is clean.
I don't think
good
Ethan's
stuff.
going to last the show. He's laughing too hard at us today. So, and the closed dimensions are going to be 2 feet by 4.5 feet. So, yeah, 2 feet
Yep.
by 4.5 feet. So that's how small this gets. The Joey tucks in right there. The Kiwi is very small by itself. The Kiwi dimensions are the cutting mat 17 by 11. So it's 29.5 inches tall.
Yep.
It's 17 by 21.
Yeah, that's right.
Same size as the pressing mat. So
Yeah, and it's these
Very
cabinets are so smartly engineered. They go together so nice and easily. They go together so well, and they are so sturdy.
Tricia, did we miss anything on this one? I hate to throw back to
I
you
don't
without
think
a
you
lot of
missed
help.
anything on there, but I do need to mention Courtney Gavro, she joined us yesterday and she emailed me and she was so excited about this cabinet. She's like, I need it. I need it with my insert. It's got to be paired with my Juki. And she's just pumped. So she's going to be getting one as well. That's a fantastic cabinet.
Awesome.
Oh, that's so exciting. Yay.
And the best part is when you buy from Sewing Parts Online, you're shipping these to people's houses for free.
Mm-hmm.
There's no shipping charge. So you get the cabinet, a Kiwi, free shipping.
Mm-hmm. And the stuff that comes with the Kiwi. There's that cutting mat and the pressing mat
and
that come with it.
Thread spool.
And the thread
holders.
Spool holder, all those little
So you
pegs
get all
to
that.
put your thread on. Mm-hmm.
Call in special.
Call in
Tricia
special.
will cover that in just a bit, I'm sure.
I'm sure she will.
I
So-
sure will.
All
I
right.
also wanted to share Christy's comment here. She said she cannot get enough or can't say enough about how much she loves her Kiwi. It moves around so easily and holds a lot of her tools for sewing and embroidery. So Sharon's
I
love.
forgot the heavy duty casters and how well everything rolls on carpet. Now you just saw Harley rolling around the Kiwi on the carpet. It also has the cool heavy duty casters.
There you go.
It just glides across the carpet. It's fantastic.
So this is the kangaroo and Joey combination with a Kiwi. It's wonderful. It kind of rhymes with sweet pea,
kind of
but
does.
it's Kiwi. So
Yeah.
I appreciate everyone typing in sweet pea, but pay attention to us. We're here to tell you guys great things about sewing cabinets. Okay, good. Now it's
They
stopped.
want
Oh,
to
wait.
win a chair. They want to win the hydraulic chair.
No, there's.
I can't blame them.
I think it's more important they buy a chair and listen to us.
Well,
No.
that works too.
I can't blame them
Okay.
for wanting to
We
win
are
a chair.
sponsoring the whole show, so they should win a chair, right?
And we'll get to the chairs in their entirety and
we
the
will.
reasons. If you don't already know why you
Guys
should
are
want
gonna
one of
love it.
these, you will by the time we're
You're
done.
gonna love the chairs.
We're multitasking. Somebody said.
We're gonna
I
switch
appreciate
out
that.
now. And for Kangaroo Joey, it's got to go to bed.
Mhm.
Speaking of going to bed, we did forget something.
What did we forget? Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness! You like how Sarah and I, we don't even talk; things just happen.
This little guy.
Here, put him right here, and maybe we can zoom in on him.
Yeah, zoom in on him. This little guy comes with every Kangaroo sewing furniture brand cabinet. I guess little girl. It would have to be a girl. This is
Mama.
Pockets. She's a mama kangaroo. She comes with every cabinet. It's a sweet little thing to give to a grandchild or a child. It's got a little Joey in its pouch, and it is just so cute.
She's got a little Joey. People write us and want these. The only way to get one is maybe win it as a prize, or you have to buy a cabinet. So if you buy a cabinet, every cabinet, Kangaroo cabinet with a lift comes with a Pockets. And Pockets will sit in your sewing room with you. Pockets watches Tricia sew all the time. So
Yeah.
all right, let's switch out the Wallaby.
Catch
We're
him watching
gonna run some
reruns at
B-roll
11:30
footage,
at night.
show you this cabinet in use by Lynn, one of our educators. And we'll be right back with the Wallaby. Okay. Are we playing?
We see some comments saying no sound. This is just a quick video while they transition to the next cabinet. But this particular cabinet is the Kangaroo and Joey. I absolutely love how customizable it is. Joey fits right in there to the Kangaroo, and you can detach it completely, move it over to a different space if you would like, or you can use it for, extra room on the left-hand side. I love that you get the Kiwi right now for free, and that is awesome. And it fits a serger, which I just found out about.
Every time we do a live, we learn more, don't we?
It's amazing.
Talk about amazing. Look at this. I can't even reach this wide.
This is our Wallaby cabinet. This is another one of our flagship cabinets. We love this one very, very much. And what we like to say about the Wallaby is that this one is an everyday cabinet for everyday sewists.
And it's more compact than the last cabinet we showed you, the Kangaroo and Joey. Yesterday we showed you the Aussie, which is massive, which is, if you want lots and lots and lots of workspace. The Kangaroo Joey is really great for storage, and this one's kind of more space saving. You've got some storage. With the free Kiwi, you have lots of storage with this cabinet as well. So, and it is available in a couple different colors.
Yep, this one is available in ash white that we're showing you right here, and also in teak that I think that you've seen with some of the pictures that Ethan has thrown out.
There are a few things in common with all the Kangaroo cabinets. Full view, soft closing drawers. So the drawer down the bottom there, which I don't want Sarah to hit her head by bending over to get. But
oh, you mean the one that's underneath this
serger?
It's
just like this, another serger.
Another serger. Here it is. It's a soft close drawer. This one's pretty deep as well. Lots of space there to store things. And
soft close.
Soft
boom.
close. Boom. There we go.
And so we've got that. We have heavy duty casters, lifetime warranty, free shipping, fast free shipping, mind you.
Yes.
Great customer service. Manuals for assembly, super easy. Hey, Sky Young, guess what? White is everybody's favorite color. We sell lots of gray, lots of teak, but white is still the favorite color of people. Because white fits in anybody's room, basically.
That's true.
So
now Harley touched on size a little bit. When this guy is all completely unfolded, like you see it now, it's got kind of a unfolded, similar-ish footprint to the Kangaroo and Joey. So there's a lot of workspace here. When everything is folded out from side to side, you have 6 feet of project space. And when we are measuring from the front of this extension leaf to the back of the quilt leaf, that's an additional 5 feet.
That's a lot of square footage.
That's a lot of square footage. And when it folds up, it's only 3.5 feet wide by 1.5 feet deep. So you get all of this project space and a much smaller footprint
when
than
it's
you
closed
get.
Up.
Yeah, it's like a big cabinet in a small package kind of thing.
And the opening, same size as the last one. So it's
that's right. 23 3/4 inches wide by 12.5 inches deep. Again, when you're measuring your sewing machine, this is a big one that we have in here.
This is a much bigger machine than we had in the last cabinet.
It is, and it fits like a dream. And again, this lift, same as the one in the Kangaroo and Joey, will hold up to 55 pounds of sewing machine. And there we go. Free arm position.
Comes all the way up. I didn't even touch it.
I have a question on this particular setup.
Yes.
Harley, that is a larger machine. Can you pair that with an acrylic table?
Absolutely.
Or no?
Yes, you can. You can fit an acrylic insert in here. Depending on the machine, it may end up being a 2-piece insert, which means there's a plastic piece in the front and a plastic piece in the back. And the only difference is it comes with a couple little feet to hold it up. Versus just not having any feet, because normally you can just put one single piece of acrylic in, but we just put a couple feet, one here and one over here, to kind of hold the piece up, and they can split it if necessary. It works exact same way. It just is 2 pieces. Some people are afraid of it. I don't know why.
It works exactly the same.
We have it on a couple of the other larger cabinets for some of the big machines, M7, M17.
And you know what? I just wanted to say, because I saw it flash across here, Rebecca has had her Aero cabinet for, I think she said 16 years.
It went by too fast. I didn't see it.
16 years. That's how sturdy and well engineered these cabinets are. They're going to last you. That's why we have a lifetime guarantee, a lifetime warranty on them. They are going to last you for years and years to come.
That's right. So, and the Kiwi cabinet is included with the purchase of this cabinet.
Yes, it is.
Along with Pockets, who's hiding down there in this cabinet.
Yeah.
Again, the Kiwi cabinet. You've got drawers. You got some shallow drawers. You have your thread storage piece right there. Ironing pad. It will open up. Comes with a cutting mat for this side. Ironing pad then goes on this side.
And you can do the same configuration, U-shaped configuration that Harley showed you with the Kangaroo and Joey and bonus Kiwi. You can make yourself a horseshoe. You can do pressing.
Should I put it in
cutting,
there? I'll move it.
Piecing, sewing. It's a great setup.
Because seeing it is believing it.
Absolutely.
And now you've got lots from now. You probably can't get the chair in there. Where'd my cutting mat go? There it is. So I have a cutting mat. I have an iron. And then it wouldn't be complete without a chair. Sarah, you should go sit in the middle.
Sure, I can do the demo for this.
I had to do the last one. It was really challenging.
All right, so I'm going to cut some pieces. They're a wee bit wrinkly. I'm going to iron them. All better. That's gorgeous. I got to piece them together. Piecing, pinning, pinning, piecing. I'm going to sew them. And here's my pile of squares right over here.
What's better than that?
And I barely moved at all.
That's the best part about it.
Right?
It really creates a whole workspace for you that is very ergonomic. Mm-hmm. The heights are correct.
It's so efficient.
So longer and efficient.
Yes.
And you only have so much time to have fun, right?
Absolutely.
So I think what we want to do is show you how easily everything compacts back down.
Yeah, I think so. Somebody time us, okay?
Oh boy. Dave will time us, I'm sure.
Okay, I'm sure he will.
All you do is you take this, you push that down. That folds over.
Close that up.
This folds over. I'd better push this out of the way.
This cabinet, because it's smaller, it has one gate leg on the back for the quilt leaf. And that seems to work out really well. Is my quilt leaf stuck? There it is. Okay. Fantastic.
Ta-da! There you go. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy.
Now, the nice part is, we
Dave
got timed.
says 20 seconds.
Dave timed us and said we did it in 20 seconds. So,
okay, that was teamwork. So we're going to say 45 seconds tops.
Maybe 32 and a half.
Maybe.
So,
and it's so little.
but much quicker.
Again, 3.5 feet wide, 1.5 feet deep, teeny tiny little footprint. And if you will recall from just a few moments ago, huge, huge project space.
I want to see you push it up to the front.
And those heavy duty casters.
Look at that. It just rolls.
That move like a dream.
Easy. And with the casters, Ethan's going to say, why did you push it up so far?
Well,
right, Ethan?
It rolls on carpeting. We're on a carpet right now.
So the best part is, you can move it around the room. If it's in a multi-purpose room, this cabinet actually has a door on it. So you can put
and
it
it
in
locks.
A multi-purpose room.
This cabinet also locks. So you're not only protecting your shears, you're protecting all your stuff. Nobody can touch it.
Now, I have another education point to put in.
What's that?
Yeah. So someone's asking the question about work height. So the cabinets, when they are opened, are designed that this surface is 29.5 inches from the floor. So, and I see Natalie's got the answer there. So when the machine is up and in the flatbed position with that insert, you're always at 29.5 inches. So you're not going up and over your machine. When your machine is, if your machine is up all the way, you're actually having to sew. You're having to go up and over this all the time. Mm-hmm. You're not at 29.5 inches. You're having to lift your arms up all the time. You can't rest them down. So I see lots of answers, lots of activity on Facebook and YouTube with that question. So great question. With that, I'm ready to ship this out to somebody.
I think so. Somebody call. Somebody buy
call.
this.
Somebody call.
I have to point out that Courtney just commented that she says, "Is it wrong that I want this one too?"
It's not wrong to want something like this.
It's not wrong to want both.
Now,
It's
somebody
not.
asked if the quilt blocks will fit on this cabinet as well.
Absolutely.
They will. As a matter of fact, those quilt blocks will fit on just about
Would I put gray
any-
with this? No, it comes with a matching color.
There is matching color.
in
You
4
can
colors.
put, if you want to mix and match your finishes, that's entirely up to you. But if you don't, if you want it matchy-matchy, we got you covered. And another thing that I want to say about these quilt blocks, since we're talking about fitting, I'm going to show you, let's see, which camera do I want? Where am I going? Here we go. All right, right here, these are our clamps that clamp to the table. And you can see they are pretty much super adjustable, and they'll fit on a lot of different surfaces. So yeah, you can put these guys wherever you want.
While you're
It's easier to
swapping
move
on
the
that,
block. Oh, sorry, Tricia.
does the pressing mat and the cutting board come with the kiwi?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they come with the kiwi. Absolutely. Absolutely, they do. Sorry, that's a little loud. We'll fix that. Now, we have something fun to show.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this
Oh
one.
my gosh. Whew. You know, Tricia, you do this all day long. It's a lot. It's a long time.
We enjoy it though. We love doing this.
You know, I think it's good to educate. People don't know. They especially don't know about sewing cabinets. So
I agree. And like we were just saying, with each live, we learn something new. I've already learned 2 things in just this segment.
yes, we do. And that's part of the fun of it, right? So we're going to talk about a brand new product that is lots of fun called the Eleanor. Now, we try to have fun with some names. So the kangaroo product lines are really around Australia. We're kind of running out of animals though. So we're going to move to cities now. But this is part of the Aero Classic sewing furniture line. Only difference is it's a flat white melamine top instead of a wood grain top. 10-year warranty, but you're not going to need it. It has, it still comes flat pack in a box.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah,
This one comes in one box, I
one
believe.
box partially assembled.
Mm-hmm.
So it's partially assembled. And you might go, it doesn't look like very much. You know what's neat about it? I push this button. I have 4 preset heights. And we can go ridiculously high.
Oh, what is it? The highest it can go is...
It goes like 48.4.
Yeah, like 42.4, something like that.
48.4. Geez, I'm memorizing this stuff. It's really scary.
Shaquille O'Neal could stand and sew at this at
Makes
a
me look
comfortable
really short.
height.
So it also then has the 4 adjustable buttons. So you can have a height for cutting, piecing, ironing, and sewing. You can have different heights and just program it in.
That's right. And somebody asked the question, will this hold a serger? And the answer to that is a great, big, excited, woohoo, yes,
Woo-hoo,
it
yes.
surely will.
So we actually have a picture of a serger, and we kind of think this is a great product for a serger because it's open in the front. Unlike our sewing cabinets that have a lift, this one doesn't have a front piece to it. And with a serger, you've got to be able to flop the front open to get all the waste out of there. So you really need to be able to flop it, open the front part. And you can do that with this table. We also have it, Ethan put another picture up about with the sewing machine, you can get an insert for this also, but much like the last one that was really a couple, is it safe to iron on with a pressing mat?
With a pressing mat, yes.
I'd say yes.
With a pressing mat.
So the best part is you can get a kind of an acrylic table almost because there's no front, so you need legs again. Ethan's got a picture up with that right now. So you can see the kind of the 3 legs in the front of the machine. And it does have adjustments. It does. How does a table power supply provide power to plug machines into? Another great question, Ronnie. I'll get to that one. The short answer is, unfortunately, no. So, but I'll go over the power thing real quick too. So it's really nice for a sewing machine. How big's the opening, Sarah?
The opening on this guy is 22 3/4 inches wide. And it's open in the front, as you can see, and 10 3/8 inches deep.
So it fits a lot of machines. A lot of the sergers have feet that are further back. So the serger itself actually sticks over a little bit, but the feet are way in the back because it's back heavy because the motor and everything's in the back, which shouldn't be a big problem.
That's right. And another cool thing about this table is it's got this little itty bitty tiny extension leaf here that pops out. It gives you just a little bit of extra space to continue your projects off to the side. And
it makes it about 4.5 feet by about 2.5 feet.
Yeah, and it's really easy to just slide that guy right in there and tuck it away when you're not using it.
So it's a great table. Now, the power cord only feeds the motorized legs on this particular unit. So you have to run another extension cord for whatever machine you're doing. And there are many reasons why we did it that way, but everyone seems to be okay with it. So we're gonna keep rolling. Instead of adding additional costs to the unit, a lot of people have extra power strips, or you might be somewhere where you can just plug 2 into the wall. So instead of having everybody pay for an extra power strip, we're just we're offering it without one.
That's right.
So it's a great table, adjustable height.
Mm-hmm. It's got a multi-position lift platform.
I just like playing with the buttons.
Yeah, I know you like playing with the buttons.
So yes, there are notches for the lift platform to go up and down.
Yep.
And you can cut on it. You can sew on it. We could bring this all the way up flush if we wanted to.
Do we want to? I feel like we do.
Okay. Who's going to do it?
I'll do it.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
loosen up this side for you.
Thank you.
It's only on one side too.
Okay, there's a couple of little knobs over on the side here
Okay.
that you can loosen your lift platform. And it just it's got some grooves here where you just kind of slide it into its slot.
It kind of slides into slots up.
There we go.
You made that look easy to me yesterday. I had a harder time with it. I don't know why, because I was doing it from the side.
All right, now I've got it all tightened up. And now you've got a full work surface. This really is a multi-use table. It can be with a cutting mat, a cutting table, with a pressing mat, a pressing table. It's a serger table. It's a sewing table.
It's a poker table. Wrong audience, sorry. Okay.
I don't know. It could be a poker table.
It could be a lot of things.
It could be a lot of things, yes.
It is a wonderful table. This is Eleanor. It's new from Arrow Classic Sewing Furniture. And I think the next thing we want to do is show them Judy. We're right on time. We've got so much to cover.
Yeah, I like
so
Judy.
much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to show you a cabinet called Judy. And Eleanor, because it starts with EL and it's kind of like an elevator. At least that's my story on how it got the name Eleanor.
We're very clever. Very, very clever.
Yes.
We come up with this stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
So, I see the power strip. Great argument for a power strip. I love it. We're going to push this to the back.
All right. And I'm going to bring the Judy up.
Tricia, do you want to talk about pricing on anything yet, or you want to just kind of wait to recap?
I can definitely touch on some pricing. That's no problem at all. Let me get.
People might want to buy now.
They want to buy now, exactly. So let's touch on the Kangaroo and Joey. The MSRP on that is $2,499. As Harley had mentioned, the sale price is $1,799, but that is not the special call-in price. You can get it at a better price than that. In addition to getting a fabulous price, if you look over on the right, with the purchase of the Kangaroo and Joey sewing cabinet, you get that free Kiwi multi-use cabinet. Fantastic value. Also, they showed the Wallaby. The MSRP on the Wallaby is $2,199. Sale price of $1,599. This particular cabinet is also eligible for the free Kiwi cabinet. We've also had a couple of questions regarding some of the other Arrow furniture. Bandicoot was one of them. Just so you're aware, we are offering special event pricing on all the furniture. You just have to call our customer service. So we unfortunately are not able to pack in every piece of wonderful furniture that Arrow has, but just know that you can call in, talk to our customer service, and we'll get you a fabulous price. And they're swapping out for the Judy, so I'm not going to show you that quite yet, but let's talk about the Eleanor. The Eleanor, man, we had a lot of love in the comments about the Eleanor yesterday. This is a fabulous new table. We're very excited that Arrow added this to their line. It is a sewing and serging adjustable table. So cool. And you can pair it with that acrylic insert. That MSRP is $9.99, on sale for $7.99. And that, again, is special event pricing. When you call in, you'll get a better price than even the $7.99. All of these cabinets, you have wonderful financing available if that's the route that you want to go. So we are very, very excited about this furniture. I know they're not showcasing the Aussie today. However, at the end of the day, I'm going to recap on that too, because that is my cabinet. I love that cabinet. I've got to show it some love. So as soon as you're ready, Harley, just let me know. We'll let you back up.
We're ready for you.
Perfect.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much for going over that part, Tricia, with the gang. So
you're welcome.
We have about 10 things to go over now.
Right.
9 chairs.
Mm-hmm.
Ta-da. And
This
the Judy
is the
sewing cabinet. One of my
Judy.
favorite, the Judy.
It's so sweet. This is part of the Arrow Classic Sewing Furniture line. And it is, I just love this sweet little cabinet. It is perfect for compact sewing areas. It gives you a lot of room to work, but has just the teeny tiniest footprint. And we've got the cabinet all opened up right now. And it is 4 feet from side to side and 1.5 feet deep.
And when it's closed,
it's so teeny tiny.
Because this just comes up and folds over, so it's half the size.
Right, that's right. And your door closes,
so
and it's just itty bitty and so sweet, and I love it. It also has this nice handy dandy bin in the door. You can store all sorts of things. For this one, I have some thread, I've got a rotary cutter, a couple of books, I've got some ribbon, I've got some pin cushions, I got some fat quarters, I got all sorts of little knick-knacky stuff.
Lots of things.
Lots of things. And it really holds a lot.
And the Judy, while it is part of the Arrow line, it has the exact same lift that we saw on the other kangaroo cabinets. So it's the easy push down into storage.
Mm-hmm.
No hands. Look, Mom, no hands.
Right.
As they crash on their bike.
And this lift, this one will also hold up to 55 pounds, but this lift opening is a little bit smaller. It's going to be 20 3/4 inches from side to side and 11 inches deep. So if you're looking at this one, and you know what, the Judy is so affordable as well.
It's very affordable. It's value priced, and it's great. A lot of people buy this for a second machine in their room when they want to make sure they always have a second machine ready to go. Or if you've got a multi-purpose room, or you're in an apartment or a condominium and you really don't have that much room. I mean, this cabinet, you push that down, you take your insert, you put it right back over there. You do that, you close the door.
It takes 25, 30 seconds.
You're
and
done.
This is such a nice size here.
I'm going to say under 10.
You can move real rapid fast with this one. And Harley was talking about it being in an apartment or a condominium. This guy is so little, and the height, again, as he said earlier, 29.5 inches tall for your work surface. But when it closes up, this could even be a nightstand, like a bedside table.
Could be.
You just pull it out. Again, these casters work really well on carpet. They just kind of glide along like butter. Fold it up, put it next to your bed, throw your book on it.
This is the Arrow Judy cabinet, 10-year warranty, comes in 2 colors.
That's right. It comes in
white wood grain, ash white,
and teak as well.
Teak or /brown.
That's
as
right.
People call it.
That extra small footprint is really, really nice to have. And again, that lift will hold up to 55 pounds.
This is a lot.
20 3/4 inches wide by 11 inches deep. So this itty bitty tiny little cabinet can hold a pretty decently powered machine.
I agree. And Sharon's right. It'd be great for a child or,
a beginner.
If it's your room, if it comes down to room space, we've shown you a cabinet that had lots of storage.
Yes.
And then we showed you the Wallaby that has a little bit smaller footprint. This is I call this a micro footprint for a sewing cabinet.
Yes. It's small but mighty.
Because don't want anything smaller than this. And the best part is you're at the right sewing height. You'll be comfortable. And when we say you'll be comfortable sewing, Sarah, what does that really mean? I'm going to ask you to sit down now.
Oh my goodness.
The roughest part of the day.
The roughest part of the day is when I have to sit in these supremely comfortable chairs.
That's right.
This is maybe the best part of my job.
I'm going to slide this back.
Okay, you do that. I'm going to grab this particular chair. This is a really popular pattern.
The most popular
This is
pattern.
the most popular pattern. This is our Sew-wow, Sew Now chair. I'm going to try and get this guy centered so you can see all of the good things about it. Okay, so with these chairs, we have, this is the #1 rated sewing chair in America. This is #1, and it's ergonomically designed to provide lumbar support here. For those long hours that you spend behind your sewing machine doing what you love, we make it so that you're comfortable and your back doesn't ache while you're doing that. So you've got your lumbar support, you got your secret storage. You can put all sorts of interesting things in here, including thread spools. You've got your 360-degree spin. You've got stability with this 5-point star base. Stability?
What does that mean?
Let me demonstrate for you.
Oh, okay. Take a load off.
I do all my own stunts.
Okay, good. You're not going to need to.
All right. So you want to see how it rolls on carpet?
Yes. Ooh, man.
There it goes.
Beautiful rolling
Beautiful rolling on carpet. And no tipping. I'm going to get myself back into...
If you drop something.
If you drop something, oops, I dropped my cards. I'm going to bend all the way over. Hey, that chair is nice and sturdy. I'm not tipping anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
Let's see. What did we forget about it?
Well, the lumbar support.
300-pound weight capacity.
300-pound weight capacity. So I feel very secure here. And I've got this lumbar support right here. It hits me right in the lumbar area of my spine. I actually have one of these chairs.
Turner, right there.
Right there's my lumbar area. There's my lumbar support. I actually have one of these chairs in my home office that I use. I sit at a computer for a large part of my day. I do. And this chair is so comfortable. I can sit there for hours and hours on end.
And we have employees here, they use them as their desk chairs.
Absolutely. They're really, like, I'm not kidding, these are really comfortable. They all come with this high quality upholstery fabric. They're very
You're
durable.
Doing a great job. I'm not even talking about this. We got this under control.
Because I love these chairs so much.
I know.
Oh, another thing that's really cool. Now I'm a tall person. I'm about 5'8". So these are height adjustable chairs. If I take it all the way down, it is 18 inches from floor to seat height. But let's say that I'm a taller person, I can bring this all the way up to 22 inches. So I get the right bend. This is maybe even a little bit high for me. There we go. Now I've got the right bend in my legs. I've got my back nice and straight. I've got my lumbar support, and I'm ready to make a quilt.
Let's go quilting.
Let's do it.
But before we do that, let's talk about all the different colors.
Oh, let's do that.
And I'm going to fire up the mobile camera.
Yeah. We have 5 different colors of solids. We call this our royal line. And we have 4 different colors at this time of 4 different patterns for our patterned chairs. And again, like I said before, but it bears repeating, these are all made of durable upholstery fabric. You're not going to get pulls, tears, and rips in these guys. They're really, really well made. They come in 2 boxes, and they are very, very easy to put together. They're well engineered. They're easy to put together. They're durable, and you're gonna love your sewing chair.
Do you want to go through all the names of them?
Yeah, cute. Absolutely. Let's make sure that I get this right. All right, now this one is
Black Sewing Notions.
Black Sewing Notions.
You had it right, but we always say the color. We used to have a white one.
But
it was discontinued before
right.
you started
I'd forgotten
working
about
here,
that one.
yes.
Things move so fast around here. Okay, so we've got Black Sewing Notions. Next to the Black Sewing Notions, we have black buttons. These are so bright. I think you can really kind of tell in the video just how vibrant these colors are. They're really nice. Now, next one over here. This one is so cute. This is our black cat fabric. We got all these little kitties here ready to help you sew.
The cats aren't really black. The background's
background is black.
Black cats
it's kinda,
might be bad luck.
Can you zoom in a little bit? it's got this cool speckling on the fabric, and the cats are in lots and lots of different colors. It's just a cool chair. It's a cool pattern. And then the last of our pattern chairs, I love the name on this one. This is Sew-cial, Sew Now. It's got this cool pattern on it. You've got these old-timey sewing machines. You got some zippers. You got a button, some needles and threads. You got some embroidery floss here. You got scissors. Here's another pin cushion, pattern piece. I could just...
all sorts of fun stuff.
I could spend days and days talking to you about how much stuff we have on this pattern here. And now we're moving over to our Royals line.
You're not going to be able to get behind those chairs, are you?
I might be able to.
I pushed them really tight.
You did. Okay, so we have in purple, aptly named, this is our Royal Purple chair.
It's our Royal line.
This is the Royal line. These are all named very royal names. Next over is the Crown Ruby. It's a really nice, rich, ruby red color. It's lovely.
And it's truly red. It has a little light black.
It is red. Next we have Duchess Blue. And here for these next three chairs, it's a little bit of a tweed effect with some variations and variegations with the color throughout the fabric. So that's kind of cool. This next one, this is our Princess Hazel. This is actually my favorite of the Royals because there are so many different speckles of colors in this fabric. You've got some greens, some blues, some reds. It's some brown, obviously some browns. It's really a lovely fabric. Will go pretty much anywhere in your house.
And then we have Lady Gray.
Last and certainly not least, Lady Gray, again, kind of a tweed effect here. Heavy duty upholstery fabric. And oh my gosh, so comfortable.
And we have a chair for everybody's room.
We do.
I'll show you the colors real quick. We'll just kind of fly through them. And then Ethan's going to put the colors up on the screen and we'll talk about them. And one more time, we have one final demonstration for the group. So this is these are the patterns. So this is the pattern group. And this is the Royals.
Let's go over those pattern colors and names one more time.
Okay, which way do you want to go? Let's start over here.
Let's start over here. So we've got Lady Gray, Princess Hazel, Duchess Blue, Crown Ruby, Royal Purple, Sew-cial, Sew Now. And in this case, sew is spelled S-E-W because we're clever. Black background cats.
We call it H-Cat.
H-Cat.
Someone in product development came with the name H-Cat. They really went out on a limb on that one.
Okay, we're not always clever, but sometimes we're very clever. Then we've got our black background, bright buttons fabric. And last, but certainly not least, our black notions. Black sewing notions fabric.
Yeah, that's a lot of different patterns.
That's a lot of stuff going on here.
And Ethan will put up the colors up on the screen. Oh, he's got
there
them
they
up on the screen
are.
already.
From very traditional to super fun and whimsical. We've got you covered.
Now, I did show earlier, and let me find it. These are... Okay. So the chairs, the seat can move from 18 to 22 inches.
That's right. 18 to 22 inches for the height of the seat with the hydraulic lift action.
Okay, here. So from the floor to the seat. And then, as a final demonstration for our audience, we talked about Aurifil thread on sale at SPO. Someone asked the question about Aurifil thread. I have these Aurifil threads and those Aurifil threads that I just dropped.
You can throw them at the chair or you can place them in gently.
So we
you
have these
unlimited
little guys,
options.
And then we have these Aurifil threads that are just a little bit bigger.
There you
go. A little bit bigger. Ethan, live demonstrations always go so well for me. So as you can see, we've got these larger ones and these smaller ones, and they all fit. And lo and behold, it will close and they're still there. Oh, look, Natalie put up the Aurifil link there. There you go. On
Perfect.
sale, 20% off. Now, what you might want to know about the Aero chairs, #1 sewing chair, we've shown you that. If you have a friend, they will tell you how great they are. Yes, we're measuring from the seat bottom to the floor, talking about 18 to 22
seat
inches.
top.
Seat
Seat
top.
top to the floor.
Or the bottom. That could be the top, but you're right.
Where your bottom goes on the seat top to the
where
floor.
your sit bones are.
Where your sit bones are, between
sit
18
bones.
and 22 inches from the floor to where your sit bones go.
And great place to put some storage to keep things out of the touch of others, right?
Right.
And so we've talked about a lot in this last hour. So we've talked about the Kangaroo and Joey. Great cabinet. Comes with a free kiwi and pockets. Comes in 3 colors: ash white, teak, and gray. Then we talked about the Wallaby, which has more of a space saver in the Kangaroo sewing line. Has a nice work surface, has a quilt leaf on the back, a little bit of storage, but it comes with a free kiwi. So with the free kiwi, you've got lots of storage added there. Multi-purpose unit.
Absolutely.
So that comes free for the next few days.
And the bottom drawer can hold a
The bottom
serger.
drawer can hold a serger.
It can
It's
hold
huge.
a serger.
Then we talked about the Eleanor table, which is a height adjustable, electric height adjustable, push of a button. You go up, you go down. You can cut, you can sew, you can pen, you can cut.
And also with the
surge.
Eleanor, I was going to say the serger aspect of it is really nice with that open front. It fits a serger really nicely. I think you're going to love it.
Then we talked about a value cabinet, the Judy cabinet, which it comes in 2 colors, an ash white and a teak.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very good for a second machine or
a beginner.
Or a beginner.
Or a small living space.
Multi-purpose room. Any of our cabinets with a door work really well in a multi-purpose room. It really depends on how big your machine is and how much work surface you want. And do you leave it set up? Do you put it down? So lots of things to consider. The sales reps at SPO can certainly walk you through that if you're having questions on, I don't know which one to get. Or you just call Tricia and she will take care of you. She'll tell you exactly what there is. Is there special pricing on the Kiwi alone? I'm going to let SPO answer that question. And lastly, we talked about the #1 rated sewing chair in America, the Aero Classic Sewing Furniture Sewing Chair.
That's right.
Woo!
And how everything moves so easily on carpet. There's just so much good stuff to say about it. Tricia's going to be like, enough. We got to move on.
No, I love listening to you guys. I'm taking my notes here, just being like, oh, there's so many good options. I'm like, how much can I fit into my dining room, my sewing space, right, Harley?
It's not your dining room anymore. Dining room's
It's
gone.
No, you can eat in the kitchen or in front of the TV. A dining room is not for the family anymore.
But
no, we are loving it. And everybody is loving the fact that we are giving away the hydraulic chair. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you, Aero. You guys are helping make this event an amazing, amazing event with your donations, with your time, with your knowledge. We are so excited to be offering these wonderful cabinets to all our viewers. And you guys are just making all of this possible. So thank you very much.
well,
Thank you
that-
very much.
We are glad
Lovely
to
to
be
be
part
here.
of it. We're glad to be part of this event. You have very active and engaged audience members, which, you know what? That's what we want. We want great audience members and good participation. And they ask great questions.
They do, yeah.
Mhm.
So I want to thank you guys for your time. I'm glad we were able to part of it. I can't wait to see who wins the giveaway of the chair, though.
I know, that's always the most exciting part, isn't
I'm really
it?
wondering.
Who's
Do
going
you
to
want
win?
to stick around? Let's pick. Let's go ahead and pick.
All right, let's do
If
it.
he's ready.
Yes, and Brian just said it's a new record. This is the most that we've had in the giveaway. So everybody's excited about winning the chair.
Oh, that's
Oh
so
my.
awesome.
Let's see who it is. Lucky winner. Get that chair. Get that chair.
Spin the wheel, spin the wheel.
All right, come on. Sherry B.
Sherry B, congratulations. Oh, you
She
are
is
going
the
to
lucky
love
winner.
this.
All right. Well, thank you again, you guys. We can't wait to have you back, and we'll be giving out all the special pricing. So
Great. Thank
That
you
sounds
so much. We'll
awesome.
talk to you all next time.
Thanks, Tricia.
sounds good. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you. You
Thanks,
too.
you
Bye-bye.
too. Bye.
Oh my goodness, I love Aero furniture. It's so easy to get excited about. Like I said before, Courtney emailed me and she was just ecstatic too. And it's just like you fall in love with all the options, how nice it makes your space. And it's just wonderful stuff. So I went over the pricing on the Kangaroo and the Joey and the Wallaby, but let's take a quick peek at the Judy. The Judy is that sweet little cabinet, great for the small space. Perhaps you have an apartment or you would have a second machine. It is a compact cabinet, but still is wonderful. MSRP is $8.99 and that sale price is $3.99. How perfect is that? That would be awesome, but that's not the special event pricing. So you can even get the better pricing on this particular cabinet. I know that they had just asked, is the Kiwi special event pricing on its own? As I had mentioned before, we're going to go ahead and offer special event pricing on all the furniture and all the machines on our website. We can't feature them all during this event. However, you can call our customer service. They'll talk to you and they'll get you some special event pricing to make this event even more special for everybody. So super, super excited. And I just want to touch on the chairs just really quickly again. The MSRP on that is $449, on sale for $329. I had seen in the comments special event pricing is wonderful on these, so give us a call and we can definitely beat that price. All right, you guys, our next guest is waiting in the wings. But before we pull Miriam up, I just want to mention that the Janome, we have got a giveaway for the next segment, which is the Janome DC 1050. That machine values at $499. So somebody had asked the question, when's that Janome going to be given away? It'll be at the end of Miriam's segment. So we are going to welcome back Miriam. She was here yesterday showing us some Janome machines. Today, she is going to be showing us some Elnas. So welcome back, Miriam. How are you? Uh-oh, we got a little issue going on. I'm just going to pull up here on my own, if that's okay, Brian. All right. Miriam, if you can hear me, Brian's going to talk to you about your audio, and then we can get that figured out. In the meantime, while you do that, I'm just going to go back over the pricing for that Kangaroo and Joey. So let's take a peek at that one more time. This particular cabinet is normally $17.99 on sale. However, it has the special event pricing, so you're going to get an even better price on this. The Kangaroo and Joey is a full-size cabinet. It can have the 3 positions. You've got the free arm, the flatbed, and the storage position. It can hold up to a 55-pound machine. This particular opening will fit about 95% of the sewing machine. So as they had mentioned, unfortunately doesn't fit machines like the Solaris or some of those really large machines. However, it does fit about 95%. So great for storage. As you can see on the left-hand side, you can have more drawers. Also, the little Joey pulls out completely if you want to set it off to the side or make it a U shape as they did in their example. So lots of different options with the Kangaroo and Joey. Super cute. It's got the leaf on the back as well. You've got so much workspace. Absolutely love it. Again, with that cabinet, you get the free QE multi-use cabinet. There was a lot of love being shown for the QE multi-use cabinet. And there was a question regarding whether or not the mat and the cutting mat and the pressing mat come with the QE. It sure does. So just so you're aware of that. Also, we've got the Wallaby. The Wallaby is super great. It's a little bit more compact than the Kangaroo and Joey, but it is perfect for storing that serger over on the left-hand side. Also, what I learned today, that Kiwi holds a serger too. So pumped. So very cool. But that has an MSRP of $2,199, on sale for $1,599. But again, you can get an even better price for it. So you guys are going to want to call our great team and customer service. They are ready to help you. All right, let's talk about that Eleanor one more time, because the Eleanor was getting a lot of love as well. That sewing and serging adjustable table, it normally is $9.99, on sale for $7.99, but we have a special event pricing on that as well. And any of these cabinets, financing is available. And so you are able to do that if you are wanting to. I'm going to take this time to show my cabinet because I absolutely love it. Guys, I love it so much. The Aussie, look how much space I have. You are also seeing my mess, so I'm sorry about that, but it's real life. If you look on my table, though, I've got Tricia Camacho. She did pattern making 101. That's the day one that I was able to do, but it's a little messy, but look at all that space. I just have to say, I was going to bug Harley about this, that I am missing a chair. I'm missing one of those hydraulic chairs, so I think I need to fix that. I'm also going to show my puppies just because they're so darn cute. Aren't they cute? It's like they're talking to you. They're with me all the time. So Miriam's still working on getting set up. So just as soon as she's ready, we will get started. But in the meantime, I'm going to check a couple other things. We had talked about the flare earlier with Anna. Anna did a great demonstration and showed how to do a wonderful in the hoop project with it. It is normally $3,999 and it is on sale for $1,999. And you know the drill now. That is not the best price that you can get. You can give us a call and we can match or beat that. And financing is available on that machine as well. Extra good stuff. You can get the free bonus accessories. That's a $215 value. 6 months of Sew-Ed online classes. I am saying it again because BabyLock just is amazing at education. They've got so many wonderful videos that are available. You also get a free 6x6 embroidery hoop and 8 spools of the Madeira rayon thread. So very, very cool. I just got the thumbs up from Brian, so we're going to pull Miriam back up and we're going to have a good time hearing about some Elna machines. So let's get you pulled up, Miriam. Are we all
I hope
set?
it's working. Yeah.
Sounds wonderful. It's going to be worth the wait,
good?
right?
Okay, good. I'm sorry, I just can't get this multiple camera angle with the sound working. I'm so sorry, but it's so good to be back, you guys.
We're excited to have you, and I'm super excited to hear about this machine, not just because I love the color.
No, like I just love when machines have color. It's just, I mean, all of us quilters and makers and everything, we all love multiple color things. So I think all machines should have color, but.
Well, I will let you take it away so we can see these wonderful Elna machines.
Sounds great. So thank you guys again for having me back. My name is Miriam Coffey, and today I'm really excited because we're going to be talking about 2 different Elna machines. We're going to start off here with this beauty, the EF72. She is kind of the perfect combination between a old school mechanical machine and a newer, more computerized machine. It has kind of the best of both worlds. So if you look at it, it may look a little more old school compared to some of the newer machines because it does have the exterior tension, the beehive tension, the manual pressure. So there is a little bit more manual things, but there are still some really great computerized things, which we will definitely go over. But what I love about this is it has the feel of like an old sort of more industrial sort of machine or an old mechanical machine because it has that like heavy duty feel that just means it's a really quality machine because all Elna machines have a metal frame inside of them, but this machine actually also, the outside is also metal here. So this is all a metal. The only plastic parts are like these, a few of these exterior pieces and the knobs and stuff, but it's all a metal exterior as well as interior. So it's a really heavy duty machine. So it's great for that sort of industrial sort of feel, or if you're somebody who makes a lot of bags or does a lot of work with like leather or canvas or anything, this is the machine for you because it has such a wonderful feel to it when you start sewing. It has this like very like meaty feel. I know that sounds weird, but once you sew on it, you'll understand. But it's still really smooth and just a breeze to sew through. So it does sew 1,000 stitches a minute. It has this beautiful 10-inch throat space with 4.7 height here. It comes with a bunch of accessories. So there's about 12 feet plus a lot of spool caps, needles, extra bobbins, all that sort of good stuff. and all of the basic major feet that you need for it. It's all going to be here. Plus, it comes with your knee lift, your adjustable knee lift as well. It comes with a dust cover, which is this really cute little dust cover here, as well as 2 stitch plates, which are really exciting and really important because they have some really great uses. So we have our basic zigzag stitch plate on our machine right now, which gives you a larger space because it's a 9mm machine. So it gives us 91 needle positions. So we can really move our needle exactly where we need it to be without having to change feet or having to change the position of our fabric and eyeball some sort of guide. You can really move your needle exactly where you need it to be. Plus, the cool thing about the straight stitch one, I'm going to pull it a little bit closer to the camera. So it has actually 3 holes in it, the center hole and then the right and the left, and they're actually not just a single hole, they're actually ovals. And the reason those are ovals is because it gives you the ability to have some minute adjustments. So when you're doing, like, let's say a 1/4 inch piecing with this, you're going to have the ability to move your needle a little bit to maybe get like a scant 1/4 inch. Because everybody sews a little bit differently. The 1/4 inch that's, programmed into the machine may not work for the way you sew. That's why you have the ability to have that needle position move within that straight stitch plate, because you want to use the straight stitch plate for any time that you are, let's say, free motion quilting. It's really great for that. Or if you're piecing with thin fabrics, or when you're doing the, let's say, half square triangles, when you're starting on that point, starting with or changing your machine to the single hole, it's going to help with that sort of suck down that can happen. The other great thing about this machine, or about these stitch plates, is they're very easy to change out, and the machine knows which one you have on. So you don't have to worry about selecting a stitch that would damage the machine, break a needle, or do whatever. It knows, so it's going to prevent you from making a little oopsie. So let me show you how to change this stitch plate out because it's super easy. While we're doing it, I'm going to lift my presser foot up. And the nice thing about this presser foot is it actually has a double up feature that goes all the way up. So you can see there's a lot of space underneath and it holds itself up. So what's great about that is if you're doing a bag or anything kind of big and bulky and you need to move like or any of those like rope bowls that people were doing for a really long time, and you needed to lift your, get your project in and out, having your foot stay extra high without having to hold it is really, really convenient. So it stays up super high. And all I'm going to do is press this little button right here at the bottom of the machine. I'm going to pop that off.
Miriam?
And now, yes.
I am so sorry to interrupt. There's a little bit of feedback on your audio. Brian's thinking it might be your earbuds. Do you mind trying without the earbuds?
Of course not. Let's see.
Let's give that a go.
These off.
We love technology, don't we?
See if those are still connected. Are they still connected?
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
The theme of the day today is rolling with the punches.
Rolling with the punches. That's our theme today.
Okay. Is that better?
Let's give that a try. I think so. Let's try it one more time. Do you mind saying something?
Of course. So let's see if this audio is better. And we're going to talk about continuous stitch plates if the audio is going well.
It sounds staticky is the issue. I'm not sure what's going on.
I'm
so sorry that we keep having these issues.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's a little bit staticky. Let's go ahead and roll with the punches and see how it goes. And I'm sorry if I interrupt you, okay?
No, not at all. Do you want me to like reset it and see if that works better or anything? Or do you want to just top on through and keep going?
Pop in one more time and pop back out.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and pop out, pop back in one more time, and we'll give it a go. All right. So, let's just resume where we were at before, right? So we were talking about the BabyLock machine. That one was the flare, but we can also talk about the Soprano. That Soprano was a pretty spectacular machine. It is great for both sewing and quilting. You can use it for so many different options. It has the extension table included, which is absolutely fabulous. I love it when there's an included extension table. Also, if you look at the front of the machine, you can see that little hole. That is for your knee lift. A knee lift is so wonderful to work as like a third hand. So if you have your project positioned perfectly with your two hands and you're trying to get everything just under the machine correctly and you can't let go, that knee lifter allows you to just use your knee to press it to the right and it'll lift the foot for you. So fantastic feature. I also love the fact that it has the pivot function, which is just when you take your foot off the foot control, the presser foot is going to lift and the needle is going to stay down, which allows you to easily pivot your fabric. Really, really helpful if you're doing bag making or if you are doing some piecing. So great, great option. Also, I have to mention once again, the automatic fabric sensor system. That is amazing. It will sense the material you're using and adjust accordingly. So the MSRP on that machine is $2,924.99 with a sale price of $2,499.99. And financing is available on this machine, but the sale price that is displayed is not the SewCreative Live special event pricing. So make sure that you give us a call and we will get you a deal on it. Once again, I've got a thumbs up, so we're going to give it a go. I'm going to pull back up here, and we're going to invite Miriam back on. All right.
Okay, Miriam, give me a couple of test words, and we'll see.
Okay, fingers crossed this works. How's the sound?
Better.
Woo-hoo!
Better. Okay. So after you, we have Kayla Nau, and then after Kayla is our segment. So if you need to eat into Kayla's segment a little bit, just so we get all the info on the machines, please feel free to do so, and we'll let her eat into ours, okay?
Okay, wonderful.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Third time's the charm. We're going to get this going. So we're going to jump right back in. We're going to go back to our stitch plates. So we kind of went over the benefits of having multiple stitch plates and how easy it is to change it out. So I'm going to show you actually how to put the stitch plate back on. So I'm just going to insert this and then put on a slight diagonal and pop it in. The other great thing about having a quick release stitch plate is that it gives you less reasons to not clean your machine, because we all need to clean our machines more. At least I know I can be a little guilty about not cleaning my machine well enough. But with having a quick release stitch plate, there's one less hurdle to get over. Plus, you don't have to worry about dropping little screws inside of your machine, which I have done many years ago on a different brand. And it became such a hot mess. So this quick release stitch plate prevents all of that, which is really, really nice. So let's go ahead and keep moving because still a lot to cover. So it does have two separate motors. It has your main motor, and it does also have a separate bobbin winding motor that will automatically shut off when the bobbin is done. It does also have these two great king cone spool. It has the ability to hold larger cones. So if you have these large cones, it works with that. This is also comes down for when you are traveling or need to put your dust cover on it. Another great thing about this machine is so it comes with 170 stitches, as well as it has the ability to save any stitch that you want to your favorite stitch. So if you have a particular stitch that, let's say I like my 1/4 inch at a different setting than the default, I can save that and it will always be there. But I can always go back to my default, so you don't have to worry about losing any of them. Plus, it has this really convenient little stitch card that shows you all the stitches on it, the modes that they're in, and the numbers. And it's really convenient to have it closer to you versus some of the machines that are a little further away. It's nice to be able to have that nice and close. And then if you are putting your dust cover on or traveling, you can put it in the second slot and it holds it on the back here. So it's really nice to be able to travel with, or just to put it away, or you can also put it in your little drawer in one of your new Aero cabinets as well, because there's plenty of storage in those beautiful cabinets, which I definitely need to get one of those or maybe more because they're very exciting. So let's keep moving because we do have some more exciting features. Plus, we've got another machine to cover. So With this, we do also have our wonderful speed bar, because this machine does go 1,000 stitches a minute. So when we're at our turtle, it's going to be nice and slow and stable. And then when we get up to our little running hare, it's going to be super fast at 1,000 stitches a minute, but it also is going to be nice and smooth at the same time. We've gone over the fact that it's a 9mm machine. I do also want to show you the needle threader on this, because I love this needle threader. And there are sometimes people have issues with it only because they're doing it in the wrong order. And just like anything, if you have a wonderful object, but if you do it in the wrong order or you don't do it right, it's not going to work. So I'm going to show you how to do the needle threader, because it is an awesome needle threader. So what I like to do is I always do a needle down, needle up, because I want to make sure my needle's in the utmost position. And then I do also have my thread at this last little guide in front of my needle right there. I'm going to point towards it. So right here, there's one last little guide, and I have it in that guide pulled all the way to the left. Now there's two more things that we actually have to do. See this little piece of metal right here? It's kind of like a little sidewards V. This is not the official term, but I like to think of that as the Pac-Man, and you need to feed the Pac-Man. So you want to put your thread through that little sidewards V. You want to feed that Pac-Man. Put your thread on the back, because there's a little thread cutter right here. Pull it towards you, and you're going to cut your threads. Now we're just going to push this little lever, which is on the side, snap it down, and now it's threaded. Now there may be a little loop, and you want to pull from the back, because if you pull forward, you're just going to unthread it, which not the end of the world. You could see how fast it was to actually thread it. So that is the needle threader, which I love. And I just wanted to give you a quick little demo on that, because it really is a super accurate and super easy needle threader to use. So we do also have our scissor function, which is, again, my favorite button. We already went over a needle up, needle down. We have our locking, a reverse, and then our start stop, which we can use if we don't want to use our foot pedal, which we do have our foot pedal with this. It's just a basic foot pedal. And then you could also use it if you are doing the standing, if you like to stand and sew, or if you forget your foot pedal in a sewing retreat, which I have also done. The other thing I want to cover is there's some really cool features about these little buttons over here. So we've gone over that there's 172 stitches, but you can see they're not all here because there are multiple modes to this machine, which we have our little mode button here. And in our stitch chart, we have multiple modes. So we would want to see which stitch we want to use, and then we would select the mode that it wants to be in and then select those stitches. But one more thing that's even more exciting than that is that we have these 10 little buttons there, and they're all sort of quick set buttons. So if they're just kind of like a quick set, programmable buttons. So I like to think of them as the buttons on your radio that are programmable, that you can go to your favorite station. So instead of going to your favorite station, you can go to your favorite stitch. So these last 7 buttons are all programmable. So even though they may have these buttons or these stitches that they're assigned to, I can actually assign them a new stitch that I use the most. So let's say I use the triple stitch the most, or this little X stitch, and I use that a lot. I can use that and program that to one of those buttons. So it's just a quick little press instead of having to go to the mode, type in the number, and it's a lot faster and it's really customizable, which is really great. The other thing I love about this machine is that it has these 2 dials here, which allows you to select things as well as change your needle position, change the stitch width, and change your stitch length really fast and easy by just turning the dial versus having to press a button a bunch of times. You can go through from 0 to 9 because, again, it's a 9mm machine. I can go from one side to the other much faster than having to push the button a bunch of times. So I love these little dials. Plus, it kind of reminds you also of the little radio that you have with your set buttons, or your programmable buttons right here. It has your favorite stitch. It has memorized stitching. It has all of the kind of main features that you want, but it's on a super sturdy, steady machine that you're just going to love the feel of it. So I'm just going to quickly do a quick demo on this, and then we're going to move over to the next machine because we have so much to cover. And since we had some little technical issues earlier, so all we have to do is lower our presser foot. We could also use our knee lift with this as well. And we're going to find whatever speed we want to go to. I'm going to turn it up all the way, and we're going to go, and it's going to start off slower. And we're going to stop there, cut our threads. We could use our knee lift or the presser foot here again. Again, it has that double up, which is super beneficial for those big sturdy projects that you have. And you can see it's a really beautiful stitch. And it just sounds so wonderful, which you can always kind of tell the feel of a machine by the way it sounds. And you can kind of feel or hear how sturdy it sounds, at least I think it does. So do we have any questions about this machine before we move on to our next one? So it looks like
I'm taking a peek right now. I'm sorry, I was writing notes down.
No problem.
I am so sorry. Let's see. How many stitches per minute on this particular machine?
1,000.
And the size of the throat?
10 inches and 4.7.
Oh, perfect.
Which
Thank you much.
is really beneficial. A lot of people don't really consider the height of a machine. They always normally just think about the width here, but the height really does have a lot to do with working with bigger or bulky or awkward projects as well, or big quilts. Yeah. Having that height is really nice.
Perfect for quilts.
Yes. Yes.
I think we're good.
Awesome. Oh, one thing I do want to point out is this is actually on both machines, so I won't have to say it on the other one. But both of these machines have a 7-point feed dog system, which the feed dogs doesn't sound like a super exciting thing, but by having so many additional feed dogs, it gives you the ability to, I'm going to pull off that foot, because it has 2 really large ones on the sides and then 3 in the middle, and then 2 more right at the front to really help move that fabric along. And by having a box feed system like this, so it's a 7-point and box feed system that allows your fabric to just feed so smoothly, and your feed dogs are always in, the way it works is that it always is connected to your fabric. So it really does help feed that fabric along, which is really beneficial if you're working with, big bulky things or even slippery stuff. So by having those feed dogs really makes the sewing so much better. So if we're good on questions, I'm going to switch on over to the other machine. So I am going to have to move my camera. So I do apologize for that, since the multiple camera angles did not work.
Ah, that's easy. Looking good.
There we go.
Perfect.
All right, here we go. That was nice and quick. Sorry, I hope no one got seasick on that one, because we're going to just switch over to the Elna 780 Plus, which I love this machine. It is so smooth and buttery. I know that one felt, I'm using a lot of protein words, but that one was really meaty feeling. This one feels so buttery and smooth because it just has a really nice quiet motor. Does also have a separate bobbin winding motor for up here. Again, it turns off automatically. There's some nice thread cutters up here, so you can cut your thread really easily. We do also have 350 stitches, which gives you a lot of options, plus some alphabets. And you do also have that favorite stitch, the same thing you had on the EF72. You have it over here on the 780 Plus, as well as resume mode, which those 2 features I love. And a lot of people don't utilize them quite as much, and I just love them. And I'll explain them quickly. So your favorite stitch is something. So let's grab a little pen here. So we're going to use this as an example. So we're just going to use stitch 1. So let's say I use this particular stitch all the time. And I want my stitch, instead of to be set at 4.5, which is the middle, because again, this is also a 9mm machine, which gives you that 91 needle positions. Let's say I want to move my needle over to 7. Move that over. And then I want to shrink my stitch length down to 2.0 versus 2.4. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this into my machine. And this is going to right down here. It has FS, which means favorite stitch. And I'm going to use the first button that has a little folder icon with an arrow going in. I'm going to select that. So now you can see everything that has turned yellow is what I have changed or edited. And so now if I close that window, if I go to a different stitch and then come back to that first stitch, it has stayed at that, whatever my favorite position stitch length is. And then when you resume mode, what that is once I sew my last seam and I turn off my machine and then I come back a day later, a week later, a month later, whenever, and it's going to ask you if you want to resume to the last stitch that you were on. And if you select OK, it's going to go back to that last stitch, regardless of where it is in that system. So if I could be over here at stitch 42 in the quilting category, and it would come to that without me having to go to my decorative stitches, go to my quilt, hit 47 or 46, whatever stitch I said, and it's going to be right there. So it saves a lot of time, and it just is really nice for when you're doing a project like applique, and that way you don't have to write down specific stitch lengths and widths and stitch numbers and all of that. It's going to remember all of that for you, so you don't have to worry about keeping little Post-its around, because I know I'm probably not the only one that loses those all the time, and having your machine know that for you is really, really nice. So this machine also has your quick release stitch plate, and this one, instead of being on the side, it's right here in the front. And this machine, instead of actually having 2, this actually has 3 stitch plates, which is really nice, because this one has a new one that we haven't talked about. So this machine comes with, I think it's like 20 plus feet, or maybe it's around 15. It comes with a lot of feet, plus a lot of other accessories, and this really adorable little box here that has an additional drawer for additional storage, and you can keep all your little bobbins in there. So as you can see, it has a lot of different feet. It has these, I'm going to pull these guys out. Oh, it also has ruler work, so you can do ruler work on here. So it has your special ruler foot, which is really great. Tons of feet in here. I do want to pull out these particular ones because they work with our stitch plate that we're going to talk about. So we have our regular zigzag plate. We've all talked about that. We get that one. We also have our straight stitch plate, which we talked about before, which also has the oval on either side. So it allows you to move your needle within that little space, but still keep that fabric from sucking down. And then we have a new one here, which is one of my favorites and is becoming super popular. It is the HP plate and foot. And this is a really exciting foot because it kind of looks like one of those old featherweight feet or the old industrial old sewing machines, because basically what this does is this plate and foot combo kind of tricks your non-straight stitch machine to act like a straight stitch machine. So when you have a machine that does one thing, it's going to do it amazing. And when you have a machine that does a lot of different things, they still do them really great, but they may not be as amazing as, let's say, just your straight stitch machine. But what this is going to do is this going to trick it to make it feel like a straight stitch machine and have that same stitch quality. And the reason that is when you have a front loading bobbin, which this machine is, we have our thread, and it's going to, anytime you load your bobbin, you're going to have your tail on the left hand side. And when I put my bobbin in, there's going to be a little lever right here at 6 o'clock. We're going to put our thread underneath there, pull it around, cut our threads. But if you notice, our thread is on the left-hand side. And when I am sewing with this machine, and I'm using my 1/4-inch foot and I'm piecing, it's actually going to move my needle to the right-hand side. So we're going to have our needle over here. So actually, let's move this over so you can actually see it. So that is your basic setting for our 1/4-inch piecing for this machine. And I could either use, so right now if I sewed a seam here, I would have a perfect 1/4-inch. And I do also have an automatic presser foot lower, so I can adjust I can lower my foot a lot of different ways. So I can use it either with the knee lift, which it comes with. I can do it with the button that I just did, or I can also manually lift it as well. So it gives you a lot of options. So if I just wanted to sew, I could just start sewing, and I would have a 1/4-inch on from the edge of my foot to my needle position. But what this does is, if you notice, and we put our bobbin thread in, remember it was on the left-hand side, and my thread has to travel all the way over to the right-hand side. But when you have your HP plate and your HP foot, that thread doesn't have to travel all the way over there. It just goes straight up. So it's going to give you the most beautiful straight stitch. It's going to look like you sewed on a straight stitch machine, because all it does is go straight up versus all the way over, which can give you a little bit less perfect stitch. By just going straight up, it's going to give you a beautiful 1/4-inch. And with this foot that sits on top of it, you still have these 3 feed dogs. So you're still going to be getting that pull along, and you're just going to get a perfect scant 1/4-inch with this foot. And there are also some more exciting markings on this foot as well. So we have, let's see if you can see that, pull that down. There are some marks here, some raised parts of the metal. That first mark is a 1/4-inch from your needle. So let's say we're either needing to turn around. Sometimes, when you make half square triangles, there's that one style that you can do where it's a square and you sew around and then you cut it in diagonally or with an X, and you get 4 half square triangles. So instead of having to mark those 1/4-inch marks, the corners at those 90-degree angles, this is going to show you where to stop and pivot. So you don't have to worry about marking anytime you need to stop somewhere a 1/4-inch before the end of a seam or a applique or something along that lines. Plus, this machine also has auto pivot, which is one of my favorite features because it can be used with so many different things. And a combination between your HP foot and your auto pivot, it's going to make curve piecing like a breeze. Or I don't know if anyone else has ever made those stuffed animals with like a lot of tiny little pieces that are 3-dimensional. When you have a larger foot and your pieces are really tiny and you're trying to make a little nose on a teddy bear, that big foot can really become a cumbersome piece. But when you have a tiny foot like this, you're going to have to do a lot less adjusting on tiny pieces, a lot less adjusting on curved pieces. I've done a curve testing it between your regular 1/4-inch foot and this HP foot. And you have to do way less adjustments because there's not a larger footprint covering that fabric, allowing it to already naturally curve. So this is kind of a cult classic foot. And it does also come in a walking foot version. It's a dual feed foot. And it comes with this machine. With this machine, you get 2 of them. So you have your regular one, which has your feed dogs here, and this base can come off, so you can get different bases for them. This one only comes with the one standard one, but you can get one for 1/4 inch piecing. You can get a stitch in the ditch. You can get an open toe. You can do, there's about like 5 or 6 of them. And I just love the different bases because they really do make feeding your fabric so much easier and just a breeze. So this is how you put it on. So it has, let's grab this little pointer here. So these have little prongs on them right there on either side, and they're going to correspond with these slits on either side of the base or on the foot. And you're just going to insert those, the prong, let's get that, the prongs into those slits. And as you can see, super easy. And then now you have your dual feed foot. And you do have the ability to also adjust the top feed dog. So if you're working on a project that has multiple layers and you need that top feed dog to feed a little bit faster, you can speed it up or slow it down, which is really nice. And then with the HP foot, there's also the dual feed version of it. So this foot, these 3 correspond with each other. So we're going to put this one away for a second. So your HP foot and plate is going to work perfectly with this particular setup. And again, with the dual feet, it also has those 1/4 inch markings on the feet. So you're going to just, if you haven't used this, you're going to love it. It really does give you such beautiful piecing with that foot. Another thing that's really nice about this machine, speaking of feet, is that it comes with the large foot pedal and the separate thread cutter. So I can sew with this and then cut my threads with this one instead of having to use my scissor function. But even with you, if you have that scissor function, because you have the thread cutter, it doesn't negate this. You can use either or, so it just gives you more options. So there are tons of things about this one. We've talked about that auto pivot. So I don't think I've demoed it. Let me just show it to you here. So when I'm sewing and I stop, you can see that lifted my foot up, but kept my needle in the down position. So now I can either pivot if I'm doing an applique, or if I'm doing some straight line quilting and I want to get some really cool shapes here. Curve piecing, it makes doing little adjustments really easy and convenient, and there's a lot less hands that you have to do because you don't have to worry about moving, either using your knee lift or using your button to lift your foot or lift it up on the back. It's just automatic. So I use that feature all the time. Again, it has your speed bar here. And the speed on this one, or the max speed, is 1,060. So 1,000 stitches and 60 for the speed on this one. Again, it has 360 stitches. Oh, another really nice thing about this one is it does have this extra storage in the front here, as well as that extra accessory box with all of those 12 plus feet and all the different other accessories. So this does also have the 7-point feed dog system, just like the EF72. So it's going to give you that beautiful feed and just that really nice smooth feel on this one. Do we have any questions so far, or how's everyone feeling?
We do have quite a few questions, Miriam.
Oh, wonderful.
Let's see what we have for you. So I know you were just talking about the pivot function. Laura's asking, is it called auto pivot?
Yes. Yeah.
And then we've got a Facebook user asking, does it have an empty bobbin notification?
Yes, it does. It does have a bobbin sensor. Thank you for asking that, because I forgot to mention that. So this does have a bobbin sensor. And one of the nice things about this is you can actually sew. It sounds a little weird, but you can actually sew over the bobbin sensor. So it allows you to just sew the rest of that thread. So if I've been sewing and it tells me that you're getting close, basically you're going to run out of bobbin, I can still sew that off. So I'm not wasting that thread. Because sometimes with other machines, they will have a bobbin sensor, but they don't let you sew that last thread off. So you're just wasting a bunch of thread. I mean, normally it's not a bunch, it's a couple yards, not the end of the world. But this does allow you to sew it off if you want to. So yes, it does.
Very cool. That's a nice feature.
Mhm.
We've got John asking here, does the box feed system replace a walking foot? Can you touch on that?
Yeah, so basically it's a more advanced version of a walking foot. So a normal walking foot connects to your needle bar up here. So it goes at the same speed as my needle. So I don't have the ability to adjust it to either make it slower or faster, depending if I need to do that. You may not, but it gives you that option. So it is basically like a walking foot, but kind of like on steroids.
So when you say adjust the speed, how do you do that?
So there is this little dial here. You can turn it to yes, no, it's this, sorry, it's not that one. It's this one over here. There is turn it. This is how you adjust it by turning either towards the plus or minus. So styrofoam. So the plus is going to speed up the feed dog, and the minus is going to slow it down. So sometimes if you're working with plaids, and you're trying to match your plaids up, having the dual feed system is really beneficial for that.
I'm actually pretty excited because I have a Janome machine that has similar features, and I am thinking my machine may have that as well.
Yeah, if you have your AccuFeed, then it does. Yeah.
Well, looky there. I'm learning all the stuff and things today. Very, very cool. Let's see. I know we've got some more questions here. Let's check. I'm not certain what this one means, but let's take a peek. Is there a guide to match plate to different feet?
So I think I understand what that's saying. So yeah, maybe depending on if I'm thinking about that, but basically what it does is the machine will show you, it tells you what, if you have a specific stitch plate on, it's not going to allow you to do anything that would damage it. And your machine in the front here shows you the foot that you should be using. So if I switch to my HP foot or my plate, let's grab the HP plate. It's going to switch and it's going to show me the foot that I want to use. And it's going to X out, sorry, this angle's funky. It's not going to, so this is going to tell me to make sure that I have my straight stitch. And it has now switched to my HP foot down here. And it also has gotten rid of all of the stitches that I cannot use that would either not work for this plate and foot. So it doesn't necessarily give you like a list of each foot that it can be used, but it does give you only the options that would work for that foot or for that plate.
That is a fabulous safety feature. I love that.
Yeah.
Awesome. Ronnie is asking, did you say that one has a diagonal stitching?
Yes. Or no, you mean sewing diagonally or angles on the stitch plate? Because it doesn't sew diagonally, but it does have markings on your stitch plates that allow you to, when you have, let's say this is your 120 for an example, if you have a bunch of hexagons, if you, instead of having to mark, 200 hexagons to do a hexagon quilt, you're just gonna line it up with this angle here, and the point of it is going to end with a 1/4 inch from where your needle is going to be. So you're going to be a 1/4 inch from the edge, so you don't have to mark each of those hexagons. And when you have the HP plate on, it's also going to show you a 1/4 inch from the end, so you'll also be able to know when to stop as well.
Awesome. Yeah, they're wonderful. I do want to ask, because I know this had come up earlier, is Elna made by Janome?
Yes, it is.
This is not a question, however, I do want to share it. We've got Sunny in Alabama. She says, she does such a great job demonstrating these machines. Very educational. We agree.
Thank you. I do love it. I love sharing knowledge and inspiring people to do things that they maybe we're a little nervous too, or, you know, thinking outside the box. It's some of my favorite things to do. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Also, we've got somebody asking, is there a warranty on this machine?
Yes. So all Elnas and Genomis, they have a 1 year kind of like bumper to bumper warranty, and then it goes 5 years electronic, and then 25 years mechanical. And those will have those parts and everything for 25 years.
Awesome.
So it's kind
got
of
you covered, right?
Yeah.
All right. I do want to pop this one up too. Not a question, but this machine is great. I bought it at the first live and haven't looked back. That's awesome.
Yes, it
and
is.
Thank you for buying that machine.
Yay! We love
Looks like we have one more question, Miriam. See if we can cover it here. Did you mention the weight of the machine?
I didn't. It is 29 pounds.
Oh, and Natalie had it right here too. I could have popped that up. Perfect.
And the EF72 is 24 pounds.
Wonderful. Well, I think we've got all the questions answered.
Awesome. All
right, Brian, you want to go ahead and pull me up? I think it's time to do a giveaway. What do y'all think? Awesome. Well, we are going to go ahead and give away this Genomi machine.
Wonderful.
I know a couple people were waiting for this one to be given away. Genomi has a wonderful machine here.
Yeah.
So awesome. Congratulations, Linda. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, Alex, if you don't mind, if I can hand you this machine. Miriam, I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you for rolling with the punches. Made it work. We got all the information in, so that's fabulous. Got to see these wonderful Elna machines.
Yes, thank you guys for having me, and also rolling with the punches as well for all of the little technical difficulties. Thank you for staying with me and staying so excited, because I'm just so excited about showing these machines. So again, thank you guys so much.
You're very welcome. We hope to have you back in the future.
All right, most definitely.
Perfect. You have a wonderful afternoon.
You too. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Oh, those are such great machines. And like I said, I learned some features on my machine. So I am super, super excited to go home and play with them. Let's take a look at the pricing here on those two models. Very, very good pricing. All right, so let's take a look at the 780 Plus first. The 780 Plus computerized sewing machine. It has an MSRP of $5,499, a great sale price already of $4,599, but you can give us a call for that special event pricing and get an even better deal on it. Also, if you notice down below, it's showing that financing is available. So if you would like to do that, that is definitely an option. And absolutely loved the look of this Elna Elmida EF72 computerized sewing machine. I loved that cool retro look where you get the retro feel, but you also get some computerized functions. Super awesome machine, and I love the color. MSRP is $2,999, on sale for $1,799, but you can get that at an even better price. And just a reminder, I know I had said it before, but all machines across the board, even if they've not been displayed during the event, we are offering special event pricing. We have not done this in the past on our events, so this is pretty exciting. So if there is a machine that you've not seen featured, please give our customer service a call and they're going to help you out, okay? Also, you can go to our website, which is sewingpartsonline.com, and on the home page, you've got the schedule for our event. Then you've also got another section where it's going to show all the specials. So you can scroll through there and see all the good stuff that we've shown so far. It has been a whole lot of fun. But the next segment I'm super excited about. I was talking about this before. Kayla Nau is going to be showing us English paper piecing. But before we pull her up, I just want to show what the prize is going to be. I am loving all of these giveaways. It has been so much fun. Everybody's engaged and we're just lots of comments and good questions and everything. So we're having a good time. But she's going to be doing English paper piecing and she'll be talking about these templates. So you are going to get a set of templates and you're also going to get this Creative Grids rotary cutter and handy dandy case. And we opened one of these up here in our studio and it is a fantastic set. So we hope that the winner thoroughly enjoys this. Before I move forward, I do want to just pull up our overlay on how to claim prizes. So if you have won something and you're just wondering, how do I let you know? That is right here. You just go to our link tree, which is linktree/sewing parts online. Click claim your prize, fill out that form, and we will get you taken care of. So I don't know about y'all, but I am excited for Kayla to come up. So Brian, if you want to pull her up, we'll get started.
Hi.
Hello, Kayla.
How are you?
I am fabulous. I've been saying all day, I am super excited for your segment since I do not know much about English paper piecing.
I thank you so much for having me here. I'm so excited. I'm nervous. Hopefully I can keep hopefully I can keep everything straight. I have everything laid out in a line here. So I guess we can just jump right in. So this right here, I made a table runner. So I don't even know how many pieces was in here. Let me fix my camera real quick. I'm sorry. Okay, that's better. So this is made out of papers right here that these come in a set. So really all you have to do is cut your fabric just a little bit wider than the paper. And I like to glue. I don't do the string basting at all. I just don't, it takes too long, to be honest. So that is the table runner that I made as like kind of a demonstration. I've got a couple other things to show. So while I was watching the live earlier, I'm like, oh, you know what? I really need a mouse pad. So I made this in less than an hour. And then this is it's a work in progress. It's the queen size, all hexagons. It's been hanging on my wall of shame for a very long time. My wall of shame, all these quilt blocks that still haven't been finished. I'm going to toss that back.
Kayla, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We're getting a little bit of echoing. Brian said that it may be your overhead camera or your computer that needs to be muted. Do you mind?
Do you want to just switch the audio to the overhead?
Yeah, we can try that.
We can go ahead and try that. Okay, how about there?
Let me turn the volume up. Is that okay?
I think that might be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, all right. Do I need to repeat any of that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This is the queen size that I'm working on. It's, I think I started in 2018. Oh, now I have an echo. You don't have an echo, do you?
Nope, we're good now. Everything sounds great.
Okay, perfect. And I can hear you. It must have been the earbuds. So I've been working on this one since like 2018, I think. I like to switch between projects. I don't know if anybody else does that. I have a lot of unfinished projects. So I whipped this one up while we were talking about furniture earlier on the live. And it's the typical grandmother's flower garden when you think of English paper piecing. And I'm just going to jump right in showing how to use these templates, these paper templates. So this rotating cutting mat is not a necessity, but it is so nice to have. So you'll put your paper template down. You can use a straight edge. You want the edge of the fabric to be about if a 1/4 of an inch or a little more. So if you put the straight edge down and just kind of follow it along, you can do it that way, or you can just cut it. It doesn't really matter as long as you have that that seam allowance. So I'll just cut around that, and my paper's moving. So I do have a couple little tricks that I want to share about like things shifting and stuff. I've been actually using double-sided tape, and you just take a tiny amount and stick it on the back side of your template, which it can stay in there because you're going to be gluing the template inside of the fabric. And so if you don't want to use the straight edge, like I said, you don't have to. And then there's your fabric around the paper, and it would figure that my glue pen, like, it isn't twisting up, but you can use Elmer's school glue. It has to be washable and non-acidic. So I find that it's easier to actually place the glue on the fabric than it is to put it on the paper itself. It sticks a little bit faster, just anything to speed up the process. And you do want to be careful not to put that glue right on the edge of the paper because it is kind of hard to get the needle through. And I have set the glue with an iron before. The glue pen, see how that keeps like popping up right there? The glue pen keeps that from happening. But since I'm not going to be sewing with this one, I'm just going to go ahead and move on to the next part, which is super exciting. This is where it gets to be kind of my favorite part. So you would take one of your templates, and I'm going to use a 60-degree diamond for this one. And you'll take your mirror and you'll set it down. I'm going to actually angle this so you guys can see. And you can find your repeating pattern. I'm not going to be able to move it around too well, but you can find a repeating pattern, and that's how you come up with something like this or something like this. So I have for the next step, like I'd already found a pattern to repeat for this one. So what I'm actually going to do is show how I cut that repeat pattern. So if you see, again, I use the double stick glue, the double stick tape, and all you have to do is find that repeat pattern and line everything back up, and it'll look like the template's not sitting on, or there's not an extra piece of fabric because it's lined up perfectly again. So really fast. At first I'm like, oh, I don't really need that rotating cutting mat, but I tell you, it makes cutting out your things so much faster. So now we're going to, now that we have that cut out, I wanted to show how to make your own paper templates, because you can buy them pre-made, or you can buy them, or you can make your own with the plastic templates. So I'm going to find a plastic template that is, about 1/4 inch of a seam allowance. And that's what I'm going to use to cut out my, my paper template. And I have an old rotary cutter because you know how we are with our rotary cutters. So this one, I don't know why it's just junk. So I'm going to stick a little bit of double stick tape on that to keep it from moving. And set it down, and then cut the paper out. Whoops, off the line a little bit there. And I mean, this cutter is literally so junk that I have to go over it a couple times, but it's better. You can trace it and cut it out with scissors. You don't have to use a rotary cutter. Is it going to work? Yeah. Okay. I'm done with that. So there's my paper template, and I'm going to glue it inside of this diamond. Probably ought to shut that and get that out of the way. And like I said, it does stick a little bit better on the fabric instead of directly onto the paper. And especially with the glue stick, that it doesn't really set up as fast as the fabric glue pen. So a lot of the times when I'm like mass making these, I'll have a book or something to set them underneath of. So I'll glue one up and it still wants to move around, and I'll just toss them underneath of a book, because if I'm making, you know, enough for like that queen size quilt, I'm making a lot at a time, and I don't want to sit there and hold it until it dries. And I have set them with my iron before, but it's not plugged in yet. So it would be a bit of a pain in the butt whenever I'm doing it live. Okay, let's get that. So now the next step would be to sew this into the rest of the one that we have started here. And it is still going to be okay. So the first thing, I like to fold this in half, and then where's my clips? Right here. Not going to stay, is it? You always have to like double check to make sure that it's lined up, and then fold that over towards the side that you want to sew on. Get it nice and lined up, and then I'll use these little paper clips. They work great because you can flip them back out of the way, and it's not catching the string as much. Now, speaking of string or thread, so the needles that I like to use are the Milliner size 10. The size 10 is my preference, but they're like a thinner needle with a bigger eye, so it's easier to thread them. So, and then the thread that you want to use is you want to use 100% polyester, because when you're sewing over top of, where's my thread? There it is. When you're sewing over top of that paper continuously, it can like shred your thread. So you want to make sure that you are not using 100% cotton. And yeah, there we go. So I don't like to use any more than about like a forearm's length, because if you get too long, it's going to start getting really tangled up. And I'll just put any old knot in the end, just whatever's going to keep it from sliding through. And then we'll start right at the very corner of the paper, and I'll pull it through and back through that same spot and tie it off. I'll do about 3 loops around. Okay, so your stitch length, you really don't want it to be longer than 2 millimeters, or I think that's like 1/16 of an inch, like 16 stitches per inch. So, okay, get out untangled here. And the longer that you do this, like literally the faster that you get. And as far as these milliner's needles go, I do use them for like everything, that like anything, if I have to do like applique or something like that. going to keep getting stuck. So we're going to do this whole length and keep that tail pulled out. Do we have any questions so far? Something that maybe I've missed or not covered?
Yeah, we have a couple here. Brian and I are sitting here talking back and forth because, like I said, I've never done it before. He's like, does she remove the paper? So I know you're going to touch on that, but.
Yes. So that is actually like the most common question that I get. Yes, you remove the papers. No, you can't wash it with papers in it. I get that all the time there's a video that went like semi-viral on TikTok, and everybody's like, how are you going to wash it with papers in it? And you don't. You take the papers out.
I love it. We also have Sherry asking, what kind of paper are you using?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So this paper is just a cheap thing of cardstock from Amazon. And I don't even think it has a brand. Just any thicker paper.
We've got a couple of questions that I can actually
answer. And I also
answer.
want to say that, like, you don't sew through the paper. Like, when you're coming up through, you're only grabbing like 2 to 3 threads from either side, the threads of the fabric.
I've got to ask, what's your favorite music to listen to while you're doing this?
Well, depends on my mood, I guess. A lot of the times I like listening to like the Celtic women or like bluegrass. And then sometimes it's 2000s rock. And sometimes it's 90s country, like everything.
Lost me at Celtic women. I love Celtic women, and I have not listened to them in so long. So now I'm sitting here going, I think I have that CD still. I've got to see if I have it. I love it. So I've got a couple of questions here that I can answer. The one is, where do you find the mirror? So we talked about that. We can help you with it. It is the magic mirror. And I know they'll pop it in the chat, but it's part number 8941. So that's a handy. Okay. Same thing with the rotary cutting mat. We can help you with that as well. The one that Kayla is using is the Sew Daily rotary mat. And I'm almost certain that there are a couple of sizes available.
Yes,
I think
I
I
thought
said
there was 2.
16-inch maybe. I think that's right.
That sounds right. I'm going to reglue this here. The glue pen is kind of my go-to compared to the Elmer school glue. It just works so much better. So I tied off a knot in that corner, and then I'm going to flip it open and then back over and sew that last one. So the only difference with these diamonds compared to the hexagons is when you're sewing the hexagons, you have to actually fold them. You have to fold the hexagons. So let's say that I have a spot in here. Hang on. There it is. So I actually still have a needle in there. That's wonderful.
Don't hurt yourself.
Okay. So let's say that I want to sew on this seam right here. I'll fold this hexagon in half. What a mess. And then continue on that side. So that's where the clips come in handy, is because I can clip it to keep it folded. And then also on the other side to clip that one. That way it's out of the way.
Very cool. And speaking of the hexagons, Ginger is asking, what size are those hexagons?
The queen size quilt with the bee fabric, I think that those are, I'm wanting to say 2-inch. It'd have to be. I'll just measure it real quick.
That works for us. That one is so
those
cute.
are the
I love
2-inch hexagons. And then on the table runner, 1.75 is those ones. And then for the mouse pad, those were, well, it still has the tape on it. 1 inch.
Also, side question. Where are you from? We're loving your accent.
I'm from Southeast Ohio. And I get that all the time. I don't think I have an accent.
We
and
love
like,
it.
people from Ohio are like the same, but I live like in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. And I grew up with like grandparents that they did have an accent, you know?
Very fun. I love accents, so they just make me happy.
So back to this. So these, I'm making the coasters and like in different sizes, right? So if we go back to this, and that glue still isn't holding, so I don't know what's up with that. So we would sew that last seam right there, and then we would go on to repeating with the triangles on the outside to make it into a hexagon. So I have one that is another repeating pattern, and it has the papers in the back. So this is where I'm going to show how to remove the papers and how to turn this into this. So I believe this came with my sewing machine, like to clean it out. And I really don't even know what this pointy side is for. And I'll be honest, like I took my sewing machine to get it cleaned for the first time in about 7 years. Just this past 2 weeks ago. So you can just pull the fabric, and sometimes it pulls and it doesn't like shred it, but sometimes since it's glued down, you have to just take something underneath of it and just slide, and it keeps that fabric from getting all tore up. And for the most part, it's not as bad as just pulling them out. And that's how we remove the paper. And so I'm gonna
coming out.
it doesn't like so, and that's the reason why you want to use the polyester thread, is because when your needle and thread is going over top of this edge right here, it will shred your thread.
And Valerie has a question here too, and no question is a dumb question, so ask away, guys. She's asking, can you do paper piecing and sew it together on a machine? My guess is no, but I've never done it.
So I have tried, and it doesn't really work like with the paper in it. Like I've seen on YouTube where people have like a really narrow zigzag stitch and would sew along a seam with a narrow zigzag stitch. I don't care for the way it looks, but you can do Y seams on a machine. And this, let me just pull it down and show. So it's from my wall of shame. This one was done on the machine, and it's just not the same as doing it with the paper, but I'm sure if you did it enough that it would be pretty easy to do. But like some of my points are just not up to my standard. And then if you go over that seam allowance, you'll get a really bad pucker like on this right here. So yes, you can do kind of like paper piecing, but this was just, I cut these out with a template and then sewed them together with the Y seams. And I don't like it enough to finish it, so it's just going to stay on my wall of shame. I hope that kind of helps. I mean, I can like explain more how to do Y seams on the machine. But I think that it's something that I would need to do more experimenting with to be able to give good advice on. I should have pulled these out while I was watching the live earlier.
This is great. This helps us learn. I'm enjoying it.
So I did want to say that I've noticed that when you come to the end of your thread and you need to tie it off, instead of doing just one knot, if you do 2 knots, it does hold it together better. It's probably a personal preference.
We've got another question right here. Carol is asking, how long can you leave the papers glued in?
Well, that one has been glued in since 2018 now. So and probably until it gets wet, since it's water soluble glue.
Nice. Oh, Beth McCaw is asking, are there certain shapes that are mostly done with English paper piecing?
They're like kind of, but like pretty much any shape that you can think of, you can get templates for. There's it's not a teardrop shape. And Trish, maybe you know what it's called. I don't know why I just threw that on the floor like a child.
Threw it on the floor. It doesn't matter. We'll pick it up.
It's like it's okay. So it's like a rounded top. Is it clamshell? And then it's like rounded back in.
I'm not certain of the different shapes, but I do know that when you and I first started discussing this, we didn't have a lot of the templates on our site, but this is a perfect example where it's like, if you don't see something on our site, reach out to us because there is a very good chance that we can get it. So when I was searching our supplier's website, they had a bunch of different templates like these, and then also the different paper templates too. So yeah, if there's a particular shape that you want, just let us know and we can research and get it added for you.
So if I can, I'm actually not going to, yes, I am. I really should. It's 4:30. Trish, how much time do?
Oh, you are totally fine. You can go a little bit longer since we had a little bit of audio issues before. So we have you down till 3:45. So you've got a good 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. So let me get this pulled out. And so in order to get this finished to where it has a nice edge, we're actually going to iron it. And so if you iron it open or like flat on the edges, then you can sew along those edges. And I'm not going to sew, but I will show how to get the batting and backing done up. And if you used a like a heat resistant batting, or I don't even know if this is a batting on here, but it's like a heat resistant fabric. You can use these as pot holders. So rip my note out of there. All right, so now we need to come up with a straight edge on this. And I didn't iron it the greatest. Where is my square? So we'll just center it up on the batting and backing. And this is a mess. And just cut around the shape of that hexagon. And you can use like a fusible batting, or whatever you normally do to finish your quilts. I'm the worst at that. Okay, so I will take the backing piece and put it on top and sew all the way around 1/4 inch. And so instead of sewing that, I have one that's made up. And So with the backing on top, and then I will clip all of the edges. That way we can get sharp points. And then grab the backing fabric and snip it in the middle so we can turn it out. And then you could just either applique something over that or hand stitch it closed, and then flip it inside out and take whatever you have pointy and poke out those corners, and then top stitch around the edge. And I saw earlier, and Trish, I was like in and out. I saw where somebody did like a pocket to flip it inside out, which is a great idea.
Yeah, that was Anna Avery Vaughn. She was doing an in the hoop project with the flare. So that was
Yes,
a really cool
that was
technique. I thought that was
amazing.
awesome.
So
She
then
has
you would,
such great ideas.
yeah. So then you would iron this real flat and then just top stitch along that edge. And I haven't done anything with that yet, but I would just take a piece of the same color fabric or even a name tag, you know, and get that done up. So these two are done with these two super tiny diamonds. And that is, what is it, 12 pieces of fabric in each one of these. And the same with this, but it's just bigger diamonds. So yeah, I think I hit everything, Trish.
That was wonderful, Kayla. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed that, and I learned so much. So
Oh, thank you.
very
Brian,
you
did you get that email of the picture of this quilt, or do you want me to just pull it off the wall?
He's going to pull it up. He said he did receive it, so he's going to share
Okay.
it. But we actually do have a few more questions for you, if you don't mind. All right. We've got Ronnie asking, does the paper have to be acid-free?
Yeah, it probably should. Pretty sure that, I mean, do they make acid paper anymore? I don't even, like.
This is all new to me, so I'm soaking it all in.
Whenever I went to search for the craft paper, and I know that all of the pre-made hexagons are acid free, but whenever I went to search for the craft paper, I didn't find any that did have acid in them.
Okay. Oh, he's got the overlay. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my goodness.
So that is an oil slick fabric. And here's what's left of it.
Oh my goodness.
It does waste a good bit of fabric, but you can always use the scraps for another quilt.
Yeah, or beeswax wraps. That's what Brian just said. Great scrap busters, right? Oh, Laura's asking, how much fabric does it take to create a 2-inch hexagon queen size quilt? We're going to make you math here.
You know what? There is a website. If you were to Google how many hexagons for whatever size quilt, there is a website that, like, you can just type in what size your hexagons are and what size you want your quilt to be. But the length of the quilt is, or the hexagon is on the side, and it's so that's obviously wider than an inch and a quarter, but it's off of just one side.
Okay. Got a few more questions here. I love them. Lisa's asking, could you just sew around the edge and leave one edge open to turn and then stitch that edge closed?
That is how I did this one. But for the smaller ones, I just cut them on the back. But yeah, any way that you want to finish them, like how you would normally do it. I just noticed it was just a bit wrinkly, and I didn't want it to be wrinkly for that. And I hand stitched it closed, so maybe that's why it's wrinkly.
Well, that'll actually bring me into the next question. She's wondering if you were doing a whip stitch.
Yes, it's a whip stitch, and you can do the what is it called? Like the hidden ladder stitch where you go on each side. I just can't get it tight enough, and you can like literally pull it and see through the stitches. So that's why I use the whip stitch.
That's what Kelsey was doing, some hand sewing on her segment. And I'm like, I need to up my hand sewing game because I don't know what any of these stitches are called. So I'm going to have to practice.
You know, I'm like completely self-taught. So I like do things and I don't even know that there's a name for it until I search, like, you know, trying to figure out how to do something. And I don't even know the right words for it. So like in the very beginning, it was hard to find any answers because I'm trying to figure out what exactly I'm even doing, you know?
What is it? Love it. Well, Ronnie's asking, where can we get the hex templates? We can help you out with that, Ronnie. So,
and look at all these different sizes. Like this biggest one is 3 inches, and then it goes all the way down. I want to say that maybe it's the smallest one is 3/4 of an inch. So there's quite a few in here, and I really want to do something with the huge hexagons. But I tell you that if I were hand sewing a whole side, I would put a knot in the middle, just in case, because that's a long seam. A personal preference probably though.
Okay. We just popped up the question here. Is it hexagon quilt calculator from Omni that you were talking about before?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. Very cool. So in addition to English paper piecing, what are some other things that you enjoy doing?
Regular, like traditional quilting. And so like I love teaching. And so like everything from the very basic, you know, I don't have a long arm or a way to quilt this. So how am I supposed to finish it? All the way to using my mom's long arm to finish quilts because she's, you know, I have to drive a half an hour to her house to use it, but I'm lucky that I have that opportunity, you know? So just everything. And I've just started doing foundation paper piecing too. Pretty obsessed with it.
You were the one that informed me what the differences are. So you want to share it with everybody else?
Yeah, let me grab a foundation here real quick.
They're very cool. Very, very cool. I love looking at the background. I just love when you see all the works of art behind people. So
they're all my unfinished, I call it my wall of shame. So
no.
And well, my husband did put up shelves for me because I'm running out of storage. So then I had to like incorporate all that with it. So the foundation paper piecing, and I've actually already pulled the paper out of all of them, but you would just, this is what the paper would look like. And like the lines are numbered and you sew along those lines with your sewing machine. So if I were to be adding like this light colored blue to this dark one, it would be turned face down and then lined up perfectly, and you flip it over and sew that line on your sewing machine.
After you had explained it to me, I went and watched some videos, and it kind of messes with my brain a little bit on how you're on top and stuff. So I'm like, I think I'm gonna have to play with that because I might ruin a couple of projects before I get it right. Oh, too funny. All right. Well, I think we are ready to go ahead and pick a winner for these fun prizes. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds exciting.
Oh, actually, before we do that, Brian, you know what? We need to let people know where they can find Kayla. So Kayla, can you share with how people can follow you?
Yeah, so I'm on TikTok at Kayla Quilts, Kayla_Quilts. And like with everything going on with TikTok, I did start a YouTube channel. So I'm like almost at 500 on my YouTube channel. I just started it just over a month ago. So it's pretty exciting.
That's awesome. Everybody go show her some love.
Oh, I'd really appreciate it.
That's awesome. All right. Well, let's go ahead and pick the lucky winner. And we will get another drum roll. Alex, are we losing energy? No drum roll? It's getting to the end of the day. Oh. Roseanne Harris, congratulations. You get to do some English paper piecing. All
That's
right. Well,
awesome.
Kayla, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And it sounds like we're going to have to have you back for another segment.
Oh yeah. Oh, and remember we were talking about my lamp with the
Yes. Oh,
so
yes. You have to
it's
show
all
that.
hand pieced with like really cheap Walmart fabric so you can see through it so it looks like stained glass.
Can we show it again? Because it's
Yes.
super cool.
Sorry.
No, you're good. It's so cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, and she made that up. She was just winging it.
So
Well,
it's a
and then I
deal
got
then.
tired.
The next time you come on, you're going to show us how to do that.
Yeah, I can.
Brian said it's a deal.
I made it up, so. But
It'll
I
be
got
perfect.
tired of hand sewing halfway through, so I finished it on the sewing machine. So there's no rules.
Exactly. Sounds like a good time. Well, we will definitely see you next time then.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You have a great day. So fun. I was so excited for that segment, but you've got to see that lamp up close because it was super cool. When she showed Brian and I, we're like, what? That's so awesome. All right. Well, as we mentioned, we're getting close to the end of the day, but before we do a little recap, we're going to go over a few things. So number one, who's excited for the grand, or I should say final prize for today? Because grand prize is going to be tomorrow. I'm just going to move this for a second. So the final prize today, thank you, Arrow. They donated a Bandicoot cabinet. So let me see if I have an overlay. So if you're just joining us, you will see what I'm talking about. Yeah, you definitely can. Brian's going to pop on for a second.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no
Is it on now?
interruptions.
There we go. Okay, so somebody asked if we could print the chat from the live so that they could save all of everybody's handles and all the website information. Unfortunately, no. But what we can do is we can do our best next week to try to make a post with all of the information. We'll try to like watch back and we'll make a post in our Sewing Parts Online community page. That's where we'll post all that kind of stuff. So I think that was Ronnie Gagnon that asked that. So Ronnie, keep an eye on the community page.
Yeah, and that's a great suggestion too, because one place to have all of that information would be awesome. We've had so many talented people joining us and want to help get the word out for them as well. So love this community. It's so wonderful. All right, so as I was saying, we are going to do the final prize. We're going to do a few prizes at the end of today. So we are looking at a couple. We're going to do a couple Sewing Parts Online gift cards. And we are also going to do that Bandicoot cabinet. But before we do the recap, just a reminder that Aurifil thread, beautiful Aurifil thread. All Aurifil thread is on sale right now. You get 20% off. You can use Aurifil 20 at checkout. That's the coupon code, and you'll get that 20% off discount. Also, we have a few fabulous free items available on our Facebook group, as Brian had mentioned. If you go to Sewing Parts Online, Sewing Community, at the top, we've got 3 pinned posts. We've got one for Chris Marchini. He wrote an awesome instruction guide for making your first quilt. Also, if you weren't able to tune in on day one, he went through and sewed an entire quilt, and he did a great job explaining how to do it. So that guide is available for free. Also, Tricia Camacho with Creative Costume Academy, she provided a free half-scale pattern where you can practice moving your dart. She said it's all about the dart, and it really is. That segment was super cool as well, but you can get that free pattern and start practicing all on your own. And then Karen Miller provided a free PDF on different thread weights. So great resource for your sewing room on when to use different weights of thread. All right, so I think we're going to start with a recap. Do we want to go over day one first and then do a giveaway and kind of break it up a little bit? So I'm going, whoo, here we go. All right, so let me back up to day one. We're going to talk. Oh, yeah.
Do 3 separate giveaways this time. Do you want to pop on and explain it?
Yeah, go ahead. We're doing 3 separate giveaways.
Okay, we decided to do things a little differently for the end
Mixing it
today.
up.
So we are going to do 3 giveaways. We are going to do 2 $25 gift cards, and then we are going to do the grand prize of day 3, which is an Arrow Bandicoot. So right now, we're going to have you put hashtag SewCreative Live in the comments. Don't do it yet. Let me put it in the giveaway tool first before, so nobody gets. Okay, so go ahead and put hashtag SewCreative Live in the comments, and then we will draw for a $25 gift card. And then when it's time to do day 2 recap, we'll give you a different word. And then when it's time to do the grand prize, we'll give you the final word. Okay?
Sounds good. All right. So let's do a day 1. Got all my notes here. I was taking notes earlier. If you guys hear me writing everything down. So we are backing all the way up to day 1. And we are going to start off by talking about the BabyLock Regent. The BabyLock Regent is a fabulous sit-down long arm quilting machine and table. So you've got an MSRP of $7,999, on sale for $6,399. As we've mentioned many times now, it is not the final price. You can give us a call and we can get you special SewCreative Live event pricing, and you'll get an even better deal on that. With the Regent, that has an 18-inch throat space. You've got 2,200 stitches per minute. It has an M-class bobbin, so it holds more thread, which just means a lot less bobbin changes. It has a really user-friendly interface, great LED lighting, and my favorite part is the Stitch Harmony stitch regulation, which means it is not necessary to purchase your stitch regulation separately. That table, you can sit or stand. You've got an adjustable height, and you have a very small footprint of 36 inches by 31.34. So 31.34, let's try that again. 31.75. And so if you have a small amount of space, you're able to still do some free motion sewing. I'd mentioned this before, just think of this machine. It's a little bit different. So you've got your table and your machine is stationary instead of being on a frame and your machine is moving. So think of the needle being a pen and your fabric being the paper in this circumstance. So when you are moving your fabric, you're moving the paper in order to sew on it. Whereas if you are using a frame, then you are going to be moving the pen. So it's just a different type of quilting, but whichever option works well for you, this is a fantastic setup. And we do have the financing available. And again, special event pricing on that. After Richard, we had Ashley with Dime, and she went over those snap hoop monsters. These are fantastic embroidery hoops. They're super easy to use. If you're wondering if they're compatible with your embroidery machine, just click on the one that you're interested in, and in the description there's going to be an option to click on a compatibility chart, and it'll tell you whether or not it is compatible with your machine. If for some reason it is not mentioned, give us a call and we are happy to look that up for you. She also featured the print and stick target paper. This was awesome. You can print your template out and it's like translucent so you can see through it, position everything perfectly. Once you're positioned perfectly, you can remove that template and stitch out your embroidery design. That has an MSRP of $24.99, sale price of $19.99. You will have perfect positioning every time. We know that it's important to support your quilt. We've got a couple of different options from Dime. They've got the tabletop weightless quilter. This is intended for smaller quilts. It is $70.99 on sale for $59.99. This is going to hold your quilt for you so you're not going to be pulling your stitches and making a mess of all your beautiful work. If you have a larger quilt, you're going to want something like the regular weightless quilter that has an MSRP of $399.99, and that is on sale for $299.99. This item, there is financing available as with many other items. So if you are ready to hold your quilt, these will get you set up. She also used the hoop guards. This is going to prevent your fabric from falling into your embroiderable area. You don't want to stitch down that extra fabric. Great way to keep your fabric out of the way. And we've got a couple different ones, so the prices vary on that. But those are a wonderful option. Grace ended up joining us and talking all about automation. My goodness, right now is the time to get automation. So automation is simply allowing your quilting machine to sew on its own. It is pretty spectacular. If you did not see that segment, I would highly recommend going back and watching it if you have even considered getting the embroidery the quilting software. So very, very cool. And it already has a fantastic sale price of the $3,749.96, but it is even better. And when I say better, it's a lot better. So if you've been considering this, it is definitely a good time to reach out to us and get that particular software. This is the beginnings. We also have the Pro version, so you're going to get more features with this. That's on sale for $5,624.96. Again, there is a significant sale price for our event, so just give us a call and we can help you out with that. A couple of things to note regarding the software. If you notice that little note down at the bottom, this software does not work with iPads. It's only going to work with a tablet running on Windows 7, 8, 10, or higher. Grace was using, I believe, the Surface Pro 7, if I remember correctly. Does anybody know offhand? I believe that is correct. Yeah, the Surface Pro 7. Surface Pro 7. So if anybody's looking for a suggestion on a tablet to use, that is what they were using. And then we also have the upgrade. So if you already had the beginnings and you need to upgrade to the Pro, that also is on sale. It is on sale for $1,874.96. But again, special event pricing, so we can get you hooked up with an even better price. Let's move on to some of the machines. So I am really excited to talk about the Grace machines. Let me click on over to that. We've got the 16X manual machine for starters. This is a manual mid-arm quilting machine. It has 1,700 stitches per minute. It has a light. If you look at the front of the machine, you see that little Q. That will light up depending on the speed that you're stitching. When it says manual, the quilter is responsible for the length of the stitches. So you're in control, and then you'd be in control of the length of the stitches. So this machine is on sale for $3,499, but you can give us a call and have a special event price for this as well. With the purchase of any new Unique machine, you get a free accessory pack worth $1,000. So let's take a quick peek at what is included in that accessory pack. You've got a 5 or 10 foot luminous light bar, whichever you decide. You get 3 of the Leah Day rulers, a 10 pack of needles, hopping foot set, 10 pack of bobbins, 1.5 mini clips, and also a ruler base. So very, very cool. Next, we've got the 16 mid-arm quilting machine. Notice on the front of that machine, it now has an LCD screen. This particular machine does have stitch regulation, whereas the manual option did not. You're in control of the length of the stitches. But with this one, you have the precision, the cruise, manual, and the based mode. So with the precise mode, you have where when you are stitching and you stop, it is going to stop when you stop. Whereas with the cruise, it will continue to sew slowly at a slower pace and then continue when you go. And then you've got your manual mode, which you set, you're in control of the stitch length. And of course, you've got your based mode, which is going to do loose and temporary stitches. So it is a wonderful option. You've got an MSRP of $4,999.95 on sale for $4,499. And again, with the purchase of any Unique machine, you get that free accessory pack. We're going to bump up here to the 16X Elite machine. This one has faster stitches per minute. It's going to be 2,100 stitches per minute. We now have that beautiful 7-inch touch screen, so you're able to navigate through there easily. This too has the precise, cruise, manual, and based mode. And all of these machines can be paired with that software that I just showed you. So it's a wonderful, wonderful time to get a great deal on the software, great deal on the machine, an accessory pack worth $1,000, and I've not even touched on the frame. So if you are in the market for a frame as well, we'll be going over that pretty soon too. Another quick thing, so in addition to all those goodies, I've got a quick mention, we're doing a side giveaway as well. So with the purchase of any Unique software, frame, or machine, you're going to automatically be entered into a giveaway that we're going to do next week for a 5-foot luminous light station. So that is extra fun. Just wanted to touch on that too. All right, so the next one that we're going to talk about is the 19X machine. This is an MSRP of $7,299 on sale for $6,499. This machine, also with the purchase of the machine, you get the free accessory pack. You're going to hear me saying that quite a bit because that's pretty spectacular. So got the 19-inch throat space and 2,000 stitches per minute. Oh, Brian's mentioning something.
Wants to make sure that everybody knows you cannot use the 16X manual with the software.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I misspoke. Let me take this off here. I misspoke. The 16 manual cannot be paired with the software. I apologize. It would be the 16X and the 16X Elite, not the 16X manual. Thank you, Rachel. All right, so next we've got the 19X Elite, and that's going to be an MSRP of $8,499.95 on sale for $7,699. You all know what I'm going to say. That's not the lowest price that we can go. You're more than welcome to give us a call, and we can get you an even special event pricing, better pricing. And last on those machines, we've got the 21X Elite long arm quilting machine. That is normally $9,499.95 on sale for $8,499. You can see that we do have the financing available if that's the route that you'd like to go. And we do have that wonderful free accessory pack with the purchase of this machine. Now let's take a peek at the frames because they are awesome. Speaking of frames, the Cutie tabletop frame, that is going to be featured tomorrow. So this is a wonderful frame. And as it mentions, it is a tabletop frame. It sits on your table if needed. You can also purchase legs separately if that's an option that you want as well. But the Cutie tabletop frame normally is $1,199.95 with a sale price of $589. I'm going to say this a couple of times, not the lowest price that we've got. You can give us a call and we can really hook you up. Then we've got the Q-Zone hoop frame, which normally is $1,699.95, and the sale price is $989. Q-Zone queen frame, that normally is $1,899.95, on sale for $1,199. The Continuum 2 frame you can get in 8-foot, 10-foot, 12-foot, whatever works for your space. That normally is $2,999.95. On sale for $2,199. And then you've got your Evolution Elite frame, also available in the 8, 10, and 12 feet, normally $4,299.95. Sale price is $2,999. And once again, those are not the lowest price. You can give us a call and we can really hook you up with that frame sale. So just a quick note on frames, a hoop style is going to be when you're working in different zones, whereas the rail style is when you're rolling up your quilt. So if you can look at the Cutie, the Q-Zone hoop frame, those are both hoop style frames, whereas the Q-Zone Queen frame, the Continuum 2 frame, and the Evolution Elite frame, those are going to be your rail system. So when I first saw the frames, I had no clue what they meant, so I just wanted to point that out to you so it would help you make your decision. The next thing that I want to talk about is Truecut. That was a fabulous, fabulous demonstration today, but I wanted to just touch on the fact that all of the Truecut travel combos are on sale right now for 20% off. But specifically because I love this travel kit, I wanted to mention this one. It has an MSRP of $210.99 on sale for $179.95. And that also does qualify for the financing if you wanted to go that route. So I think that is all of day one. So if we want to move forward and pick our first winner for the $25 Sewing Parts Online gift card. Oh, Brian's ready for me. All right, let's go. Now we got that drum roll. We got the energy making it through the rest of the day. I need that Diet Coke. Linda Parton, congratulations. All right, so we are going to scooch right into day 2. Got to give them, what's that?
Because we're going to do another one now.
We're doing another word. I'm on a roll. I said I was going.
But I don't know how to spell this one, so I got to double check
He's making one up right now. We're going to get a new word here in just a moment.
Uh-oh. I'm on the wrong day. Sorry, I just switched to day 3.
Roll with the punches. We said that was our motto, right?
That's what you got to do.
Oh.
Okay, the surprise word is going to be crocus. Let me let you know when. Don't do it yet. Ready? 3, 2, 1. And that's for a $25 Sewing Parts Online gift card as well.
Perfect. All right. So now we can go on to day 2. All right. We're going to take a little breather, right? Here we go. And all right. So let's start with Juki here. We had the Juki MCS 1700 QVP cover stitch machine that has an MSRP of $1,099 on sale for $799. Again, not the lowest price. You can get that special event pricing. We are open until 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. So please give us a call and we can help you out. We also have the Juki MO 2800 serger that has an MSRP of $2,099 on sale for $1,599. This was an awesome machine, great demonstration. As you can see, it has that air threading. It's a 2, 3, 4 thread serger. She had some wonderful advice as to when to use those particular stitches. So if you did not catch that particular segment, I would definitely go back and watch it. I love that it has the built-in scrap catcher because a lot of them do not. That's a nice little addition. Also, it has that handy dandy roll thread lever and makes it easy to switch right into a rolled hem. And it has a knee lifter, so that's pretty cool for a serger. And it also has great lighting. I had accidentally showed the MO 3000 QVP yesterday, so we decided that we were going to feature it and it's going to have special event pricing. And then we decided every machine gets special event pricing. So you are welcome to give us a call and we can help you get some fabulous pricing on any of the machines. So for this particular model, it normally is $2,799 on sale for $2,299, and it has special event pricing. So you are going to get an even better deal. I've got to show some love for the TL 2010Q. Chris Marchini and Courtney Gavros both love this machine. I have this machine. It is so easy to love. It is a great straight stitch machine, wonderful for quilting, for piecing, for bag making, garment sewing. It is fabulous. And it does have the speed control and the thread cutters. And so you're getting some of the really nice features in an awesome straight stitch machine. So the MSRP on this one is $1,699. Even at the sale price of $999, you're getting a fabulous deal, but we have special event pricing on it. So Courtney named hers Jolene. We got to name my machine too. So maybe we should come up with a name by the end of this event. Love that machine. Next, let's talk about some embroidery software. The Floriani Total Control U software normally is $4,299.99 on sale for $2,999.99. But with this event, we get the 15 You Design It collection and the My Design album, which alone is $2,700 value. But for this event only, you are also going to get the embroidery tool set, which is another $140 value. And you get the special event pricing. So if you have been looking into the embroidery software, Ashley did such a great job demonstrating this wonderful, wonderful addition. So I would highly recommend giving our customer service a call. We also have the stabilizer bundle. Again, Ashley did a fantastic job talking about where and when to use these great options. It is nice to have such a wonderful variety for your embroidery space. This Floriani stabilizer bundle, you're essentially buying the Power Mesh Nude Fusible, the Perfect Stick Tearaway, and the Dream Weave, but you are getting the Heat and Gone topping and the Stitched Perfect Tape absolutely free. So that MSRP is $186.95, and it has an awesome sale price of the $89.99. So let's get us some stabilizer, right? Okay, we're going to move into the Janome Memory Craft 14,000. This is a computerized quilting and sewing machine. Oh my goodness, I love this machine. It has an MSRP of $9.99 and has a sale price of $6,999. But I did want to just touch on a couple of the features of this machine because they're so great. You've got that 11-inch throat space, so you have a lot of area to work. You've got 91 needle positions, so you're able to move that needle exactly where you need it to be. And of course, my absolute favorite feature is the one-step needle plate conversion. It is so easy to just switch out the plate for the appropriate one at the appropriate time, and you've got your straight stitch plate where your fabric's not going to be sucking into your needle plate. So save you a lot of headaches. Also, it has your knee lifter, and it has, oh man, it has 400 built-in stitches, 13 buttonholes, 350 embroidery stitches, 11 embroidery fonts, and monogramming. So you've got the advanced walking foot, great lighting, and that face plate easily opens up so you can clean and remove any thread if you ever get it stuck. So easy access is awesome. The other thing that I wanted to mention about this machine, in addition to getting special event pricing, so an even better price than the $6,999, you get a free bonus bundle that's worth $706. My goodness, fabulous, fabulous deal. So if you had watched that particular segment, it is well worth it. Great, great machine. She also featured the Janome 1600P-QC. That's a sewing and quilting machine. This also is a straight stitch machine and a very well built one at that. You've got your speed control. You also have the thread cutters, and you've got the manual tension. This is a wonderful, wonderful machine. The MSRP is $1,599, on sale for $1,349. Financing is available, and it also has the special event pricing. Just a couple of things about this machine. As I mentioned, it is a straight stitch machine, but it does it very, very well. You've got 1,600 stitches per minute. You have a throat of 8 7/8 inches. You have the knee lifter, and as I mentioned, that speed control, which is super handy dandy. It is great for piecing, quilting, bag making, home deck, all sorts of good options. And that has the scissor function. All right, let's move forward and see what we have next. All right, we're going to cover some of the Arrow furniture. I know that we did some of this today, but I'm going to repeat a little bit of it. We've got the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet set. This is perfect if you're looking for some extra storage. Notice those drawers. You've got a lot of space, and you've got the leaf that comes up if you need it, and you can pair it with some quilt blocks if you are wanting. That is an add-on. I did not show those today, but they are a wonderful add-on as well. Right now, the Kangaroo and Joey, the Wallaby, and the Aussie all come with a free Kiwi multi-use cabinet. That is a $500 value. It is a well-loved little piece. You can store your thread. I learned today that that bottom drawer holds a serger, which is amazing. And you also get the cutting mat and the pressing mat with the Kiwi. So that's pretty awesome. So the Kangaroo and Joey normally is $2,499, on sale for $1,799. We've got the Aussie, which you're going to hear me say over and over and over. I love this cabinet. This is my cabinet. So I can tell you firsthand, it is wonderful. You have so many different options that you can do with this particular cabinet. If you notice the caddy on the left, it's attached to the door, but it doesn't have to be attached there. You can, number one, detach it all together and move it wherever you would like, or you can scooch it over and have it attached closer to you if you like your workspace a little bit where you are able to turn and work right there on your left. You can pair it with an insert. Those are wonderful, gives you a flat area to work. And you can also have it in the free arm position and a storage position. So lots and lots of options. That has an MSRP of $2,499, on sale for $1,799. Again, call us and we can get you an even better price. We had a lot of love for the Judy Isn't She Sweet. She is great for a smaller space or maybe a second machine. Perhaps you have an apartment or you're just not wanting a big cabinet, this is a really, really great option. You have some storage. You can also pair it with an acrylic insert, and you have that workspace to your left. Fabulous option. And if you look over at the price, this is pretty darn cool. It has an MSRP of $8.99, on sale for $3.99, but you already know what I'm going to say. You can get better pricing. So give us a call and we can hook you up. We also had a lot of love for the Eleanor table. This is brand new. It is a sewing and serging adjustable table. How cool is that? You have an MSRP of $9.99, on sale for $7.99. That too can be paired with an acrylic table. As you can see in the picture, it does have the legs because the front doesn't have anywhere that it can connect, but it's awesome that they have that option that you can have the flat sewing surface if needed. It also can be brought level, so you can use it as a cutting station if you needed to, if you didn't choose to use it for a machine. And honestly, I was saying we should just put a little treadmill underneath and put your laptop on there, and maybe you can use your laptop. We've got dual purposes, right? We also have the Wallaby. The Wallaby is a wonderful option. It's a little bit more compact than the Kangaroo and Joey. You have the nice space for a serger or maybe your manuals, fabric, whatever you would like to store on the left-hand side. You've got that soft close drawer on the bottom, an extendable leaf on the back, room for your thread. Again, this one qualifies for the free Kiwi. So great, great option for your sewing studio. The MSRP on that is $2,199, on sale for $1,599. And I've already showed you guys, but I'm showing you again because they're so darn cute. Look at my puppies, and there's my messy Aussie, but my loved and well-used Aussie. So we all love the cabinets. So I think, oh, no. We've got to show the chairs. We have to show the chairs. Harley showed those to us today, and you just got to show them some love. And as a few people had mentioned, the call-in pricing on that is awesome. So the MSRP on the hydraulic sewing chairs, that is $449 for the MSRP. Sale price is $329, but we have an even better price. Now, with the sewing chairs, you've got that amazing lumbar support. You've got a plush cushion, and you also have the cushion will lift up for storage. You have 9 different color options. There's 5 solids and 4 of the Riley Blake designs. It can hold up to 300 pounds. It is adjustable height, so you've got 18 to 22 inches of adjustable height. It has heavy duty casters, and you have a 360-degree swivel. And as Harley had mentioned today, that is the #1 sewing chair in the US. So that is pretty awesome. All right, well, I think that is all of day 2. So let's go ahead and pick our next winner. What do we say?
This is for another $25 Sewing Parts Online gift card.
Perfect. I hope everybody's staying tuned because we're going to be doing the Bandicoot pretty soon. Is that what you're going to say, Brian?
No, I was going to say drum roll, please.
Oh, I was like, we're doing it. We're going to get some goodies from Sewing Parts Online. All right, let's see what we've got. Simone Hera. Oh, and you're on our YouTube quite a bit. So thank you for following us and for commenting and on other times as well. So we appreciate you. Congratulations. And actually, let's quickly go on how to claim your prize since we're giving away all the goodies. So to claim your prize, just go to our link tree. You've got linktree/Sewing Parts Online. Click claim your prize, fill out your form, and we will get your goodies to you. So next week, we'll announce those winners on probably Monday or Tuesday. That'll be on our Facebook sewing community or our YouTube community. But we'll be sure to get all that posted. So we're getting closer to the end. I know you guys are all waiting in suspense, but we've got day 3. Are you laughing at me, Brian?
Well, because I got to give the word.
I keep forgetting about the word. I'm getting excited to tell you about all these awesome, awesome products.
Okay. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Violet.
I am taking a sip. All right, now we're ready for day 3. Everybody is like, we're good to go. I am ready to talk about the Soprano because I absolutely love this machine. So the BabyLock Soprano is a quilting and sewing machine. It has an MSRP of $2,924.99. It is on sale for $2,499, but that is not the lowest price we can go. Give us a call and we can get you an even better price. Financing is available for this particular model as well. Got to mention it again, the extension table is included. Love that. This has a pivot function, so when you take your foot off the foot control, the presser foot lifts and the needle stays down, and it's super easy to engage that, just a push of a button. So when you want to use it, you can, and when you don't, you can just hit that button and not use it. You also have the automatic fabric sensor system, so how cool. The machine will sense the material and adjust accordingly. I love that feature. You also get your great speed control, push button features, thread trimmer, all sorts of goodies. And we'll talk some more about this machine later because I love this machine. We also have the BabyLock Flare embroidery machine. Just note that this is embroidery only, but it does it well. Awesome, awesome machine. And in addition to having a fabulous sale price of the $1,999, which again, not the lowest we can go, we've got special event pricing, but you can get the free bonus accessories. So you've got 6 months of SewEd online classes. And if you tuned in earlier, I was explaining that BabyLock is amazing with their education. They have such great videos on there. They also, or this machine also comes with 6x6 embroidery hoop and 8 spools of the Madeira rayon thread. So it's really cool to have an embroidery only machine if you have the space for it, because you can be all set up in one area for your embroidery, have your beautiful Soprano set up over there for your sewing, and then you can just go back and forth as needed. So really, really cool option. Let's see what we have next. So we talked about the Aussie furniture. Let's just touch on, we had introduced a new one, the Wallaby. I did talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it again. We've got the Wallaby Sewing Center, which is normally $2,199, on sale for $1,599. And that comes with the free Kiwi. So again, a few of the models, that's going to be the Kangaroo and Joey, the Wallaby, and the Aussie, all have, where the purchase of that particular cabinet, you get the free Kiwi. So super great option for you. Brian's over here looking at me. I'm not really sure what he's doing.
Because
he's scaring me.
BabyLock SewEd trial is 60 days, not 6 months.
Did I say 6 months? Well, regardless, 60 days is still awesome. Why do I have 6 months in there? My goodness. So was that Rachel? Did Rachel? Yeah. Thanks, Rachel. I apologize. I gave you the wrong information, but it is 60 days, well worth it.
Rachel is our keeper.
Yes, Rachel is our keeper. She is our product specialist. She adds everything, so she knows all the ins and outs. And so we love that she's in the chat and telling us these things when I tell you the wrong info. All right, well, I think that caps it off. So we can go ahead and pick the winner of our wonderful Bandicoot sewing cabinet. Super excited to give this away. We didn't feature this in our segments, but it is a wonderful cabinet. And so we're going to go ahead and pick the winner.
Drum roll, please.
Got a little bit longer. All right, let's see who the lucky winner is. And thank you, Arrow, for donating this awesome cabinet.
Pamela Tanko!
Yes.
Yay!
Oh, I almost screamed.
That is
so
awesome.
excited. Pamela, this is awesome. We appreciate you tuning in all the time. So we are so glad that you won. That is awesome.
We are obviously excited and appreciative of anybody that tunes in and excited for anybody that wins. But Pamela has been at every single SewCreative Live event that we've done. So for her to win one of the grand prizes for the day, that's just amazing. We're so happy for you, Pamela.
Yeah, that is awesome. Oh my goodness, how fun. Oh, another wonderful day. So we're going to recap really quickly on a couple of other things that we can expect for tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to start at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. We've got several great segments. We've got Team Tobish is coming back. Super excited for Team Tobish. That is Bernie and Shelly. They have Acorn, and they are going to be doing precision piecing, and they're going to be talking about a brand new product that they have. So you're going to want to tune in for that. We also have Stacy Louie with Sew Steady. I love Stacy. She is awesome. She's going to be coming in to talk about custom tables. And we have not just for your sewing machine. So hint, hint, your serger. So we're going to be looking at different tables, both inserts, tables for your sewing machines, tables for your sergers. It's going to be awesome. There's really good specials on the Sew Steady products as well. So I've said it a few times. We're going to have Rhonda Pierce back. We love Rhonda. We got to meet her at QuiltCon. She has so much energy. She has so much information. She's a fabulous lady, and she's going to come share some information about needles because she takes the mystery of needles away. And then last but not least would be the Grace Company is going to come back one more time, and they are going to feature the Cutie tabletop frame. So it is going to be a good day, and we are going to once again be giving away items every segment, and then we are going to be doing our grand prize tomorrow, and that is the BabyLock Triumph, and that is worth $7,500. Fabulous, fabulous machine. And we also are going to be doing a couple of Sewing Parts Online gift cards, $150 each. So it's going to be an awesome day. Today was an awesome day. How do you guys all feel? Everybody feeling good? Woo, woo, we made it to day 3.
But I do want to say something really quickly. I'm noticing in the comments that after Pamela won, I just think that our community is so amazing because the response is just congratulations, Pamela. I just love that everybody is so excited for other people to win. So I'm really proud that we're able to curate this really warm, friendly, welcoming community. And yeah, I'm just grateful for all of you guys.
Aw, well, that is the perfect way to end day 3. What do we say?
I say that's the perfect way to end day 3. We'll see you tomorrow, guys.
See you tomorrow.